gas masks and grenades. Gas masks and grenades. Gas masks and grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
Hey, what is happening, YouTube? How's it going?
What's up?
Sunday morning fun on the Sabbath day. We're going to get into some gas metal. Welcome to Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff, and today, man, we have a international panel. Again, this is one of my Desert Island series here. So what I'm going to start with, I'm going to introduce everybody real quick, and then we're going to go around. I should note one quick thing, that Jurgen had a family medical situation that he's looking into, and then he's going to hopefully join us later. But we're going to go around the horn then. We're going to ask everybody how they got into death metal, and then we're going to start shooting out our top 10 Desert Island Ride or Die classics, all right? So here we go. I switched. How did I end up there? Let's try this. There we go. All right, so this way, we're going to go this direction here. We've got Jason Schultz. Did I pronounce it right? Schultz?
Yep, you got it. Nice German name.
Schultz from the band Wraith and Idle Throne. Welcome, Jason. First
thanks
time
for having
doing
me.
one of these, and we're happy to have you. And you're here because of the guy next to you. And that guy would be Chris from Metal-O-Mania. What's up?
Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate you very much, brother. Good time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Down below me, we got the young pup here. The young buck. Devon of Maze of Torment.
Howdy.
And in the Paul Lynn Center Square, we have not so young Nick. Thralls of Metal.
Currently rotting right in front of you.
Yeah,
And
right.
all the way from Norway, next to Norway, correct, Roger?
Yeah, that's right.
From Norway, and it's crazy. I have all these international guys, and they're generally their audio, with the exception of you, Johnny. We had a little bit of issues with you early on, but all their audio is great. And yet, a dude that's like 30 minutes away from me a couple streams ago created all the havoc. So, anyways, we got Roger. Say it again for me.
Kjorvik.
Kjorvik from Norway, and below him we've got all the way from Brummie, somewhere over there in England, somewhere in the UK. I'm not even sure. We've got Marc G with a C.
Blackpool.
Second one that he's on here. And next to him we've got from Analog Archives, we've got my dog, my main dude, Dennis OG Press.
What's up, guys?
And then below Devon, we've got Johnny Mac from Rockin' Metal Plus.
Greetings and salutations.
This thing, man. You guys ready to rock and roll on this thing?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
All right. So the topic is, if you are stranded on a desert island, assuming you have a generator, and also assuming you have an awesome cross lead, just kidding, and some killer Polk speakers, just kidding,
Fresh water.
and all the other accoutrements of being trapped on a desert island, like I would have to have air conditioning. But over and above all that, what 10 albums do you want to be trapped on that desert island with from the death metal genre? So not an easy task at all. Not an easy task. In fact, kind of maddening to a degree. So, it may be a part 2 down the road somewhere. But
I've looked at this, Jeff, that it's all 9 of us on the island together, so we've got 90 albums to listen to.
That's true.
That's you.
There you
This
go.
is where the
That's the
overlap
loophole.
works against
That's
us.
that's the way I'm looking at it.
That's a very good point, but you didn't mention that there would be any women there, so it would be very weird. So,
That's a lot of
I'm
goals
thinking
to
we
know.
all end up shacking up in our own little shacks and not walking outside the door, because it'd be like, I don't want him seeing me because who knows what he's thinking.
Right.
That kind of thing. So,
I'm building a woman out of coconuts.
anyways, that's a good idea, though. I didn't think of that. If we're all on the same island, we got 90 albums to get through. So, or 100 if Jurgen.
Yeah.
So,
There's going to
anyway,
be overlap, so about 65.
that,
There's going to be overlap, so probably about 65. But
yeah,
it'll be
you're
good.
probably right. I thought there for a second you went with the 69. I'm like, dude, already? You're going there already? All right.
What kind of a live stream is this?
Hey, you
The
never
usual
know.
kind.
It's the mid.
The one you think.
I'm hoping everyone will behave just a wee bit. We'll try to. Of course, you can use any language you want. I would hope that you would refrain from the C word. I just prefer it that way. Me and Chris are bad at that, but we do it mainly when we're talking about political figures, mainly, right, dude?
1000%, sir. Yes, sir.
So yeah, so that's that. So let's start with Jason, and we'll go around the horn, kind of the same way I did, and we're going to talk about how, where, when, and what was the catalyst to getting into death metal. Before we do that, I am going to switch the view around here a little bit. Hang on, Jason. The only problem with doing this is the squares are tiny, and it's hard to
Instead
grab.
of Hollywood squares, it's death metal squares. I like it.
Well, they are, but the problem is trying to grab. There we go. All right, Jason, you're on.
This gentleman here, love this dude.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Yeah, so death metal for me, I got into death metal the same way I got into a lot of other different subgenres of metal. It was mainly from the guitar sphere. I'm a guitarist, and I always kind of liked the hot shit guitar playing stuff, especially when I got into metal at first. So I got in on thrash, and then I was always looking for really cool guitar playing, and there's just so much awesome guitar playing in death metal. And that's kind of really what got me into it, as I was looking for just heavier and heavier stuff. So.
Was there a specific first album?
Yeah, it's one of my albums, but
okay. Well, then you can talk about that.
Yeah,
we'll do that.
I'll lead off with that one. So
cool. Actually, mine is as well too. So that might be a little bit of a complex thing to work around. All right, Chris, how about you, buddy? Hold on.
Yeah, I won't talk specific albums because we're going to do that right now during our conversation. But I can definitely tell you that for me,
hold on.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Give me one moment. I'm trying to figure out how the fuck to...
Let them look at my ugly mug at least while I tell them about death metal.
Yeah, I'm trying to... you know what? I'm going to have to figure this out. We're going to go back to this. Sorry. For now. Let's do this just for this segment. I'll try to work on... See, what happens is when I pull you into single, I have a line down the right-hand side of the little boxes everyone's in. But my mouse, when it wants to grab it, there's not enough... The box is tiny, man. It's like really small.
Are you you're not too old for a magnifying glass, though, Jeff?
I'm getting close.
Yeah.
I'm getting close.
Jeff, your stories of trying to grab tiny things.
Go ahead, Chris.
Your story of trying to grab tiny things are growing weary, my friend. Anyway,
easy.
No, I
can't. We're not talking about Devon here. All right, go ahead.
But I love you, sir. Well, for me, I was a kid of punk music, of course, first. I had the Mohawk, the whole thing, but I bled into thrash metal, as many of us did. And then when, it's controversial somewhat, but for me, Possessed Seven Churches was the very first death metal album. That I'll argue that with you till I die. But it bled in my love for that genre, that style of harsh vocals. And then, of course, when Chuck and Death came along, it was all over for me. So from that moment on, I've been a death metal freak. So, yeah. Possessed and Chuck got me in.
Yeah, and I think too, to some extent, we're all probably either in our 40s or mid to late 50s, except for Devon. Devon's a young cat, and so his experience is going to be slightly different. Jason, I don't know how old you are, if you don't mind me asking.
Me?
No, Jason.
Oh, I'm in my early 30s.
You're in your early 30s. So you're a young cat too, because Devon's in his mid 20s. So most of us, I think, Mark, myself, Chris, and Dennis.
I'm fucking old. I got great
guys.
hair now.
We're all in our 50s. Some of us are pushing 60 soon. And Roger, I don't know about you. Are you in that?
Yeah, I'm 49.
You're 49, so you're right there too. So a lot of us were in very early on when it was happening. So
for sure. Yeah.
And some of us chose not to go there, and I'll be the last guy. Roger, why don't you give us your story?
Yeah, it's same like a lot of other people's, thrash and then into death metal. I would say like 89, 90, maybe that death metal was kind of taking over from the thrash.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah.
All right. Nick, how about you?
I started off more into thrash, kind of like most of you, but it was a very specific moment when I saw Cannibal Corpse in Ace Ventura. I had no idea what that was, but I knew I liked it, and I went down and hunted down some Cannibal Corpse albums and loved the album covers. ended up loving the music, and yeah, it kind of just snowballed from there.
Nice.
Outstanding.
Devon, how about you, buddy?
Yeah, like basically like wanting thrash, but in a more extreme direction. So my first was, I think, Scream Bloody Gore. Either that or Tomb of the Mutilated. I don't remember which came first.
Do you remember what year that was for you?
2014, 13.
Jesus,
So
I have like underwear that's way older than that.
Yeah, right. No kidding, man. Yeah. I got
And he still wears
stuff.
See, just so you guys know, Devon and I are good buddies, and I shit all over him constantly. It's mutual. We do the same thing. So he calls me the old man. I call him the dumbass kid. So
they get in fights, and then Devon sends them Rush records to make up.
He doesn't do that though. That's the thing. So, although I will say, Devon did get me that for my birthday right there. That was pretty wicked right there. That Crimson Glory wall hanging. I cherish that.
Yeah, love
That's
Crimson
the nicest thing I'm ever going to say to you, Devon. So just enjoy it now or forever hold your peace. But Johnny, how about you, bud?
Well, for me, obviously it was thrash first, and it was going to see Slayer in '87 got me into the more extreme part, and then being here in the UK, it was Napalm Death. Getting to see them playing locally. The buddy that I went to see Slayer with, he was doing a lot of tape trading and VHS trading, that sort of thing, and he ended up getting a lot of bands to play in Wrexham, which is my hometown here in North Wales. So we got to see a lot of these bands, 87, 88, and the more extreme music. All sort of, I know Marc G himself was came down to Wrexham from Blackpool to see a lot of the bands. I think he was more early 90s, wasn't it, Marc? Yeah. So yeah,
Johnny, we got to keep it quick.
Go.
Dennis, I know your story a little bit because you're an OG from the San Francisco area. So
yeah. So for me, like just seeing bands like Possessed early on, like 85 or so, just being in that scene, and just progressed from there into like heavier stuff, obviously thrash and stuff. But I would say Seven Churches for me was the first thing. Might be on my list.
Might be on your list, maybe.
It's a little foreshadowing.
All right. How about Marc? What do you got?
Yeah,
I think this is how we're going to have to do it with solo layout. I can't. There's too many people for me to drag and drop, so I'm going to just do it.
I think a similar story, but sort of getting into thrash metal and then looking for something a bit more extreme. And I think for me, the compilation by Ear 8 Grind Crusher played a big part and kind of introduced me to Morbid Angel and Bolt Thrower and Godflesh and Napalm Death, and that was like my sort of first taste of music that was more extreme than thrash, you know.
Cool.
Fuck yeah, good stuff.
So I probably have the atypical entry in because I am a little bit older than all you guys, and for me, I got into music in the 70s, man. So it was Kiss. Kiss was the band in 1976 that, although I'd heard Led Zeppelin, I'd heard Aqualung, I'd heard Yes, some of those early prog, early 70s bands. I had not heard Sabbath though. Oddly, that was weird. I did not honestly hear Sabbath that I knew it was Sabbath until Heaven and Hell. So almost a decade later, which is very bizarre. I probably had heard Paranoid or Iron Man, but didn't know what it was. At the time, Deep Purple was really big for me, that kind of stuff. So by the time I get to the late 70s, I'm already into Triumph, Rush, Yes, big time into prog and all that kind of, a little bit of crossover into heavier stuff with Rush and that sort of stuff. But then I get into high school in 80, and it's all 80s music, so it's Tears for Fears and Flock of Seagulls and shit like that, which I love unequivocally. I don't give a fuck what anyone says. It's great music, a lot of it. But I also was into the hair metal. So that was like the heavy for me was the hair metal, Rat and, Motley Crue and shit like that. And then suddenly I discover Anthrax, Metallica, Merciful Fate, Venom, and slowly it morphs for me. But every time I tried something like Deicide, Cannibal, Morbid Angel in the late 80s, man, I'm just like, fuck those vocals, man. They are just terrible. Like, how the hell can anyone listen to that? That shit's awful. Flash forward to one of my picks, probably my first one I'll get started with because it sets the table for me. And that particular album was the gateway drug. It's the one that brought me in. Nick knows it. Devon knows it.
You want me to share that one first, Fuke, since you had me pull it?
Yeah, we'll start there. Actually, go in the order I sent you the list in.
Okay.
If you have it still.
Yeah, let me pull
So,
it
just
up.
to explain to you guys, I only pick albums that I own. So there are a couple bands I really like that I don't actually have any of their albums that I probably could have stuck in there, but I stuck only with things that I own. And as some of you may or may not know, I live in a very small apartment because of COVID, having to relocate. I don't have a place to put my CDs up. I have 36 boxes, oil boxes, full of CDs, 4,000 CDs, man. No fucking way I was digging through everything trying to find these. So I went to my buddies, and both Nick and Devon are going to show stuff for me. I have a couple here, but that was the only way I could do this. There was just no way I could dig through all those boxes. So, with that said, are we ready to get rolling on our picks, guys?
Yep.
Jason, I hate to do it to you, man, but you're the newbie, so I'm going to put you on the spotlight. You're first.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, so like I kind of said in my little preamble there, this is the one that got me into death metal. And my first pick is Epitaph by Necrophagist.
Nice.
Love that album.
Yeah.
So just the guitar playing blew me away. I was same thing into Prague and lots of the, the kind of the thrash metal lead guitarists, but start getting it off of that. And it just, it's 30 minutes long, right? It's a really short record, but just wow, packs a punch, crazy playing, crazy
Insane
composing.
playing, right?
Yeah, just awesome. And it still holds up, and it shit's still ahead of its time. What is it now? 20 years later, whatever, going on 20 years later.
Yeah,
so,
what
which
year
is
did
crazy.
that come out? Was
2004.
2004, yeah. Yep.
God,
But
dude.
awesome record. I'm one of those people. I'm so bummed. Like, every year I look up third Necrophagist record, and I like the meme where it's in the Necrophagist studio, and it's the skeleton collecting dust.
I
so
posted that one.
maybe someday, but
Maybe one day. You never know.
yep.
Cool. Good selection. I'll be curious to see if anyone else pulls that.
That was a great
Anything.
call. What a way
All
to
right,
open
Chris.
the list.
Chris, you're up, buddy.
What a way to open the list. I love it. I will say, I don't know if I'm doing it as a countdown, by the way. My first
That's
one
fine.
would be my number 10, and my last
Okay,
one
that's
would
fine.
be my number
I didn't do it that way, but that's fine.
But I'm going to open my list up with The Crown, Death Race King. It came out in 2000. I fucking love this record. It honestly, like we said a minute ago, we're all big thrash metal fans, so it's surprising when I made my list. This is the only one that's really deathy, thrashy combined, but it's a beautiful mixture of thrash meets death. I love this record. In my opinion, nobody does deathy thrash better than The Crown. They're one of my favorite bands of all time, and this is one of my favorite releases. And it fires on all cylinders from start to finish. Highlight track on the album, by the way, Death Explosion. Fucking badass. Check it out.
Nice.
Chris, did I not get you the memo?
Uh-oh.
We're supposed to pull up physical, my dude. Where's your physical? Are
I
you
did
one
not.
of those guys?
I fucking did not do
Are
that,
you
sir.
one of those guys?
Yes. What can I do to make it?
Well, there'll be sexual favors later, but we'll give them
$1,000 in non-sequential.
My
Yeah, or
total
just send me a
apologies,
lot,
man.
or just send me a lot of cash. That'll make.
My
it.
excuse is that I just had knee surgery and all my hard copies are in the outside
Oh,
studios.
listen to this
that's
shit.
Far
Listen
away
to this
from
shit.
it.
Yeah. All right. Excuses.
Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. I'm so
All
sorry.
right. Next time. All right, Roger, what you got, man?
Well, being from Norway and one of the early death metal albums I got was Suicide
good
Journey.
one.
Nice pick.
So
Bravo.
obviously this is very important for me and always been, one of my favorite albums from death metal. It's just, it was kind of, very brutal and unique. And me and another good friend of mine, we were just blown away about this type of music because, it was one of the first one that I picked up, and this came out in 1990. So, that's mainly the reason. I just love the album, and nothing more to say about that.
Super.
And also, I have had the
One of my
diesel as
favorite
well,
Dark
but
albums.
I have picked out the physical format.
I was.
What's your excuse?
I was
Yeah, that's
going to
a,
put that in my list, but I knew because Roger was going to be on that island with me, there's no way he's not taking that album with him.
And that's that's kind of an outlier in their catalog to a large extent because it's like their real old school brutal death metal album, and probably my personal favorite of Dark Throne.
Yeah.
I'm up and down with Dark Throne, man. Some of their stuff that people rave about, it's just,
Yeah.
But I'm an old man. What can I say? So, but yeah, that's a great pick, man. Anybody else have any comments on our first three there so far?
That's one of my favorite Dark Throne albums. Not
Yeah, it's a banger.
perfectly, but
Fantastic. Great albums to open up the list. And I'm so sorry about not having hard copies. I hate myself now.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. I didn't get them either. I got good knees, but I didn't get any.
Am I the only one who's Hang on one sec, guys. Is everyone hearing Chris? Because I'm barely hearing him.
I hear Chris.
Yeah.
I can hear me.
Yeah.
Great, yeah.
Hey.
He moved his mic a little bit, so maybe
It
it's
just sounds like the mic's way away from his mouth. Yeah.
Oh, here, I'll move this in a little bit. There we go.
Okay. Nick, what you got, dude?
Well, I mean, kind of telegraphed it in terms of first death metal bands I ever got into. This is hands down my favorite Cannibal Corpse album. It's almost like a greatest hits, honestly, for Cannibal Corpse. Some of their best riffs, some of their most dynamic songs are on here. I mean, Strip, Rape, and Strangle, Pulverize, Return to Flesh, Pickaxe Merge. This whole album is amazing, and I mean, honestly, I would say it's got to be like up there in like the Mount Rushmore of Florida death metal. I absolutely love this album. A little bit groovier. Truly Mutilated came close to making it, but this one, I don't know. There's just something special about how different the songs are, and I kind of need a little bit of variety if I'm stuck on this island. So
Yeah.
Cool.
You can bring an ABBA album, but I mean, that's up to you.
No, I would bring the Cars self-titled. That would be my nominee.
Although you could probably borrow my ABBA. I'm an ABBA.
Yeah, me and Nick have a shared love of the cards.
All right, man. What you got, Dad? What's your first one?
So
Great
Chris,
album, Nick.
Chris mentioned the thrashy one, so let's go with this. My next one.
Ooh.
Oh, yes.
Nice.
killer one.
Yes, what a great album.
So I wish they did another album, but
Yeah, man, no shit.
favorites on this: Anti-God and Beyond Humanity. So yeah, came out in '91, I think. But yeah,
What a pull.
great
Can you say what
record.
it is? Because you pulled it up and I missed it.
Ripping Corpse, Dreaming with the Dead.
Okay.
Fantastic.
So the first thing Rutan played on before he joined Morbid Angel, then Hate Eternal and Cannibal Corpse. So yeah,
Oh, nice. I don't know that.
There's legit like slam breakdowns on that album. Like really,
I
early.
love the vocals on here. They're fucking awesome.
Yeah, fuck yeah, I agreed it completely.
Good pick, Dev. Good pick.
What a
Johnny
pick, bro.
Mac.
Yo. Right. Well, I thought mine are kind of 5 UK acts and 5 non-UK. So, and I'm going for one which came out about 4 years ago, just to be. Oh, they're still old, obviously. And I'm going for this.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, wow.
That's a good
Right
one.
on.
Now,
Good one.
I had to go for some Eternal Lot to one of my favourite modern death metal bands. I got it on cassette. Got it on CD. Cadaverine was the, well. I was told to show media if you got it.
Right. That's right. Johnny got the memo.
Exactly. I was lucky enough to. Yeah, you should have given us a shout. I could have showed shit for you. It's fine. For me, I had to show one doomy, autopsy sounding album, and I've seen Marc's picks, so I knew what I couldn't pick. So Eternal Lot for me.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me there was collusion here?
insider trading.
And we went to a gig last night, and I checked his notes when he went for the piss when I dropped off at his house. So yeah, I've seen his notes. So I'm not.
That's good.
Well, I had to make sure I didn't pick the same.
That's a good one, man. That's probably. I'll be shocked if anyone else picks that.
The
Well,
vocals,
that's one of these that I was hoping. So yeah.
the vocals create so much atmosphere
Yeah.
alone. They are absolutely horrifying. And I
Big time.
fucking
They're
love them.
fucking disgusting.
They have a new album coming out July 24th.
Yeah, new
Oh, I
album
know.
coming out. Yeah.
All right, Dennis, you're up, man.
I'll do Possess, Seven Churches.
Fuck yeah!
There you go.
Fuck, I love you, brother.
Yeah, 85, man.
All right,
Bought
I
this.
knocked one of mine off.
Bought this
First death metal album of all time.
lunch break in high school. Came back with it. Everybody's like, "Oh, let me see that record." So yeah, man, just fucking amazing. Still holds up. Exorcist, Pentagram, fucking Fallen Angel, Twisted Minds, just a fucking banger of a record.
Bang. So good.
Also, then I grabbed the demo. There it is.
Of course.
No, of course.
Of course.
Death
He
metal.
probably got it from Jeff Besser's kitchen, I'm guessing. Hey Jeff, you want a peanut butter sandwich while we smoke some weed? Hey, by the way, can I have one of these demos, man?
No, I got it. I got it from the Record Vault, which was a San Francisco record store
Yeah.
that always had shit tons of demos from all the local bands. So
Nice.
they always had demos there for $5. So
Yeah, you're one of the lucky guys that lived out there where all that stuff was happening when it was happening. So cool.
right.
All right,
just
Mark, you're up, my friend.
I've got tickets to see Possessed end of this month playing the city next to where I live. So I'm looking for. So Dennis has gone for the classic straight away. I'm going for this one. Straight off.
That is on my list.
My list is not in any order. It's just a 10. But this for me was the sort of one of my friends was a tape trader, and he had got the demo of Nihilist. I forget which one. I think it was probably the last one they did. And obviously then they split up and this band was formed out of that. So I was aware of them and heard about them. So when this came out, you kind of knew what you were in for. And this is like the beginning of my HM2 pedal addiction. It was either this or Dismember, like an ever-flowing stream, and I went for this one. An absolute classic. And Dan Seagrave artwork. What more do you want?
Perfect fucking record, man.
Yeah, that's 100% on my list as well.
Yes, sir. Me too.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's on my list too. So there
Yeah,
you go.
I am a self-professed HM2 slut.
Actually,
Yeah, so am I.
Nasty.
I probably should have
Nasty
told
guitar
everybody to pull 5 alternates.
Or
but-
as the
I have a stack right next to me, so I'm good.
Yeah, I know
as,
you do.
as the
Yeah, I'm
saying
good
goes,
as well.
the chainsaw is the law.
It is.
Hell yeah.
It is
All right,
the law.
my turn, right? I think it's
Yeah.
me.
Yep.
I got your first one
Okay,
handy.
you got that. Oh yeah, I gotta show Devon first here. Oops.
All right.
Devin's gonna show my first one, and it is Opeth Blackwater Park.
Oh, fuck yeah.
This was the gateway for me without question because I'm gonna pull myself up. Everybody knows that. Because I was fortunate enough to back around that time period, I was working with and for Porcupine Tree, doing a bunch of promotion stuff for them. And Stephen Wilson, as maybe some of you or most of you know, Porcupine Tree main guy and solo artist, was also the producer of that album. And we were exchanging, bands and ideas back and forth. Him influencing me a lot with electronic music and heavier stuff like Meshuggah and things like that. But he's like, dude, you gotta check this band Opeth out, man. It's like right in your wheelhouse. And I'm like, yeah, but those vocals, man. He's like, wait a minute, you just sent me a bunch of Frontline Assembly tapes. Like, how can you listen to Frontline Assembly and not get into Opeth? And I'm like, oh, yeah, okay. And once it clicked, man, it was just, oh, wow. So I've been shitting on this music simply because I didn't get into the vocals. And I missed out on so much, because I knew about Death and Deicide and Cannibal and Morbid and all those bands, especially the Florida bands. But then I started to open up and see a lot more of the European stuff. And so for me, Opeth was the perfect combination. Jason, you talk about great guitar playing, man. Fucking, Michael and Peter back then, just absolutely incredible guitarists with tons of influence from jazz to prog metal to old school 70s prog, but yet they could still shred their balls off for the most part, and not in a Yngwie, fucking sweet picking contest stuff. Just very tasteful playing that fit the music, and just Mike. I'm gonna say it, man. In the late '90s, mid '90s to early 2000s, mid 2000s, I defy anybody to find a better death metal vocalist. That guy's fucking growl was just unbelievable. And I saw it, 15, 18 times live, up close and personal. Ferocious. He's not the same guy now, but,
especially on this.
Yeah, that album too.
Yeah, it was just a roar, man. That was the thing. It was so like dry, but so powerful, and he projected just so far. It's just gnarly.
He can't do it anymore. He just doesn't have it. And he quit smoking, and it changed the dynamic of his vocal. But I still contend that, you know, from Brave Murder Day, I mean, right now Brave Murder Day is my favorite Catatonic album because Michael is just harrowingly intense on it. It's so good. So, all right, there we go. So that's round one. We're doing good, guys. We only have 8,000 more rounds to go.
Yeah, I can talk death metal forever.
All right, Jason, you're up for number 2.
Hell yeah. Well, yeah, so I think someone else mentioned too. I didn't necessarily put these in any order. These are just 10, you know, for me.
That's
so
how I'm doing it. Yep.
So kind of riff off of your last pick there. I also have an Opeth pick. So my next one is going to be Ghost Reveries.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, nice.
Ghost Reveries to me was also a mind blower. I'm a big prog guy. I play in prog bands still. I played in prog bands. So, I mean, I've always been a big prog guy, and I loved kind of that melding of death metal and some of that more like 70s prog, you know, like it was really cool, like a lot of textures, a lot of cool acoustic parts, and like you said, the lead playing very like Andy Latimer, Camel, you know, like old school stuff, right? Just really tasty. But I loved, like, I always joke around, you know, in some of the bands I've been in, like I write a long ass song and it's been like, oh yeah, it's a Ghost Reveries track list. Every song's 11 minutes long, you know?
Yeah.
But just super tasty, man. And actually I love it so much. I got a tattoo of the Baying of the Hounds here. I don't know if you can see it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, yeah, I would say you like that one.
I love that record, man. It was a big one for me. That's always like for me a top 10 probably of all music. I
was gonna say, man, please don't show me your O tramp stamp though, okay? Please. By the way, stand up. Let me see that shirt, sir.
You should see the one I put on the record. Oh,
hell yeah!
I have to take the chance to say I just had Forbidden on my show. The new singer Norman was just on my show, you guys.
I saw that, man. That was sick. I'm
I
super
hate to one
stoked.
up you, Chris, but next week I've got the entire band coming.
Fuck yeah, that's awesome, bro. I'll be tuning in, my friend. I
Sweet.
promise.
Yeah, we'll check that out.
I'll be there.
Okay, Chris, what you got next, buddy?
All right, I'm going to go number 2, and I think my man Nick has my back on some art. I'm behind the screens now trying to fix my fuck up, you guys. But this is my first mention of what will be many Florida death metal bands, and I'm going to go with Atheist's Unquestionable Presence, 1991.
Oh, nice.
This album blew me away when I first heard it, and it blows me away now. It has great hooky riffs that are super heavy. It's wildly got, you know, thrashing parts here and there, and in my opinion, Kelly Shaver's awesome voice, death metal voice, is at its best on this album. I can't wait for New Atheist. These guys are all musicians too, man. Like there's jazzy parts in there. You know what I mean? Like they are straight up musicians. They're badass. Tight, precise. It shows on this record tremendously. Incarnation's Dream, Mother Man, Formative Years are classics. Check it out. Must own shit. Atheist.
You stole mine, one of mine.
Great album.
Which I won't
there you go.
A couple other people out there. Nick,
I worship it.
One of mine, but we'll go through the motions there.
I mean, if you want to pepper in your love of this album right now,
do I want to?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll do it at the end.
Okay.
I'll do mine. I'll do mine next. I'll do it last. I'll be the next. I'll do it. But,
yeah, we'll start.
I got to hang out with Kelly and for about 4 hours on Friday night.
I saw pics of that, man. Very cool.
The most fucking awesome fucking guy on the planet. So I just can't say enough what a cool fucking guy he is, how amazing he treated myself and my daughter, and Paul was amazing too, and just beautiful people to be around. So cool. And
very cool.
The tour's almost over now, and I don't know if they're going to come over to Europe or not. But if they do this again, man, do not sleep on going to these shows. Fucking Atheist is savage. I mean, just savage. 90 minutes of ferocity that just doesn't end. Kelly's a great front man. He's funny. He has a great time with it. The two guitar players, Jerry and Alex, searing for young cats, man. Jerry's only 25 years old, and he's just a monster. Yoav, the bass player, is just so much fun to watch. He's twirling about and jumping around, and the drummer. How about the drummer Dylan?
Smash.
Dude's sick.
Fucking dude was sick, man. And he was.
I was lucky. I got to see them with Nick and Devon at the Maryland Death Fest. Both two people on your panel. I got to
see but it's actually a different band with the exception.
Yeah, it was a different lineup, but yeah, I mean, it was still amazing.
Group, so, but yeah, so anyway, all right, moving on. Roger, you are on number 2.
Yeah, regarding the atheist, you know, the interview you did with the guy himself was fantastic. So top notch. My next pick is an old important one as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it could have been both of the two first albums.
What a great record.
Or the three first albums, really. But yeah, I fucking love this album when it came out. And yeah, it's been there ever since. Just the kind of the brutal vocals on here, the insane vocals and the brutal music was just, yeah, hitting straight home.
I love it, man.
Fantastic album.
That was one of my alternates. I love that record. Just the riffs, man. Holy shit.
And Drunen's vocals.
Iconic cover.
Yep.
Iconic cover as well.
Ah, right. Yeah, true.
All right, Nick, what you got for number 2?
Well, someone had to bring up Morbid Angel, and I imagine Morbid Angel will be brought up again. But
Covenant. You even went Covenant too. Wow.
Dude, this is my go
too.
Morbid Angel album. I love every fucking track in it. Dude, the riffs in here are some of the best. Some of the flat out best. Vengeance is Mine, The Lion's Den. God, man. Angel of Disease, which is like the throwback track that they kind of re-recorded from what was that first demo? Abominations of Desolation. Yeah, but of course, dude, God of Emptiness. Like, I need something bleak because I'm on a fucking desert island. I need something absolutely evil. And Morbid Angel still does it perfectly. So, yeah. I mean, I imagine Morbid Angel is going to get brought up again, but I wasn't sure if it would be this album. And by the way, if someone brings up one of the albums on my list, I'm just kind of taking it off mine, and I'll pepper in a little something afterwards.
Nice. I like it.
Cool. I mean, I should have thought about having alternates, but if you know, it is what it is. I'm sure we'll.
Yeah, I figured there'd be overlap.
Already 2 of mine have been taken off. So.
Just say Nick's the Thralls ranking of Morbid Angel is fucking awesome, mate. It was really cool. I really enjoyed that one. Sweet.
John still gets shit for it, and I love it.
Yeah, that was a great fucking video.
Yeah, it was cool.
All right, Dev.
Covenant, never heard of it. Let's go to Finland.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Good pick.
I know this is just a demo, but they never did a full length, and it's as long as a full length, so I'm including it anyway. But this is Ripikolu with Mosto Ceremonia. So 93, super heavy. But yeah, definitely one of the best ones. Yeah. I wish they did a full length, but this is awesome too. So yeah.
Those dank riffs in A, like, what the fuck, man? I mean, they're like below G. Keep going, just keep going down further and further. Like,
pretty
much. That was some finished stuff, and that was close to making the list.
That's good, man. That's a good one.
Yeah.
All right, Johnny, what you got for number 2?
Right, well, I'm going to go with the first death metal album I heard, and in fact, the first death album.
Fuck yeah, man. That's literally number 11.
This is a Dennis OG. This is on Under One Flag, so obviously they were licensed in the UK here, so this is the original Under One Flag version. I've got the issue as well, but you know. Anyway, just absolutely fucking brilliant to me. If anybody else had picked first, I was going to go for Spiritual Healing, but Scream Bloody Bore is the OG for me. I still think it's the first death metal album, but anyway, what do I know? I'm a stupid UK guy, so I think it's awesome. My favourite Zombie Ritual is my favourite death song. It's, to me, that is death metal. If someone says, what's death metal? I'll go, Zombie Ritual by Death. End of. Boom. Mic drop.
Right?
Next.
All right, man.
Love it. I love it.
All right, Dennis, what you got?
I did pick that one too, but
sorry, man.
I'll skip that one. I'll go to another first death metal album, Necrotic, of the Dead.
Nice.
Little Ohio representation.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
Just a fucking banger of a record against. It starts out with Season of the Dead with that acoustic, then Forbidden Pleasure. Every song's almost about horror movies, which I was really into at the time. Might still be into that, but yeah, and this came out on New Renaissance Records, which was kind of a big label putting out underground stuff at the time. Obviously, these guys had demos out in '84, so they were right along the same timeline as Mantis, Death, and Possessed, all coming out around the same time. So this band doesn't get enough credit, I think, as far as early death metal. I don't know why, honestly, but they always get kind of just skipped. But definitely check out this album if you like early death metal. Just fucking amazing, dark, heavy shit.
So
That's a good one, man. I mean, I don't own that one, so again, as I said, I only pick stuff that I own. But that's one of those right in there with Scream Bloody Gore, and right there with Seven Churches as being one of the first. Was that 87? I think, right?
Yeah.
All right, Mark, what you got, man?
First off, though, just before we get going, Johnny, is that my OG copy of Scream Bloody Gore?
What, you mean the one that my mate Dave had? And you said you might want to buy it, and I suddenly said, oh, someone else has bought it, and it appeared in my collection. Yes, mate, it is. Yeah.
Yes, that would be the one.
But it can be yours, Mark, for twice as much. So there you go.
Yeah.
No, it's found somebody else now. It's too late now for me.
Sorry, mate.
So,
got a new home.
Following on from Roger, what he was showing, I nearly picked that. But I've gone for 1992's Ace Pick.
Nice.
Nice.
Filthy, nasty, horrible.
Anything that Martin Van Drunen is involved in, I am all over. He has just got one of the greatest death metal vocals for me. There's no one sounds as tortured and anguished as Martin Van Drunen, and just a fabulous artist. But Ace Fix, I like these equally as much as Pestilence, and I've always liked the doomy element to him. And this album's always got a soft spot for me because at the time, my band was signed to Century Media, so we got to meet these guys in the Century Media offices, and we were chatting with them for a bit. So I got to know them a little bit. So obviously things like that always, when it's a personal sort of attachment to the album, But yeah, Ace Fix from 1992, Last One on Earth.
Great album.
Nice.
I was at the rack on my list.
I figured somebody would go with one of those, and that probably makes the most sense there. Nick, I'm going to do that next. I'm going to do that one next, okay? I'm going to jump one in front of that.
Okay.
So because I'm going last, all the ones that I'm going to pick, everyone else is going to pick first, I'm sure. So I'm going to get one in that nobody has picked. And I'm missing. I took the inlay out to have Paul sign it. I can't find it. I don't know what I did.
No.
I think it's in my. I know. I think it's in my kid's car. I hope she drove. So, OG from Roadrunner, and weirdly enough, we did a Cynic deep dive. About a month and a half ago, Nick, somewhere in that range.
Something like that, yeah.
And this was one that when I bought it around the time it came out, maybe late '90s, actually, maybe about 4 years after it came out. This was one that everyone was like, man, if you don't like death metal, get this one. Because you're super fucking prog. You'll love this. And I got it, and I love the music. But again, the vocals were like, come on, man. First of all, it wasn't just the death metal vocals I didn't get into. I'm like, what the fuck is up with his voice? Like, what is that?
Yeah, the vocoder.
Learning it's the vocoder later, right? But when I finally came around to this, many years later, to be honest with you, I think it's one of the most brilliant albums ever written. I think it is musically some of the most challenging death metal you're ever going to hear, or metal, period. Because it's the perfect mixing and melding of death metal and progressive music and fusion. There's a lot of fusion on this album. And you've got searing guitar playing from Jason Goebbels, who a lot of people don't talk about now because he's been out of the band for quite a long time. And you've got Paul Masvidal, just amazing. Just an amazing. Both those guys together, scary. But what was even scarier was the rhythm section in this band, because Sean Reiner, quite frankly, is a drummer that few people can imitate, few people can play like. However, the guy they got playing for him now, Matt Lynch, wow.
Oh, he's good.
Wow.
You have to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Searingly good. The bass player they had, Brandon Giffen, they've had a couple different guys, but unfortunately we lost Sean Malone back in 2020, I believe. December 2020. And, that rhythm section kind of almost unparalleled in metal, I think. Because they weren't just metal drummer and metal bass player. They were far more that's not to take away, because there's a lot of great drummers, in death metal, and a lot of great bass players, in death metal as well. But these two guys in this band at that point in time were really something special. Just an amazing record album, just an amazing album, and it was so cool to see this whole album played in full last Friday night. Just wicked as fuck. Now, I think it was just me and Nick. Anybody else see it? Nobody else saw it, right? So
yeah, I couldn't make it when it was in Chicago. I really wanted to. I was kicking myself for that, but
yeah, to have Atheist open up and just pummel the fucking shit out of me for 90 minutes, and then this is a different energy when these guys come on. It's a lot more ebb and flow and cosmic, and kind of go and then come back. But yeah, I was toast by the end of the night, just on their two sets. And the opening band, by the way, I'll remember the name of it. Talking Points is the bass player from Exist. Forget his name. Alex Weber. That's his other band, Talking Points. They open. Amazing band. I've never seen anything quite like it. It's like Return to Forever, Chick Corea Return to Forever, mixed with fucking Depeche Mode, mixed with fucking Alan Holdsworth. It was insanely cool. So, all right. So I talked too much on that one. We're gonna move on to Jason here for number 3.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That was actually one of my alternates too. I love that record. I just recently listened to the original, and then I also went back and listened to the new remix they just put out too. That was kind of interesting to revisit.
I haven't heard the remix yet. What do you think?
It's good. I mean, obviously it's not the original, but it's weird. It's almost like listening to it for the first time. There's a lot of stuff that comes out in that remix that you don't really hear.
That would be cool, actually. That's what.
Yeah, it's cool. I definitely recommend doing it. But yeah, I kind of revisited that recently too. So yeah, a killer record. So number 3 for me, you're gonna see a common theme here. Like I said, I'm also a big prog guy, so we got to talk because you're throwing out a lot of stuff that I'm loving.
Yeah, you two are proggy.
Yeah, but yeah. So this is a band I got into and was also kind of another gateway band for me. So the record is Xenosapien by Cephalic Carnage.
I
am a huge Cephalic Carnage fan.
Yeah.
I really miss them.
Yes.
I know they're playing live again, but I really would love another record. I think it's been 13 years now, which is crazy since Misled by Certainty came out. But I love them. Just, they're one of those bands almost kind of like in a Mr. Bungle sort of sense. They just play around with genres. They're 1 minute they're doing some heavy ass grindy whatever, and then the next minute there's a saxophone, and I just love it. It's experimental, but the band is tight as shit. I think the drummer is John Merriman, like one of the best feels and pockets in modern death metal, I think. I mean, that guy was just unparalleled with a lot of their like late 90s, early 2000s stuff. So love that record from beginning to end. Love everything they did. But to me, that's the first one I got into. So that's always kind of a special place for me.
Nice.
Fuck yeah.
Hey, just a quick disclaimer. I'm only keeping a semi-eye on the chat. If anybody sees something really critical to pull up, like a question for someone, I'll pull it up, but there's too much going on in front of me. I got to keep it, so don't take it personal. I'm not like ignoring people in the chat, but I probably won't be posting every single comment that comes up. All right, Chris, you're up for number 3, buddy.
All right, a side question to throw to the people watching at home on the panel. I'd like to discuss maybe with you at the end if there's time, but what are your big 4 of death metal guys? So let's talk on the panel a little bit while we do our list on that. Big 4 of death metal. But my number 8 on my list, or number 3, I guess, since we're going backwards, I'm going to go with some Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos, Slaves to Darkness, 1989. One of the first bands to tune that shit all the way down to A, baby. They didn't give a fuck. Uniquely thunderous, heavy as fuck. The first time I ever heard Bolt Thrower, I just thought it makes you feel like you're walking lower to the ground. It's so heavy. You know what I mean? Like you feel like you got a mosh pit, from
weighing you down.
Stance. Right. There's parts of this album that make me think it's what Slayer would sound like if they did a full tilt death metal album. You know what I mean? But there's some grindcore in there, which I always appreciate. All that remains is a bit doomy, but the rest of the album just fucking attacks you. It attacks the fuck out of you. Every time I'm describing Bolt Thrower to someone who hasn't heard them, I almost always find myself using the word meaty. You know what I mean? Like it's a meaty, fucking
some chunky.
It hits you in the cheek like you hear that steak sound. But They're just a badass album band. I mean, and this is a badass album from them. I could put their entire discography on there. I love them that much. But let's go with Realm of Chaos.
I mean, the visual.
Oh
shit!
This
wasn't my.
Look, I love you guys.
I would discuss. That's a great way of putting it, though, Chris. It almost feels like you're being weighted down into the ground.
It's what we refer to it in the UK as knuckle dragging.
Oh, dude!
I like it. I love it. Perfect.
Drag them nuts till the skin falls off.
That's right, man. I love it.
I think the kids would say that shit be fat, yo.
Yeah.
All right, Roger.
They're usually talking about an ass when they do that, but yeah.
Roger, talk a little closer to the mic if you possibly can on this.
Yeah, okay.
Just because I'm.
The next one is also a very old one of the early one. And if you have an album that's gonna get sold by the cover, I think.
I love
it. List. Yep.
This was just so absolutely crushing when it came out, and I did have the Slowly with the Rot, but this is just heavier, and I'm a hater of cover songs, especially in the middle of the albums. But Circle of the Tyrants, best cover song ever. Just a fantastic album and a fantastic cover.
That was on my list as well.
That was
me too.
What a monster!
I can't not have John Tardy's voice on my island.
Go ahead, Nick. Go ahead. You want to do it?
I know. I'm putting this one in the pile.
No. Go ahead and do your impression.
Oh no. It's absolutely amazing. It's one of my favorite death metal albums. There's some raw, grimy atmosphere to it, and John fucking Tardy's vocals. Oh my god!
You gotta do it. Do your.
Give me some talking,
dude. Everything ends in that. In his vocabulary.
You want to throw another one up? But before you do that, I do want to throw this up. That's perfect right there. That's the perfect description of bolt thrower. Bolt thrower. That's the thing. Is that Brummy? Is that Brummy speak or no, Mark?
What's that?
The thrower. Instead of saying thrower, thrower. What's the accent there? What's the accent?
It's a Lancashire accent, the northwest of England.
Okay.
Okay, Nick, go ahead. I'll give you another.
Nothing cockney about that, baby.
I am piggybacking off of Chris, except I'm going with War Master because this is my favorite Bolt Thrower album. Oh my god, the riffs on here are so god damn good. So good. Honestly, I get a little bit of like doominess too on this one. Like there's some great doomy energy on the Shreds of Sanity especially, and Profane Creation. But man, dude, what dwells within, fuck, dude, every single song on here is absolutely amazing. And I'm gonna need something semi-triumphant, like I want to do battle maybe on the island, I don't know, or just pissed off at my situation. I need something to lift me up, and this is very empowering. But it's damn near perfect.
Is that what you're gonna play when you attack Chris's shack and overtake it?
What? You guys are all made out of meat, you know that. We're gonna be low on food.
You're attacking for meat supplies.
Devon's gonna be a little lanky. Might get a little bit off of him, but he's technically the veal out of all of us.
Not much meat on the bone there. He's the tall one though. We can after we kill him, we can shave his femurs and his spear.
God damn, we've gone fucking Lord of the Rings.
By the way,
you're three albums in, halfway through 3 albums, and we're
already
carving people bones.
We're already cannibalizing people.
I plan ahead.
Just to be clear, YouTube, I don't really mean kill him. That was a joke.
Right. Hey, I'd rather you eat me than fuck me, for the record.
Now that's not happening. You might as well kill me, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Hang on.
Well, before we eat you, we've got to tenderize you.
Hey, I want to know how you season your meat, man. Wait a minute.
Oh no!
All right, Devon, you're up for number 3.
This was my next pick, but someone stole that. So here's from my backup.
Vomitory.
Vomitory, raped in their own blood. So this came out in '96,
Brand new shit is amazing.
I think. But all their albums are awesome. This is definitely my favorite though. So yeah, super heavy and crushing. Doesn't really sound very Swedish. They're definitely one of the bands that like the thicker guitar tone, not the HM2 pedals. So yeah, awesome record, the debut.
Brilliant.
Almost kind of death grindy. I love how fucking fast and relentless all their shit is.
Me too. The new shit is great.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, new album's good. Yeah.
All right, Johnny, you are up, sir.
Okay, well, mine was Realm of Chaos, but I've got a bolt thrower. I almost went Peel Sessions, but I'm going to go for The Last Hurrah
Mine there.
with Those Once Loyal. What a fucking album. If you're going to bow out with an album, you might as well have one sounding like this.
Actually, that's not
As I said, it's just every song just is absolute banger. And this is the issue. This is not OG, I'm afraid. This is the issue, but it's nice. So yeah,
is that the one
just
with
nice to have it on vinyl.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the one with Kill Chain on it, mate. This has got a bonus track on it as well. It's got a symbol of 8 on it. This is one of these.
Oh, nice.
500 copies in some weird. I'm going to show the vinyl because I know Roger hates coloured vinyl.
No, do
so,
it.
So there you go, Roger.
Oh, look at that.
Just for you, my friend. There you go.
Purdy.
Especially for Roger.
That's for Roger, yeah, but it does kind of go with the cover, so I don't mind them. So there you go. That's mine.
Sweet.
Like a mustard tornado.
Man, I don't really think you can really go wrong with any bolt thrower. They're really
can't.
a bad album.
No.
I mean, granted, there's a lot of there's a little similarity, but that's kind of what makes them what I dig about them.
Yeah, consistency.
Yeah. So, all right. OG Press, what's up?
All right. Well, got to go with this one. I'll bring it in early, but
Oh.
got to do this one, man.
I got one, but not that one.
Probably my favorite death metal album of all time.
Wow.
This is just fucking amazing as far as, I mean, I heard the demos before this, but then this came out and it just kind of fucking blew me away. It was just seemed almost heavier than the demos, which is really hard for a band to do. But I mean, songs like Critical Madness, Embalmed, Ridden with Disease, Gasping for Air, and Disembowel, man, those songs are. There's never been another record like this. There's been many, many copies, but never a record like this. I mean, if you talk about influential death metal bands, Autopsy is up there with even all the new bands coming out. Sounds like Autopsy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just an amazing record, and that album cover is who knows what's going on here. Yeah,
that cover's awesome. Yeah.
Crushing.
Yeah, what a crush.
Bay Area death metal record.
It's like Hellraiser, isn't it?
Are you gonna show it or not? Dennis, you gonna show the hand-delivered Chris Reifert demo or not?
I didn't bring it out. I can grab it in a minute if you want.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta show it. Don't be lame.
Look at that, Dennis. You're a badass, brother. For real.
Thanks, man. Reifert's vocals are again another.
And actually, I'm not kidding about that. It's true. So.
Love that motherfucker.
I talked to Chris Reifert. It's true. He's like, yeah, that Dennis. No, I'm just kidding.
Dennis.
I have talked to Chris before, but not in that way. When I do talk to him and get him on the show, that's the first thing I'm saying. Do you remember this little pukey dude, Dennis? Remember that guy? All right, Mark, you're up, man, for number 3.
Dennis is that old school. He's probably got Chris Reifert's face as a light shade in that room.
He does, yeah.
Covered.
I'm gonna see that next.
Got a haircut.
So let's carry on from where Dennis picked it because a brilliant album, and I've gone for this one.
Oh, you son of a bitch. That's fine.
I might as well show it now because I'm sure a few people in the comments are saying it's between Seventh Survival and Mental Funeral.
Yep, that was my pick. That's my pick.
Just from 91, I talk on my channel. If you watch my channel, you'll hear me mention, and I always describe death metal as filthy, dirty, and horrible. And this is the epitome of filthy, dirty, and horrible death metal. And I know it divides opinion, Autopsy, because they don't play like a precise style, which a lot of death metal bands do. But that's what I love about that band. I love the rawness. I love that sort of DIY punk attitude that they have. But yeah, it was either Seventh Survival or this one. Either one of those are just death metal masterpieces as far as I'm concerned. Even the logo is one of the greatest logos of all time.
Yeah. Roger's got it. I got it. Yeah. I'll do that next, Devon. Might as well, because for me, I talked to you and said that the first real exposure to death metal that I had that I got into. I'm sorry, Devon. Sorry, pulled me up, and we just saw it with him anyway. So there's Devon's.
Nice.
And for me, this was kind of you could argue that my entry with Opeth's Blackwater Park is kind of death metal light. I mean, you could argue that they're more of a prog death. This album right here. So set the scene. I am actually going to see Porcupine Tree down in Philly in 2001, and on South Street at the Theater of Living Arts. And back then, Relapse had a retail store. They didn't have an online store because that was just kind of getting started. The Relapse retail store was on the corner of 4th Street and South Street down in Philly, right up from the TLA. So I walked in there before the show. I'm walking around looking at shit, and I hear this cool sort of groovy, sort of dark sounding, doomy sort of record, and I asked the guy, "What is that?" And he's like, "Oh, that's a new Catatonia," and it was Last Fair Deal. So I'm like, "Yep, give me one of those. Put that over here. I'm gonna get one of those." A couple minutes later, I go upstairs and I come back down, and there is just this disgusting, gross, dank, horrific sound coming from the speakers. I'm like, what is this? He's like, dude, Autopsy, Mental Funeral, man, come on. And I'm like, I'm new to death metal pretty much. He's like, wow, you have to take this long. I have it in this stack of CDs over here somewhere in OG, but that one was probably the second. That might have been the first real disgusting, vile, horrific, nightmares death metal I heard, and I was hooked, and it's still my favorite, even over Severed a little bit, Dennis. I love them all, and I've got the book and box set, and I've got pretty much everything except for the last two, I think. Yeah, Autopsy, man. Like you said, Dennis, it's a testimony to their importance to the genre in that how often do you hear someone say, oh, dude, if you like this, or if you like old Autopsy, it's going to sound like that. You hear that all the time. We all do it, and everyone in the genre always does the, dude, it sounds like Severed Survival, or it sounds like Mental Funeral. So, there you go. Yep.
Fuck yeah, Nick.
All right, Jason, we're on number 4.
4, yeah, I think 4. Hell
Guys,
yeah.
we are moving at a very good clip, so if you want to expand on some of these choices, and I don't know if people pulled honorable mentions, but I pulled some.
Yeah.
We can do that at the end if we have time. So
yeah, cool, dude.
Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, so for my 4th pick, I'm going to go with Surgical Steel by Carcass.
Wow.
I love all Carcass. I love all eras of Carcass. I love the grindy stuff, the early stuff. I love the more rock and roll-y stuff like on Swan Song and everything. I mean, I love it all, honestly. But I think that record was killer because when it came out, it was like, okay, here's this band that's been away for 20 years, and they literally just nailed it, in my opinion. They just had every aspect of their sound represented. There was something in there for fans of any era of the band. The production was killer. Bill Steer's a huge hero of mine. His riffs on that record are just absolutely insane. Awesome playing, just really tasty, great harmonies as always. So yeah, just kind of one of those. I think everyone was rooting for him when they came back, but it was one of those instances where they just they did it. They pulled it off, and how cool is that? So not many bands can do that. So love that record.
Hey, just a quick note on that comment there, Chris. I'm going to abstain from sharing in that. Okay? Just don't take it personal, man. It's not personal, bro. I'm just going to abstain from that.
Oh man, it's not a problem as long as we don't name her.
I'm all right with this for the rest of my life. I'm 58. I'm getting used to it. So anyway, hey, like I said, we can do a little bit more here if you want to expand on people's picks.
Great choice, Jason,
we're,
by the way.
We're moving very, very quickly. See, Devon, you thought it couldn't happen. That's
mainly because of you.
With my change.
All right. I had one quick thing to say, and I forget what the hell it was. Oh, on the Surgical Steel thing, I did want to add something to that. So Devon and I were talking. He was pulling some of my selections, and I pulled a different one. And he's like, "Yeah, but don't you want Surgical Steel?" And I'm like, "No, I want the one I wanted you to pull." And he's like, "Yeah, but in our deep dive we did, you said Surgical Steel was your number one favorite." And I'm like, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
And he was right. And Nick, he was right, because I got to number 2, and I'm like, I'm gonna do it, and you're like, don't do it. I did
It's
pick it
'cause
as
you're
number
wrong.
1, but there's a reason why I went with the choice that I went with, and I'll explain it when we get there. Surgical Steel, maybe one of the best comeback albums ever. Period.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
Kick-ass fucking album, slays. I love it. Some of Bill Steer's greatest riffs, just savage, but still very melodic, still killer.
Bill Steer is the Tony Iommi of death metal.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Character, flavor, man, melody. He's got everything.
And
Literally everything.
groove, man. He's one of the guys that writes death metal riffs that groove like a motherfucker, man. They just groove. It does. You can't. Like Bolt Thrower has a groove. That the surgeon Carcass has a groove, man.
Heavy but catchy. You know.
Yeah. Got a feel. Just awesome pocket, and I love that too. You see him, bell bottoms and a Les Paul, and he's
just
the
go
meanest
at that
riff
shit.
you ever fucking heard.
I have his Firebird
Doesn't he play a
albums, too.
junior? He plays a junior, right?
Oh, he's played a bunch of different ones. It's just
But
funny,
usually
though.
when
It's
live,
like,
he's playing the junior these days. Just
Yeah.
the single
Single
pickup
pickup,
and
yeah.
fucking, smaller body, a little bit smaller. I think it's a smaller scale too.
Yeah.
Crazy, man. Crazy riff master,
awesome,
dude.
awesome band.
Still awesome live as well.
What's that?
They're still awesome live. Me and Mark went to see him in Liverpool a month or so ago.
Yeah.
It was their first hometown show in like 29 years. And they brought Bill Steer's mum on stage.
That's
and
right.
they were all singing her name. Were they not, Mark?
Yeah.
That's killer.
That's cool.
It's excellent.
Yeah, good dudes.
So,
I met Bill and Jeff very briefly. I met Ben Ash when he was still with the band. And, of course, one of my buddies is Tom Draper, who played with them live for quite a while. And so more on him at the end of the show. Killer fucking band. And I'm sure some of us will have Carcass albums in our upcoming choices.
Oh, yeah.
Roger, are we on you, I believe?
No, we're on Crypt.
Or
Coming to
Sorry,
me, coming to me for number 4, right? Yeah.
I was scared you were gonna try to coax me into with that love doll. I just
Hey, you and me, man. We'll DP that thing. Anyway. Hey, man. No, it's
I asked
perfect.
for that.
Wait. It's perfect because I have a piece of cardboard we can put on our back that's just high enough we don't have to look each other, but it's short enough we can still high five over that motherfucker.
He really does think of everything.
You know what I mean?
He really does think of everything. You're right. All right, Chris, move on.
I am not going to change my list if you guys already said it because I put a lot of work into it, goddammit. But I'm going back to Florida. Nick, did you keep that Covenant close?
Yes, I do.
Very nice, because
I
expected Ultras of Madness actually from most of you when it came to Morbid Age.
Number 2.
I thought maybe Covenant wouldn't get your top nod on that, but I'm going with Covenant, man. I fucking love it. It's a perfect album, and it's not just because it was on Beavis and Butthead, by the way, which it was. But I just love it. I find that the structure of the album, the bass and the drums in particular behind that album are fierce. That rhythm section comes at you. It picks you up and doesn't let you down until the record's over. You know what I mean? Covenant just feels like a heavy-ass record. Pain Divine, World of Shit, Angel of Disease, God of Emptiness, all badass songs that you can listen to again and again and again and again. I think David Vincent's vocals are at their very best on this one. He crushes this album, especially on Lion's Den in particular, in fact. It's a return to form for technical riffing, in my opinion, and I immediately gelled with this album. So I'm going with Covenant, man. We're bringing it to the island, baby. There you go.
Nice.
Thank you, Nick, for having a copy. You having my back on that, brother. You
God of Emptiness tier.
Oh, dude, are you kidding? That shit is bar-setting death metal. Yeah.
Yep.
And
So
one of
heavy.
the first death metal videos I remember seeing on
Me too.
what was it called? Headbangers Ball. They actually played that fairly regularly. And pretty evil, pretty sick video too, I would say.
It was, fuck yeah. And it had me completely enthralled, you know.
Bow to me faithfully. Anyways, Roger, what you got for number 4?
This one is I don't see a lot around. It's recently been repressed. I just had the original CD and finally got it on vinyl.
Oh, nice.
Oh man,
nice.
I got the reissue of that recently.
This is the original CD from back in the days. I've been waiting for this to be reissued on vinyl for 30 years. So finally got a reissue by Peace Wheel. So fucking awesome album. The vocalist would talk about John Tardy, but this could be his cousin or something because he's a beast of a vocalist. Very heavy, juicy guitars as well, and kind of mixed of tempos. You have doomier stuff, but you also have almost blasting, and it's just an evil feel to this whole album. So yeah, I fucking love this album.
Yeah, it's a proper hidden gem, that, Roger. Good call, mate. Good call.
Yeah, great album. Great album.
I have yet to listen to it, but I picked it up because I heard nothing but good things about that one.
Yeah, it's a killer one, and but this was out of print for so long, it was difficult to get hold on. So
it was.
I was lucky to pick it up back in the day.
Any of the albums that were released on Def Records, which was like a Peaceville subsidiary, they're always quality. At the Gates' first album, Therian was on that. Pitch Shifter, numerous great bands.
Oh, Pitch Shifter. Oh,
that first Therian album fucking rips.
Oh,
all right, Nick, you ready?
Good shout, Roger.
Numero 4.
Surprise Suffocation hasn't popped up, but yeah. Here's one within. This was my gateway into even more brutal death metal. I had been listening to like Cannibal Corpse and Obituary for a while, and then someone played me Thrones of Blood, and it was like, oh fuck, that's even heavier. Dude, Terrence Hobbs riffing on here is so spectacular. He found a way to be technical, kind of catchy and melodic, but just brutal as hell. And man, these songs are fucking amazing. It was between this and Effigies the Forgotten. Yeah, Mike Smith's drum work on that album alone. Mike Smith's drum work is fucking god tier and hyper influential in death metal in general. But this one, even though it doesn't have Mike on drums, is I think their best. It's just fucking fantastic. The Depths of Depravity. My God, what a fucking intense song. This is, like I said, one of the best brutal fucking albums that came out in '95. It was a big gateway into bands like Dying Fetus and Broken Hope for me. And yeah, it's still my favorite to this day. Absolutely killer.
I think that's one of the best covers, too. That album cover is beyond sick, man. I'm a big art guy. I love it, and that cover is so killer.
Outstanding.
We're gonna get a good look at the griminess going on there.
Yeah. I just saw them with Nick at the Maryland Death Fest, too. Me and Nick just took them in together.
Dude, Ricky sounded great, man. They opened up with Legion and Veracity. It was like, holy shit, that's generally like more towards the middle of the set, and dude, bold opener.
Whooped your ass, yeah.
Dude, that slam riff, like literally, slam essentially just dick rides that breakdown and turned it into a genre. For being completely honest, and I mean, it's probably one of the best examples of a great slam breakdown.
Yeah, I just saw them open for Death to All back in the end of March, and pretty ferocious. And I had not really. As a lot of you guys know, I'm not the biggest, that's one of there are a couple bands, and I'm going to mention them down when we get to the end, where they've kind of, I missed them sort of, and that was, Suffo was one of those bands where I just, all these years of being a death metal guy, I just never fell in on them. And so while I did listen to some in the last year or two, over the pandemic, I still wasn't real familiar with their material, but seeing them live, man, they were fucking fierce. And Terrence, just a crazy good guitar player. And I'm going to have him on in a couple weeks. I'm reaching out to him probably today. I'm going to have him on for a nice, cool interview, maybe with Kelly from Atheist joining. So we'll see once Kelly gets back from tour. But all right. Devon, what you got for
Funny Nick pulled Suffocation, so this is my next one.
Yeah, all right. That's the other. Nice. That's the other example. Nice.
Effigy 91. So, like he said, the breakdown of Leaf Veracity. But besides that, Infesting the Crypts, Seeds of Suffering, Mass Obliteration, Jesus Wept, title track. Fucking crushes.
Jesus Wept is so fucking good.
Fantastic album.
Another awesome cover too. I mean, all their artwork has always been.
Another Dan Seagrave classic.
His old school biomechanical stuff, like that's when that was still kind of a big part of his art style.
Yeah.
I have no idea what the fuck's going on in that cover. I don't care. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's killer looking though. It's. I mean, that art is. Those early Suffolk albums have killer art from Seagrave. Yeah.
Looks like a robot in a pile of garbage.
Yeah. It's got like spider fangs.
Very death metal. Very death metal.
It's just round the corner from Erosion of Sanity.
Yeah. Which strange you should note that because that's coming up. What you got there, Johnny?
Ooh. Right. Well, before Devon mentioned Finland and Finnish bands, and obviously Roger just mentioned about albums that have been taking fucking ages to come out and be reissued. I'm going to go with Demigod.
Nice.
There you go.
Yeah, this is the one that's just been obviously Slumber of the Sullen Eyes, being issued by Spart. This is the green vinyl version, which obviously Roger doesn't like because it's not black. I can't be asked taken out because it's got one of these horrible things on it already. What a fucking beast of an album this is. It's so weird as well. There's a big booklet in this and all this sort of shit, and there's lots of words to read in it, which is really cool. But it's basically that the singer Essa was saying that the Finnish scene, they basically wanted to do the opposite of the Swedish scene. They wanted to take it just on a tangent, fucking just so technical and weird and almost progressive. It's quite abrasive, but it works. So I think we need some of this on the album, guys. So yeah, that's my choice. Yeah. Demigod.
Good choice, man. I'll be
absolutely.
Interested to see if anyone else picks that, but I'm gonna guess maybe not.
I could have been a list of just the Finnish death metal.
Do you guys have this?
Yeah.
The demo compilation?
Oh, nice.
Ooh, no. Nice.
It's a bootleg, so it kind of sounds like shit, but
is this the one you spent $140 for?
Sounds like it was in a fucking Butthole Island.
Butthole Island.
All right, Dennis, what you got for number 4, man?
All right, just another classic. I got to pull, obviously. Fucking Altars of Madness.
Hell yeah!
Outstanding.
God tier.
Yeah.
This is my original CD I got when it came out.
It looked like it.
Repress, but this one's always been special to me just because it's the first CD, one of the first CDs I ever bought when I was younger. Just a fucking banger. Obviously, I was in a Morbid Angel. I pulled a couple. I had the Abominations and Thy Kingdom Come demo before I bought that, but this thing, man, it just ripped. It was like a progression from the demos, but had this possessed sound to it too. A lot of the guitar sounds. And I like how evil it sounds as far as like how they like take stuff from the Necronomicon and stuff like that and put it into the lyrics. I thought that was really just a special feeling. And then Blessed, I like that one. I'm not a big fan of Covenant. Everyone knows that. But by then I was already kind of out of listening to that kind of stuff. But yeah, man, fucking great record. Top 10, top tier record for me for sure. Still holds up. I still listen to it all the time.
Yeah.
And again, Dan Seagrave artwork.
Yep.
The artwork suits the album as well, doesn't it? The artwork is just perfect, as you say, for that Necronomicon thing.
Yeah. Fantastic.
But not in the Covenant, you said, right, Dennis? Not in the Covenant, you said?
No, I mean, that's more about how the scene had become. And Morbid Angel were a bunch of fucking asshole rock stars at the time. They kind of were ruining the underground, not letting people sell shirts, all sorts of dumb shit.
Wow.
Yeah, right on.
Go ahead, Mark.
Right, okay. This is some UK death metal for you from 1990. And a band that my band have had the pleasure of sharing the stage with.
Oh, hell yeah.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Ah, yes. What a fucking
To the Gory End by Cancer. One of the sort of first sort of UK death metal bands that I became aware of and just loved them. The song Into the Acid, one of the first songs that when we formed the band, it was one of the first songs we learned to play as a band to see if we had that sort of connection. And we used to include it in our set. But raw and primitive death metal, and it even includes backing vocals by John Tardy on one of the tracks, which obviously piqued my interest back in the day. This is it's an original press, but yeah, fantastic. And that artwork is painted by the drummer himself.
Nice.
Fuck yeah, it's badass.
Classic album. In my
Side
opinion.
note on the artwork, if I may, really quickly. The Metalhead box, which is a metal box that metalheads can subscribe to. I know a few of us in here do it, me and Nick and stuff in particular, but a few months ago, the Metalhead box sent out a Cancer t-shirt exclusive to the box, and it had that same artwork, but it had decayed by 33 years. You know what I mean? Like it was
Oh, that's sweet.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What a cool fucking concept for a t-shirt, in my opinion, man. Yeah.
That's a cool idea, yeah.
You guys know that's from Dawn of the Dead, right?
It is. That's correct. Yeah, it's a still from that. But more importantly, I feel like I need this T-shirt now. I need to find one of them.
Dude, it's an amazing T-shirt. I wish I could pull it. I may pull it if we take a break. I'll pull it and show it even.
Cool.
Nice. Nick's gonna show my my next pick, right, Nick?
Yep.
Hang on, Nick's gonna show my next pick here. Yeah.
This is his favorite album. He loves it.
Hey, what the fuck are you guys laughing at, man?
The fact that I own this.
Are you guys judging me, man?
I have it myself too.
The fact that you own it is kind of silly, but I will say this much: that is the one and only time I got to see the band was on that tour.
I'm sorry.
So yeah, it was kind of weird, and there was a bunch of skinheads in the crowd, which I found out is kind of a usual thing for them. So actually, my pick, Devon actually has. Thanks, Nick, for playing along.
You do realise you've got two skinheads in this panel, Jeff?
Yes. Yes, I do know that there are two. Yes, you're right. We're not sure about Chris. We're not sure if he actually has hair or not. But anyway.
No.
So Gateways is my pick. However, I initially had Altars, and it's kind of a 1-1A for me. But I like the super thick, sludgy tone on Gateways. It's just this thick, soupy, fucking gnarly, nasty, dripping with swamp sweat sort of smell or sound rather, and smell. I'm sure it smells too. I've never gotten close enough to Trey to know. So sorry, Trey, if that's the case. But yeah, man, it's just so thick and soupy and nasty. But Altars is it's weird, but I'm also one of those fucking weird dudes that really likes Domination because I love Where the Slime Is. I like Hate Work by Eric Rattan. That song is kick ass. So any one of those three I could go with, and I love Covenant too. But I kind of actually sort of prefer Tucker. His era of vocals a little better than I do Vincent's for some reason. Not sure why. It's just one of those things, a preference thing. But yeah, I really like Gateways, man. That's the one when I could just roll the windows down, crank that fucker up really loud, go deaf while I'm driving, and I'm into every song on the album. So
yeah. I mean, it's damn good. I like
really good at that album as well. So.
Yeah, fantastic.
All right.
Yeah. Great choice, sir. Great choice. I'm ready to go to this island, you guys. Fuck.
I'm packing my bags off camera.
Whatever we do not let Chris choose the fuck dolls, please.
Hey, forget having sex with it. I want to know which one on this panel is most likely to be caught brushing her hair or some shit like that.
I might be caught having a glass of wine with her, but who knows where that mouse been? So I'm not sharing that glass of wine.
I'm only
Put the lotion in the.
I'm going to get canceled for this stream. I can tell.
Probably.
Thanks, Chris. We said we weren't going to do that, but anyway. All right, Jason, you're up with number 5, man.
Number 5, yeah. So this one, I don't know if you guys heard of this band. Hopefully you have, but number 5 for me is Under a Stone with No Inscription by Anada.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Love Anada.
Familiar.
Okay, so they're one of those bands. They're a technical death metal band, but they're really interesting because they're not like a technical death metal band in the same way like Necrophagist is a technical death metal band. They're doing the sweepy, widdly wows, as I like to say. They do a lot of cool stuff with like harmony and counterpoint and lots of single note stuff. The rhythm section's insanely tight. I mean, it's normal death metal drums, crazy, blasts and double bass and everything, but just really unique band. And they have a record also called The Conductor's Departure. That was the last one they put out. I think it was like 2005 or 6. And that one is really, for me, where they kind of like fully took that sound kind of to where I think they wanted to. There's a lot of really like catchy melodies. It's weird, but like the scales they use and a lot of tonalities they use don't seem like they would make sense in the context of like a death metal record, but it all works. And then they'll drop some heavy ass riff out of nowhere. And it's like, oh, cool. But I love that record. There's a track, I would say it's Sewages of the Mind. Just an awesome riff. Super cool. That's off Under a Stone. But same thing. They disappeared. Awesome band. Disappeared. There was some talk of another record they were going to do, and they just kind of dropped off the map. So I think they were, I want to say they're a Scandinavian band. I don't remember exactly what country, but were they? Yeah, I'm not 100% sure anymore. But yeah, love that record. Definitely check it out if you haven't heard it.
Cool. That sounds like an interesting one.
I have all three of their albums. They're all amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick, you do? Yeah.
Yep.
Awesome
Yeah,
band,
dude.
I love it.
When you said that, I was like, holy shit, man, Anata's gonna get some love, dude.
Yeah.
Conductor's Departure is where I fucking jumped on with them. I was like, dude, this is fucking great.
Jason, just a word to the wise here. Nick has every CD ever made.
Yeah.
In the known universe.
Yeah.
There's not really one I
love him for it.
Hell yeah.
All right, Chris, you ready to roll, man?
All right, I am indeed. And as far as the hair thing goes, I don't have any on my head, but my nuts have a goatee. But
it just continues to devolve.
All right, for those paying attention at home and who hung out with us right here on this channel for Gas Mask when we did our deep dive on death.
Yeah.
Say that 5 times in a row, but we did our deep dive on death. And yes, I know that Scream Bloody Gore was my favorite one when we did that deep dive. However, for the island is a different question. It's not your favorite death record. It's the one you want to be trapped on an island with, which I argue could be a different record than.
I agree.
I've just Scream Bloody Gore. I know it. I can air guitar the fuck out of it. You know what I mean? So I know it by heart. So Death is Human is going to be my choice for our island. So, and I believe Nick has art for Human, don't you, my friend? But
I didn't grab. I didn't grab the Human one.
Somebody, Mark maybe.
Nope, there we go.
Mark grabbed it for me. Yeah, there we go.
But
well, anyway,
that's a curveball because I would have thought that would have been the last one that you would have picked after our deep dive. But now you're stealing my thunder and Mark's thunder, you bastard.
Oh, I do love it, man. It's the death record that I find I go to most often now to listen to. You know what I mean? When
by far for me, yeah, and I love them all.
Makes me nostalgic. So again, I know it looks a little inconsistent, but Lack of Comprehension is still just a great song. And honestly, I'm a little biased. I had Steve DiGiorgio come on our show, and it made me love Steve. Yeah, I'm name dropping, by the way. Fuck yeah, that was my.
I was gonna say the only reason he brought this up is so that he could pimp his show with Steve DiGiorgio.
That just fell out of my mouth like a motherfucker. But no, seriously, I do love that album. And this is my love. I don't have any Cynic on my list, but this album is my love for Reiner. It is my love for Paul Masvidal. Both appearing on this record, which is a masterpiece. It's a great record. I love all Death. We talked about it then. It's a perfect discography.
Yep, it is.
You can't go wrong. So, and it's one I want to hit repeat on most often. Therefore, it's the one I want on the island. So
I appreciate that. I totally get it. All right, Roger, what you got for number 5?
Well, we're going to England, and one of my, good old bands. Of Death, Utopia band.
Nice.
I fucking love this album. This comes with the extra tracks on a 7-inch. So just fantastic. I Abstain is probably my favorite Napalm Death song ever. So just fucking love this album.
Outstanding.
Fantastic album. Fantastic album.
Yeah. Devon, is that the one you tried to get me into? What was the ones I checked out?
I think no, I told you to check out one. You didn't listen to the one I suggested. I think I told you that one and Fear Emptiness and Harmony Corruption.
I did Harmony, that's right. Yeah, and I liked it. I didn't think I would because I'm not really a grindy guy.
Well, Harmony, that's basically this.
Harmony is a US sounding album compared to the rest of the stuff.
Yeah, it's got a little bit more. It's got a little more metal. Yeah.
And
So that's one I need to look at. Yeah.
Did you hear Fear Emptiness? That's more like a mid-pitch kind of groovy one.
Yeah, that was
the one that I checked out had like the yellow and orange sort of thing on the. I can't remember.
You know when a band changed its logo, the sound's going to change.
True, that's a good point.
Point. But Barney Greenway's never sounded as good.
Was it this one?
That's the one I listened to. I like that one a lot. What's that one?
Harmony Corruption.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. I like that one a lot. So I need to dig into those again. That's like a Suffo band that I think I was under the impression that it was going to be less metal, more grind, and I'm just not. I've tried grind. I just am not into it. Like, I'm one of those guys that thinks Putrefaction is fucking nothing but noise. Sorry, it just is to me. I know. Dennis is down there.
I've got to go now, Jeff.
Dennis is down there going, put the OG demos, man.
Better than Swan Song. What?
Yeah, it's one of those things. I guess it's my old man ears. I don't know what to say. But
I think Harmony Corruption is a great album, but it's like James said with Anata sort of realising their sound. I think Utopia Banished was the point where Napalm Death realised their sort of death metal sound. Harmony Corruption still had a lot of elements of grind, and it was a new band, if you will.
Yeah,
Jesse Pintado had just joined, and Mitch Harris, and Barney was a new member. Utopia Banished is one of the greatest UK death metal albums ever, in my opinion.
I'm gonna get on that. Promise. All right, Nick, what you got for number 5?
We're staying in New York. Immolation, Closer World Below.
Roger's going to be very happy.
We just ranked this discography. Dear God, one of the most consistent fucking death metal bands out there. So hard to pick a favorite, but this one is still kind of the clear winner because all that distance, all those weird crawling riffs, fucking Robert's guitar work is so goddamn good. But there's like a sophistication and epicness to this evil fucking sound. Like even Morbid Angel doesn't quite capture it on Covenant. This is just dark and sinister, but oddly melodic. Like Lost Passion, one of my absolute favorite songs by this band. But I mean, God, dude, Father, You're Not a Father, absolutely amazing. God, Put My Hands in the Fire. Every fucking song here, the title track is glorious. And again, it has this sort of epic vibe, and it's probably the closest I get to anything proggy-er on my list. Like everything else is pretty damn primal and fucking angry. But I needed some absolutely unquestionably evil music for this island, and Immolation, God tier band.
Definitely agree,
good
brother.
Pick in the first one. It made it
1000% agree, brother.
round 5.
Honorable mention for me. Must admit, I've got the
Brilliant
excellent album.
All right, Devon, what you got for number 5?
It's got some proto caveman shit.
Oh shit!
Damn, son.
The greatest
Excellent.
album cover never.
Pretty much. These guys are very weird sounding, but
Yes.
Fucking caveman shit indeed.
totally super nasty. I mean, it looks like this album cover is perfect, matches the music, super nasty and gross.
Yeah.
So
Is it a scratch and sniff?
So 91, I think. Which one is this? Their second or their debut? I don't remember.
The second, that one.
Oh yeah,
For God Your Soul is their debut.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, awesome record. They're still good too. Their last record was awesome also. So yeah.
Do you know? I think that album and that band, when they talk about like Entombed and this sort of death and roll that they started, I think Pungent Stench always had a kind of a rock and roll feel to their death metal.
Yeah, I agree.
Fantastic pick, Devon. Fantastic.
Great band.
Alakazam. I never said I didn't like any Suffocation. I said I didn't know any Suffocation. Big difference there. When I saw them open for Death, I mean, I love the live set, but I couldn't have told you other than Pierce Within and maybe I'm drawing a blank on song titles because I just don't know their catalog as well. I just never checked them out, and I didn't really until maybe about a year and a half ago when guys in the in the YouTube community are like, "Are you kidding me, dude? You're a death metal head and you don't know stuff?" I'm like, sorry, I just don't. You can't know every band. It's just
Right.
Like I can't. I
If only.
No.
I want
That's
to.
right.
I want to. I want to.
But I like too much other stuff. You know, what I mean,
Right.
you guys all know I'm into Miles Davis and fucking Hendrix and all kind of stuff. So I can't somehow, to some extent, with death metal for me, I go into it deep and then I gotta back away for a little while because otherwise it just gets all kind of stale for me. That's why I move around a lot. So that was just one of those bands in the genre that I somehow missed. And like I said, I think it was more because I thought that they were going to be more grindy, and the grindcore that I knew, the little bit that I knew, I just wasn't that into. So that's probably was the reason for that. So Dennis, how you doing on time, dude?
I'm good.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
I love the grindcore, baby.
I'm sorry. Where were we last? Devon, we were with you. Okay, so Johnny.
Mate.
Hi,
Yeah.
Johnny.
Well, well, I just thought I'd show this, which is because it's a great cover.
Fuck yeah.
And it's the issue just to piss Lodgy off again, and it's piss yellow. So, right.
It's bloody piss yellow in Ace.
I'm staying with Cancer, but I'm going with the second album,
That's cool.
Death Shall Rise. And this is something that me and Mark have in common. This is the issue as well. I don't have any OGs, I'm afraid. But this has got 2 discs. And the second disc is actually live at Wrexham, back in, as it says, live at Wrexham Memorial Hall, Wales, 31st of the 8th, 1990. Me and Mark were at that gig, so it means a lot to us.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
So this is, but the album's excellent, and obviously because it was 1990, it's mostly stuff off the first album. So I thought if we bring this, you've got lots more to listen to anyway, but fucking Cancer are great. In fact,
I like
Cancer,
that
fucking
cover.
Cancer.
That cover's badass.
Yeah, cover's awesome, isn't it? One of my mates had that painted on the back of a leather jacket, and the guys at the band, they're actually sporting boat thrower on this show. One of the guys of the band came up to him and went, "Fucking hell, man, excellent jacket." I can't remember who it was. I don't think it was James Murphy. I think it was the singer. But awesome stuff. So I'm going with that. I think we gotta put some more Cancer on there. So I'm going for that.
Cool.
All right, Dennis, you ready for number 5?
I'm ready. All right, so this one's kind of cheating, but I didn't pick Entomb Left Hand Path, but I picked this Nihilist Carnal Leftovers.
Wow.
LP.
It is cheating. It is cheating. Go ahead.
But yeah, all the demos on here. Plus, this is the bonus one that has the Entomb demo as a 7-inch.
Fantastic.
Yep.
Right.
So I pretty much have all the
Is that my copy, Dennis?
But yeah, fucking great. One of my all-time favorite bands.
Fantastic.
But just, I mean, a lot of the same songs are on Left Hand Path, except for
Right.
Path, but
Ba-doom.
just
That's
a fucking banger of old school death metal, the way it should be played. Just fucking phenomenal, man. Love this band. Just, man, you can't beat these demos. They're just the history of death metal right here. As far as Sweden goes, man, this is where it's at. This and Morbid, man.
Absolutely.
That's where the chainsaw pedal became the fucking thing. But you know, you got to go another level deeper, Dennis. I love you for that, brother. It's deeper level Dennis is what I'm calling you from now.
No boy.
No, he's
Look
OG
out.
Press. He ain't shaking that one.
Deeper level OG Press. It's just
Right.
getting deeper and deeper, right?
The woman said shallow. I said deeper. You know what I mean? I love you, Dennis. I kid.
All right, Mark, what you got for number 5?
So, seeing as Dennis thinks he's cheating, which he's obviously not, I suppose this could be classed as that because some people would class this as a grindcore album, but Symphonies of Sickness by Carcass,
Grindy, but deathy for sure.
there is obviously the elements of grindcore, but this for me was my sort of exposure to taking death metal to an even more extreme level, and Bill Steer's guitar tone is just from like Mentally Murdered. I think on that and this is he just sounds so good, and I just I've always loved that twin vocal of the screamy, harsh Jeff Walker sound, and then Bill Steer's like bowel rupturing gurgles. You know, just a fantastic album.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say just to add there, I got the high dynamic range versions of those records, and they sound killer. I don't know.
Yeah,
if anyone ever
the
messed with
FDR
those.
ones. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think this is
Pull that one too.
Yeah, just kind of interesting. It's almost in some cases like I've got a few of those. I don't know if that. I think that was all the same label reissuing those, right? Because I got a few of them. I've got
Earache.
it's the earache ones. But yeah, that sounds killer. Like, I've got a pretty decent system, and when you spin it, it's almost like in some cases like you're hearing shit in songs you never heard before. I've listened to a million times.
Are they the ones with the multi-disc? Or are you talking about the vinyls?
The vinyl.
Oh, the vinyls. Okay, all right, okay.
They did reissue the CDs as well.
That's the CD, the multi-disc, which has got the DVD on the other side, but it's also got the Symphony Sectors demo as well. No, this was just this was just released as it's just got a DVD on the other side. It's got a dual disc.
That's the ones I've got. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they all go together on the spine, don't they?
Yep. Yep.
Earache released a lot of the Entombed albums, the Carcass albums, Morbid Angel, and they're all FDR, and they do sound utterly brilliant.
Yeah,
some of the best sounding vinyl reissues I've heard.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've got a handful of them. They sound
music on vinyl do quite a decent job, and Back on Black, but those FDR are just superb sounding records.
Is that a gatefold, Mark?
Meaty.
No.
Meaty
Oh.
No, it's not, unfortunately, but it has. I think it has got the original artwork on.
Yeah, mine's the gatefold that has all the gore.
Yeah, it's got.
That's silly, bro. Fuck
Well,
yeah.
That's the OG press, of course, Dennis. Yeah. Of course, Dennis is going to.
Yeah, I told you. I just told you, deeper, Dennis.
Can this be my Facebook photo?
Don't look at me. Just look at me. That's all.
At least this version's not the one. Not the one with a little tiny strip across the front.
Right?
I have that strip shit. Yeah.
Or that horrible alternate cover they did.
That's the Putrefaction version. That's the one they did for with just the split. It's horrible. Horrible.
I have the poster for that one hanging in my kitchen.
For real. A glimpse
man, you guys
of
are a
gore.
bunch of fucking nerds, man. I'll tell you what. All right.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna go with this one, and we'll do that one next, Nick. That other one.
Yes,
Okay.
See, we're gonna be hanging out. We're gonna be hanging out on the island, Jeff.
So I love this band.
You and our doll.
Stop. Stop, or I'm putting you on timeout and mute. Okay, I'm just saying. All right, so this band, is critically important to me, as to most of us probably that are into death metal. I mean, you can make the argument that Possessed was first, with Besser first being the real, adding the death vocals to a thrash album. I do feel that a lot of Possessed Seven Churches is very thrashy versus more deathy, but I think Jeff certainly was clearly the first guttural sort of vocal that came out and with that people associate them with death metal. Both of those are on my list, obviously, although I'm switching one up because Dennis already did Possessed. I may throw it. It's probably an honorable mention. This is my favorite death album, but that's kind of like saying I have 7 kids and I really only like one of them. So, I mean, I love all these death albums almost equally, but this one is the one that always speaks to me. It's got, obviously it's got Sean Reinert, it's got Paul Masvidal, it's got DiGiorgio, it's got just some insane fucking playing on it. It's the riffs. Jason, you're a guitar player. Mark, you're a guitar player. I don't know if anyone else is. I'm a guitar player. Devon's a guitar player. If you're a guitar player, man, you cannot discount the playing on these albums. This album in particular, but on all death stuff. It's complex, but it's still very melodic. It's riffy and heavy, but it's dynamic. It's just killer stuff. Chuck was just a fucking killer songwriter, man. He was a killer songwriter, and then he was smart enough to get really good players all around him. Yes, he was difficult to deal with. I know people that know him very well and dealt with him. Some really liked him. Some are not super praiseworthy. They appreciated for his drive. They appreciated for him for his vision, but they said he was very prima donna-ish and very difficult to work with. And I believe these people. That said, they all say without him, the genre would not be the same. So this album to me, fucking just, start to finish. And frankly, all you guys that aren't into Cosmic Seed, bite my nutsack. All right.
I feel attacked and no.
It's killer, and you know it, and just deal with it. And monster album. But if somebody came up to me and said, "Oh no, you can't take that one. You got to take Sound of Perseverance, or you got to take, Leprosy or Spiritual," I'd be like, "Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with
Well,
that."
we know where you put Scream Bloody Gore in your ranking, so.
Yeah, well,
the thing that always struck me with that album is Chuck's playing on Leprosy and Spiritual Healing was good. It was Sean's drumming that, when compared to Bill Andrews' style on Leprosy and Spiritual, which is great, but it's kind of got a metronomic feel to it.
Yes, very much. Yep.
Once Sean was involved in that drumming, I remember the first thing, at the speed of the double bass drumming, the double kick, I was like, wow. He took Death to another level for me.
Well, it allowed Chuck to become a more dynamic writer, which he had started to become a little bit on Leprosy, and then he moved the bar even further on Spiritual. And by the way, we did a big deep dive on this, so go check that out, guys. Everybody's watching, but he pushed, having Reinhardt and Masvidal and DiGiorgio it made Chuck really become that much more of a complex songwriter, I think, in a lot of ways. And while I was talking to LeCicero, and he's like, "Hey man, I played a lot of those riffs and they're not as complex as Forbidden riffs, which are very complex." He's like, there was just a movement and a flow to them that in death metal wasn't really there much before that. You know what I mean? Cynic was just, Cynic didn't come out, they're out for 2 more years. So Focus didn't come out till 93. Human comes out in 91. You could almost say that that's kind of the first technical death metal album in a lot of ways, that Focus and Atheist, although Atheist has something to say about that, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute here, because that came out 91, the same year as Piece of Time did. But long story short, that album's just a monster album, and one that in the death metal genre, that's one I go back to often and never tire of and never skip and just play all the way through. So, but it doesn't hold up to the Mantis demos, as OG Press will probably say. All right. Jason, we're on number 6.
Yeah. So yeah, I'll piggyback off yours actually, because one of mine was Sound of Perseverance. I love that record. That just huge influence on me, as you said, like guitar player. The riffs on that album are just perfect,
insane,
just perfect. There's I forget exactly where I heard it from, but everyone will know what I'm talking about when it was like Chuck and his hero riffs, right? There's those changes where like it'll turn around really fast, and then it's this really melodic driving, like semi like power metal, heroic sort of riff. And I just
Spirit
love
Crusher.
And Spirit Crusher. I just love the way that he kind of blended that. Richard Christie's drumming on that record is just absolutely
crazy,
insane. Awesome. I love the production on that album as well. But it's weird. So like for me, obviously I'm a little younger. I got into death after Chuck had already passed away. And that album to me just always really resonated, like heavy, but almost like kind of emotionally heavy, just like the lyrics, the songs, like Voice of the Soul, just really like moved me, so that was always a special one. I love all their stuff. I have all their stuff. And obviously, like we've already talked about Human a ton, Individual Thought Patterns. Like I love all that stuff, but for whatever reason, Sound of Perseverance is like always the death record I go back to.
Nice.
Yeah, and if you're a guitar player, man, and you don't like death, there's something not right with you, because
man, no doubt.
I mean, of all the death bands that you could talk about, they incorporated the guitar in a way that a lot of other death metal bands didn't. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of progressive and technical playing. Is it necrophagious? No, but it doesn't have to be. It's just as
it doesn't want to be, right? Yeah.
Right. It's just as complex in a melodically challenging way.
Right.
You know, you don't have a lot of the, you know, you don't really have a lot of sweeping, and you don't have a lot of tapping. There's some, but you've got a lot of, like on Human, you've got a lot of Holdsworthy playing, because that's kind of where Paul was going, right? And then you get to Individual Thought Patterns, and you got Andy LaRocque, who really, quite frankly, of all the guitar players on all of the Death albums, is probably the most stand out for me is Andy LaRocque, because the only problem with that album, and I said it in the deep dive, is it sounds like his solos were kind of dropped in a lot of those songs, but his playing is just frightening.
Yeah, he's a monster, big time.
And for anybody watching who enjoys the sound of Perseverance, check out Control Denied.
Amazing album. Love that album.
Yep.
Everyone else kind of half shit on it, but me, I love that album.
Oh no, it's fun.
It's great.
If you like Sound of Perseverance, if you like Sound of Perseverance, you've got to like that album.
No, I think a lot of you guys,
Control Denied album, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Say again, Roger.
To be a Control Denied album, but because the label, he had one more album to do with the label, he had to.
They wanted to sell. Nuclear Blast wanted to sell a lot of Death albums, and so they kind of forced him to put a Death logo on it or a name to it. And then he went back and sang, and we talked about this in the deep dive with all of us. His vocals changed from pretty much from Spiritual on. There was a difference. He became more of a black metal shrieky sort of thing than the deathy stuff in the first couple of albums, but. Yeah, it's a killer album, and I love Control Denied. I think it's a fucking amazing album. And it's a shame we'll probably never see that second album from everything that I've heard and from DiGiorgio and Hoagland, the guys that were involved with it. They just don't, or Hoagland wasn't involved, but Richard Christie, they just don't think the tapes were ready to, they're able to fix what was going on there. So, all right, Roger, we're on, or I'm sorry, Chris, we're on number 6.
All right. Well, this is one we touched on before a little bit tonight already, or today, I guess. And I'm going to go, when I think Swedish death metal, I think Left Hand Path from Entombed. You know, 1990, I know somebody pulled it out earlier. I knew I wouldn't be the only person with this on my list when I chose it, but I chose it anyway. And by the way, rest in peace to Petrov, who passed away at only 49 fucking years old, man. Fuck cancer. Other than the band, fuck cancer. This was the album that set the bar for guitar tone and death metal to me, man. Like, that tone was just filthy. The riffs and that intensity was fucking heavy and impactful as fuck for me when I first got my hands on this record. And I have heard arguments that this was the one, this is the signature record that put the, you know, the Boss HM2, the chainsaw pedal on the map, you know. That pedal's become almost synonymous with Swedish death metal, and I think it starts right here, if I'm not mistaken. But it became the most sought after pedal in the world even after this. Like, they couldn't keep them on the shelves in places apparently. But the title track from this one won me over, and it actually, we did a poll on our social media a while back, and this one, the title track won the best Swedish death metal song on our ever list. So there you go, man.
It is
nice.
It is
classic, utter classic, masterpiece,
dude. The Phantasm Bridge that all instantly won me. I was like, oh my god, I know that.
I'm sorry. What album were we talking about? I got distracted. What album were we?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That was Chris's pick.
Yeah. Okay.
It was mine too, but everyone else picked it too. I figured that would.
Yeah, it's one of mine too, but everybody's chosen it. So.
Well, it's because it's great.
It's amazing. I still listen to it on the regular, honestly.
I jammed it again.
You know the thing about that album. I'll blow mine out here now. The thing about that album is that, despite its heaviness, all the songs are catchy.
Right. Exactly. They nailed that combination.
It's just that it's just that catchiness of the songs and the verses and the chorus, and you're like, well, this shouldn't work, and you got that buzzsaw grindy guitar. But now I must fess up, and I think I did this earlier, I bought that a long time ago, way back when it came out, and I got rid of it.
You piece of shit, I'm out of here.
I had to reacquire it. Yeah, I was like, I'm never gonna listen to that thing, man.
I would be
somewhere along the line,
less
I'm like,
offended
wait,
if you
why
told
do I
me to
not
go
own
fuck
this?
myself right now.
I agree, Nick. I agree with
Is Nick trying to talk? I'm sorry. Does he have something to say? I'm sorry. I can't hear him. Nick, I can't hear you. Speak up, Nick. All right. So where are we at? Roger, we're on number 5. 6? No, wait, are we on 6 or 5?
6.
6.
6. All right. You knew I'd get confused.
Staying in Sweden.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, wow. Nice. Cool, man. I love that record.
It's fantastic. Just don't have to say anymore. It's again, it's kind of catchy but evil at the same time.
Right.
Not the heaviest death metal, but just evil.
Yeah, it's got a proper atmosphere, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You know, the tremolo harmonies on that album are fucking beautiful.
Yeah.
Just,
but sinister.
Awesome stuff. This is the original CD.
Fantastic.
They're an awesome live band too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of your favorite bands, isn't it, Devon?
Yeah, I didn't pull that though. I should have, but
I was going to say, I wondered if you pulled it.
Saved you.
Dennis had it. There you go.
What a nice pull.
All right, Nick, what you got for number 6?
Well, I mean, since we're talking about death,
Yeah.
I figured this one would have come up already, but I've seen a good wide swath of death, and yeah, Leprosy is my goat. I fucking love this album. Every thing that I love about death metal is still on this album, and it's still carried on throughout every death metal release, I would say, ever. You know, they got a little bit more sophisticated, but it's like kind of like going from like Neanderthal to Cro-Magnon, because there's still that sloping brow, knuckle dragging energy on here, but again, a little bit more dynamics. Like, Pull the Plug, Born Dead, God, man, Choke on It, dude. Every fucking song in here. This album is perfect. It's my goat for death, and I love all the Death's albums, but this is the one that I come to the most because there's just a very specific kind of primal energy on it, and it's filthy. It's disgusting, and I love it. Yeah.
Yes. Filthy, disgusting, and beautiful.
Yeah, they've harked that balance. Another one, they have like good melodies on it, but like the whole vibe of it is just kind of like just dripping with grossness. And honestly, my favorite vocals from Chuck on that album.
And those dive bombs from Rick Ross, you know.
Mm-hmm. Dude, I mean, I guess you could say maybe Bill's drums are a little loud in the mix, but after a while, you kind of settle into it and you don't care anymore.
It's a classic album, isn't it?
Amazing. And great album cover, too. Not quite as good as Scream Bloody Gore, though. Like, that's a pretty good one.
And who would have thought a pink album cover would suit a death metal band?
Oh, yeah. It's very lush and pretty. There you have.
Fantastic album. Fantastic.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. That's still such a fucking sick flag.
So that's the one wall. Here's the other wall. Can you see it? Oh, shit.
Oh, hell yeah.
Dude, John, Arch Era Fates Warning.
There's the other wall. And then there's the other wall right
Chris,
there.
we were talking about that album back when we did our interview.
Is it any wonder I'm not married? Is it any wonder I'm not married?
That room reeks of virginity.
Well, I have 2 kids, so I kind of doubt I'm a virgin.
All right, you got 2. All right.
Yeah.
2 times.
Love Fates.
And they're older than Devon, so there you go.
I'll be right back.
I just gave up and went with Love Dolls after that. It was a much much cheaper and no arguments. There was never any arguments. Never any. Right. I've got a headache. I'm tired. You know.
Yeah. Right.
All right.
I sent you that doll. So.
Devon, you're up. Sorry.
Okay. Probably stealing one from Dennis, but fuck it.
Oh, dude, I'm name dropping again. I had Grave on my show, bro. Grave was on my show.
So they're perfect mix because their debut was just completely fast. The record after this was more groovy. This is a perfect mixture of the two. So you get some fast songs and some groovy songs. So yeah, but then they did a terrible album called what's the one called?
Hating Life.
Yeah, that record no bueno. But yeah, their first 3 albums are awesome, but definitely my favorite. So yep. Grave You'll Never See. So 92, I think.
I think you summed it up perfect there, Devon.
It is
a perfect mix between their debut and Soulless. Just fantastic album.
Dennis,
That.
what were you showing? Sorry.
Well, I said it was on my list.
You pulled it. Yeah.
Nice. That artwork's silly.
Was that one of your 10?
Yeah.
Was it? Okay. We're doing okay
That's
on
quality.
it. We're getting enough variation in there that, you know.
Jeff, did I mention I had Grave on my show? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Good fucking Lord, man. Hang on, Aaron. Let me just blow you up, Chris, and just talk for half an hour about who's on your show.
Hey, thanks to you, Gorgus, but we'll talk about that later.
What's that?
Thanks to you, Gorgus is coming on my show.
Yeah, Kevin, that's right. Yeah.
Literally,
cool.
thanks to you, sir. I appreciate you for that.
Cool. Yeah, I got some surprises coming up too. I think some cool ones. So, okay, so we are down with Johnny. Give me a sec here. I'm sorry.
It's Johnny.
Johnny, what you got for number 6?
Okay. Well, I was going to go Left Hand Path.
Yeah, I think. Did any of us? Let me just ask this real quick. Does anyone not have that album on their list of 10?
Yeah,
Roger doesn't, and Jason doesn't.
I picked Nihilist instead.
Pick Nihilist.
Well, right.
I love it.
There we go.
I mean,
that was
don't
close.
get me wrong.
In other words, it's on Dennis's list. It is on Dennis's list. Is what he just said.
Yeah.
I do have this. It's
in my stack next year.
Go ahead, Johnny.
I can happily go for this.
That's a good one.
Clandestine.
Oh,
That's a good one.
Beautiful.
I know
like
it
that
gets
one a lot.
quite a bit of hate because obviously LG doesn't sing on it, but I love it. I think it's great.
I like that one a lot too.
Maybe it should have a different name on it. I'm not sure, but the music's still awesome.
I
if
think
anyone's
Nicky
seen it or heard it, they did a live version,
Oh yeah, dude.
Clandestine Live, which is really cool.
Yep.
So, I'm going to go with that since I can't go Left Hand Path, which we could all talk about Left Hand Path till the cows are blue. But yeah, I really enjoy Clandestine. I think it's excellent. You can't.
That's
fault
good.
it.
I actually really like that album.
Me too.
I know a lot of people kind of shit on it because of LG not being on it, but I think it's good. I think the riffs on it are pretty fucking savage. So
That's what I mean. It's still in tuned. It's still Left Hand Path in theory,
For
just
sure.
with a different singer.
Right.
You know, it's.
I think Nicky Anderson.
If you can get
And I
past
actually like
then-
that album.
Great voice.
I actually like that album artwork.
Yeah, the artwork's there, isn't it?
Catchy and deathy, man. You can't beat that. If it's a catchy groove death thing that assaults you like that, that's amazing. I love it.
Yeah.
Did you guys hear that? No? Okay.
Nope.
We're getting a wicked motherfucking thunderstorm here, man. Like wicked.
Whoa.
So if
Nice.
things get weird, that might be what's going on. So far, we're so good. So, all right, Dennis, what you got, man?
All right. Speaking of dripping, heavy,
Come on.
trilogy death metal.
The doll again.
Oh, there it
You're
is.
stealing my thunder again.
Fuck
You're
yeah,
back.
dude. Such a fucking banger, dude. This one is so swampy and just the fucking. I mean, Tardy's voice on this, man, and it carries over from like Executioner. It's just has that
Amazing.
sound, and it's yeah, man. For me, this and Cause of Death are my jams. But
Yeah.
man, this album's so heavy and brutal. It just is. It never lets up, and it's death metal. It's like there's no real harmony to it. It's just heavy, guttural, fucking death metal the way it should be played, and fucking just a 10 out of 10 for me.
The
that
Celtic
fucking
Frost worship
tone.
on it is so goddamn good.
Oh,
Like
That
that
obituary
tone.
tone, man. That obituary
Dude,
tone.
Trevor's fucking tone is
Sick.
just so swampy and wonderful.
And he's playing a fucking strat too.
I
Yep.
know.
It's so bizarre, you know.
His tone is as evil as his face.
Sick.
But he's got that
You
luscious
know what
head
though?
of
He's
hair.
a really
Like, I
fucking
swear to
nice
God,
guy.
like you could do
a
Vidal
super nice
Sassoon.
dude. So not like you would expect, you know. All right,
Outstanding.
Mark, what you got for number 6?
Right. Okay. So this is a band from Holland, Netherlands. What year was this? 1991. We're very old school on this show, aren't we?
Yeah, we.
Well, this is an album. I saw this band play. They played over in the UK with a band called Necrosanct supporting them,
Nice.
and they were so good live. And I thought I was all over them. And that is Gorefest.
Ooh, nice.
Ah,
I knew you were going to bring that one up as soon as you said Netherlands.
Yeah, just a fantastic. I saw them when they've just done the demo. That's the cover to the demo originally. But For me, it's old school sounding death metal. It's got everything you want from a death metal album. But what I always enjoyed about this is the drumming on this is superb, and there's parts in this that you remember the drum beat and the fills more than you do the guitars. The drummer on this is just absolutely superb. If you've not heard it, any of you guys, please check it out, because this is exactly what I wanted when I first heard this. It was everything I wanted in death metal. It had the aggression, it had the fast parts, but it also dropped down into little doomy sections. But everything about it is memorable. You know, a fantastic album. This isn't an OG press, but it's got the Tangled in Gore demo and Horrors in a Retarded Mind demo on it. So Gorefest, Mind Loss.
We have to talk more in the future, brother. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. That has to be.
Yeah, I love that cover too.
I love that dude's vocals. Like, he had some legit awesome deep roars.
Yeah,
all throughout the career too. Even the questionable releases they put out. But their last one was fantastic too. They went on a fucking high note.
Yep.
All their vocals get in your guts, man. You feel that shit in your chest.
It's very from the diaphragm.
Yeah.
Yep, there it is.
Terrible artwork though.
Sick album. Sick album though. Fucking sick album. Yeah.
Someone said to me that their sort of mid-period music sounds like they're a death metal version of Thin Lizzy.
Yeah,
and if you listen to it, it makes sense, because it's rock and roll but death metal. You know,
I got like a little bit of Helmet in those years, but I mean, those ones didn't quite hit as well as the early ones, and that last one in particular.
I could have picked False, because False is a good album as well.
Yeah, False is fantastic. Yeah.
Question for everyone: how we doing on time? Everybody cool?
I'm good.
Yeah.
All right, we're doing really well. So we may wrap in the 3.5 hour range or something like that. But depending on how much we get into honorable mentions and stuff like that. So Devon's going to show my next one. I'm kind of surprised no one's mentioned this, although I think, Mark, someone just said the name.
Yeah.
Gorgut's Erosion of Sanity. Man. Right. The weird thing about this album is it's probably not, push comes to shove, my favorite Gorguts. I really love Colored Sands. But this album right here, man, is very much one of the progenitors, 93, of technical death metal.
Yep.
The fucking riffs on here over Considered Dead. When you listen to Considered Dead and then you listen to this album, it's almost like a totally different band, because the vocals are still savage, and they're still, Luke just has that cool fucking throaty Michael Ockerfeld ugliness to his voice, only maybe a little more bellowy too. But the riffs on here, I don't know about you, Jason, if you like this album or not, but man, there's just so much angular dissonant.
Yeah, just discordant,
it's like they took the fucking Voivod Piggy playing and took it into death metal and just went completely haywire with it. And I love this album because it's just let's do this. Devon, where'd you go? So we did a deep dive on this way back when. You ready, Devon? I'm gonna bone you out here a little bit, but so we did a deep dive, and Devon kind of plagiarized somebody's thoughts on this album. But the thing that was hysterical about it is it's very right, is that there's these spidery riffs all over this album, man. They're just crawling. It's like they're oozing with fucking nastiness and shit. And they're heavy, but they're dissonant, they're angular, they're surgical, and I fucking love it. And really, they then took that to the extreme with Obscura, which, is one of those albums that no matter how much you listen to it, you can say you love it, but you're probably lying. But you probably are. I'm engrossed by it when I listen to it. It's like I can't let go of it. I get about halfway through, and then I got to take a long breather, and then I come back and I finish the album up. but it's not an album I'd want to be stuck on an island with because I'd probably drive myself insane.
Yeah, you'd go
listening to
nuts.
it, you know.
Challenging. I always say like challenging is the term you hear thrown out
Challenging
around.
would be a mild term, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Jeff would be in his own corner of the island. Like, what's he doing? He's like, oh, he's
You
listening
have your
to
head
stuff
in the
with
sand,
Hero.
buried
Yeah,
in the
I'd be
sand.
over there arrogatoing, and everybody be like, "Is he still masturbating? What's he doing?"
Kinda.
Yeah, Luke's
So-
a madman. I mean, just like that's one of those things where literally, like, you just create your own way of playing the instrument.
Yeah.
You know, that's the
Right.
best way I can
True.
put it. Like, just because there's riffs, you know, okay, yeah, we can learn a riff, you can learn a song, everyone can learn a Metallica song or whatever, you start playing guitar, but then you start hearing that really dissonant, discordant, weird shit like that. And it's like, not everyone can play that. And certainly
Nope.
not everyone could come up with that. I
Nope.
couldn't. I couldn't even
Yeah.
fathom how you write like that. You know?
Especially when you're talking about in the context of the dynamics of the drumming on that album, which is fucking crazy, batshit crazy too. So, you know, seeing half a set of that back in April in Philly when they did that set. Now they're going out on tour in the States with Cannibal and Blood Incantation and Mayhem, which is kind of a weird bill. And we were talking about that on Friday. I'm like, man, I'm kind of pissed they're not coming to Philly or DC, but because I'm not traveling to New York. I don't go into New York anymore. It's just not worth the expense. But I'm like, man, I really want to see them. And then my buddy's like, yeah, but you're only going to get about 30 minutes of Gorguts. Is it really worth, you know, like,
It
don't
is.
you want to see them do a full 90-minute, 80-minute set? And I'm like, yeah, you know, I hadn't thought about that. That's true. Them and Blood Incantation are probably not going to do full sets, probably 25 minutes. So, but yeah, that album, Erosion of Sanity, just a monster head fuck for guitar players. And I'm going to just mention this as an aside. The band Martyr, which is kind of the bridge between Voivod and Gorguts in a lot of ways, because Dan Mongrain's been in both, and then Martyr was his thing. If you really like Erosion of Sanity style Insanity, go listen to some Martyr, man, because it's very much in that. It's a little heavier than Voivod. You know what I mean? Just a little bit heavier than maybe Killing Technology, certainly in there, and Hatros, but it's a little bit darker and heavier, and it's got insane playing on it.
I had Consuming the Abscess as one of my alternates. I love Martyr.
Awesome it's killer.
Love Martyr. Yeah, Warp
Dude.
Zone.
Yeah, yeah.
I would say
killer
Erosion-
player, and really
Dan
interesting
is-
vocals too.
Dan is sick as fuck.
You
Man.
know,
Dan's going to be coming on very soon, and we're going to talk about that Martyr catalog. So,
awesome!
I'll keep you in mind to let you know what's going on there. But
yeah, killer.
Yeah, I just want to say, like, Erosion, I think, is one of the best transitional death metal albums ever. Like, they still found that sweet spot between the Considered Dead. Like, it's still riffy. It still has, like, good hooky moments that are still, you know, very much in line with everything we already like about death metal. But they really kind of turned it on its head, but just ever so slightly before going absolutely batshit crazy on Obscura.
Yep, no doubt. Okay, Jason, number 7.
Yeah, so for 7, I picked Annihilation of the Wicked by Nile.
Oh,
I was thinking about it.
It was close.
Love,
It was so
love that
close.
album. So the thing with Nile for me is I had a buddy who he was like one of my kind of metal like mentors, you know, when I was growing up, and he would share albums with me. And that was actually, now that I come to think of it, you know, I said Necrophagist obviously early on, but that was probably one of the first like death metal bands I got into, because he was really at the time getting into like down tuning. You know, we didn't have like 7 strings and stuff at the time. I have a few now, but like he had a 6 string and he tuned it down to like A, you know, it was really low.
Jesus.
And we were jamming, you know, we were just writing songs and screwing around. And he was like just really into like the lead playing in Nile at the time, because, you know, some of the arpeggios and the other shit is just crazy. But they're one of those bands where like their riffs are basically solos. Some of those riffs are just so insane, especially on Annihilation of the Wicked. I think of like Lash to the Slave Stick.
Oh my god!
You know, oh my god. But like what I really like about Nile as a band, and I think they do it really well on this record in particular. I love the fast stuff, and obviously like George Colias' drumming is just absolutely insane, and I'd never heard anything like that, so that blew me away. But like I love they kind of do like the big atmospheric, dense, like halftime helicopter double bass parts, you know, like Usurmat Ray. Some of their more epic stuff, you know, the real like 10-minute long songs where it's just almost doomy, you know, just really slow, crushing, dense, heavy. I loved it, you know. That was also kind of my like, I guess like what I best say, like kind of brutal death metal adjacent. You know, that kind of got me looking more at those bands that were just really brutal and heavy and guttural vocals. And so I love that album. That would definitely have to be with me on the island.
Great.
Yeah, I didn't
Yeah,
have them
man.
in my top 10, but they're in my honorable mentions. It's not that
Hell yeah.
album, but that one and the one that I'm going to mention are like 1 and 1A, and the one I'm going to mention was also one of that early group of albums that I got into when I started moving into the slippery slope of death metal. So
Carl and Dallas were like an unbelievable team on guitars.
Plus, I think too, the other thing to mention too, the one thing that made and makes Nile kind of unique is they use a lot of the Arabic scale stuff, that Dorian and I guess it's what Dorian and the diminished scale,
A lot of Phrygian stuff, and
Phrygian stuff. Yeah. So you got that weird little, you know, those half step things in there that you don't maybe have in other types of more standard death metal, and it just has that mysterious sort of vibe to it. You just get that, you get the Middle Eastern vibe, obviously.
Yeah, they do a lot of cool sound design too, because I know like Carl Sanders is big in it. He plays like Baglama Zaz and all these like, you know, actual world specific instruments, you know, and he's done some like world music records and stuff.
Yeah, he has solo stuff. Yeah.
The other thing that's cool with their records, as I'm sure you know, most of you, if not all, you know, like if you break open the booklet and you start reading, there's like goddamn dissertations of every song, you know, explaining exactly who was what, where, when, back in you know, ancient Egypt, and it's just really cool. You can tell they're really into their subject matter. So, but yeah, I love that record.
I've learned more about Egyptian history from Nile than I did when I was at school.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
I will say though, I do not tune that low on a 6-string guitar anymore. The guitars at the time that I had in B and A and lower,
your necks can't withstand it unless you change.
I got a few 7-strings, so I'll play them in like B or like drop A or, you know, a step down or whatever. But that's how I get around that. And I think they're doing a lot of that too now. But I remember at the time they were playing 6 strings in A, and it was like, holy shit, man.
Here's the other weird thing about Carl. Carl is right there with Reifert in when you hear them speak, you're kind of like, what? Like their voices don't match who you think and what you think they should sound like. Because Carl kind of sounds like a kid, sort of kind of, and Reifert just sounds like a surfer dude, man, sort of kind of, you know. It's just fucking weird when you hear them actually speak in their normal speaking voices. So
they both smile a lot on stage too.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, which I don't know, it's just kind of cool. Like, brooding death metal dudes. Like, hey, no, I'm having fun.
Yeah.
Oh, Reifert definitely has fun on stage, no doubt.
Oh,
yeah, guy's fucking hilarious.
Shit fun.
All right, Chris, what you got?
I know it sounds like I'm trying to name drop again here, but how do I not mention that we had Niall on the show and I said exactly
every fucking time.
It's for a reason. I said exactly to Carl what Mark just said. I literally told him word for word that he taught me more about Egyptian history than schooling did. So I have to mention that. How do I not say that? But yeah, Niall's on our show, you guys. But anyway, my next pick is going to be an album, a band I finally got to see actually at the Maryland Death Fest with my buddy Nick and my buddy Devon there. But I'm going with 1996 Millennium from Monstrosity, man, right here.
Yeah, Monstrosity.
Close to making my list. Not that one.
Love Monstrosity.
Another reason, it's so nasty, it is. It's another reason Florida death metal gets so much love, that OSDM love. Monstrosity is a killer band. They're set at Maryland Death Fest last year with fucking. I literally looked around and the entire just had filthy stank face for 40 minutes while they just killed that place. You know, they're so great live. They're such a great fucking band. To me, this band hasn't put out a bad album. I even love 2007 Spiritual Apocalypse, which I know some people do not, but I think it's a great record. But this is their best outing, in my opinion. The sophomore release, it set the bar for badassery. This album saw a bit of a lineup change from their debut and shifted them, in my opinion, to a more technical direction. And some debate has happened on our show even in the past. Is this one of the first true tech death metal releases, Monstrosity's Millennium? You know, I kind of give it that nod, but whether you do or don't, it's a great fucking album. You have to give that nod. This is where we have to give a long overdue, honestly, in this conversation, a nod to Scott Burns, the producer behind so many of the great death metal albums, you know, the Deicide, Vital Remains, Cannibal Corpse, Cynic, Pestilence, you know, all the bands have that fantastic sound because of Scott Burns, he was especially like this release brings you a zillion notes a second, and it would be lost in the shuffle if it weren't for the crystal sound that he was able to bring forward to that. So I really appreciate that. It's kind of the opposite of, say, I don't know, I don't want to mention 6 Feet Under here or anything, but but I love this fucking record. I think it's great, and if you don't all have it in your fucking collection, you're missing out, man. So great fucking record.
Perfect discography.
Oh,
Like, legit.
So true.
Lee Harrison is a fucking beast.
Monster. Absolute monster. Yes, sir.
Okay,
I still listen to this record on a regular basis.
Roger, what you got for?
Yeah, I do agree. Monstrosity is excellent. Going on to my favorite Swedish death metal release. Mark probably know which one is coming, but Seance.
I was wondering.
Yes.
I love that album.
Oh, God damn it.
I don't own it, or I would have picked that.
And this is the original CD,
Yeah.
Mark.
Nice.
I fucking love that album.
Yeah, it was so brutal when it came out compared to the other Swedish stuff. This was just, the riffs and the brutal vocals here and the production, great cover. Yeah, of course you need to have this. There are the young lads. So, yeah.
Yeah, that one, it kind of stands out in the Swedish pack because they went for more of like the Floridian style.
Yeah.
A little bit more backed by like thrashy riffs, fast as fuck too. Man, that album is just vicious.
It's not Swedish sounding at all, is it? Really?
Yeah.
No. It's a US sound.
Brilliant.
But
Devon, is that the one I wanted to get and I couldn't find it? It was so fucking expensive, and then I think you said they finally reissued it.
Yeah, this vinyl is a reissue.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, I gotta get that.
Oh,
there
is
you go,
that-
Dennis. Nice.
killer.
Is that an OG, Dennis?
Hell yeah, it's an OG.
There, man.
Dennis, should I kick Mark off the?
You dared question?
You dared question him?
That's fucking great.
I do watch Dennis's channel a lot, and I do know he does have some reissues, and
I
every
do.
now and again.
Yeah, occasionally he slums it with the rest of us.
Us peons. I know we're all
Peons,
beneath
yeah.
you, Dennis.
Steve or Don Dennis. I like it. That's good shit.
Okay, there we go. Sorry, Nick.
I anticipate I'm probably stealing one person's thunder here, but I need
fucker.
I knew that was coming.
some of the
Yeah.
best riffs fucking ever are on here, and some of the best like guitar tones too. Like Jesus Christ, this album sounds so glorious. I know this one is maybe semi-divisive with the earlier Carcass fans. I don't care. I love it. Every song in here is awesome. The guitar harmonies are so damn catchy, but at the same time, they just know how to write absolutely brutal songs. This Mortal Coil, probably a top 5 fucking Carcass song for me. But yeah, that when it gets in that galloping riff and that beautiful fucking breakdown, everything on here is great. I love the dynamic songwriting where the songs are kind of vastly different from one another. They took some chances on here. I think it paid off, like maybe not immediately because I know there was a backlash for this one, but it's amazing. It's one of my favorite metal albums, period. Like if this was just a metal albums desert island one, yeah, this would be on it because I need it. I need to hear just a little bit of melody. Like this is my lone mellow death pick, and I think it's one of the best. Like I would even take this over Slaughter of the Soul, and I love that album. But yeah, amazing.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
an
everyone-
all-timer, man.
And at some
Easily.
point, to like help us sort of pass the time on the island, that we could recreate that cover after one of us has been eaten.
Yeah.
With the bones and sinew in there. Actually, we would probably do a better job recreating some of the covers on the earlier albums.
Sure, yeah, all the guts and gore and stuff. Yeah.
Did anyone bring a meat cleaver to the island? That's the next question.
I just want to mention something here, James. James, you mentioned Till the Dirt. That's Kelly Schaefer's new project coming out end of August, I think. I believe, I forget, 23rd, I think, for some reason, rings a bell. Both Nick and I have had the pleasure of listening to those demos for a couple months now, and it's different, man. It's very different from Atheist. Very different.
There's a song that premiered already. Like, honestly, it kind of reminded me a bit of Strapping Young Lad's Alien.
Yeah, it does a little bit. Yeah.
And that is a beautifully strange, disjointed album.
Kelly's voice is more a part of the fabric of the songs. Although Into the Spiral,
I think that's,
Outside the Spiral, is probably the most vocal of the tracks on the album. But the drumming's insane on it. It's just pummeling. It's really, really quite good. I'm stoked for him. I'm happy for him because he's just a great guy. And guys, check it out. Till the Dirt, out on Nuclear Blast, I think August 23rd. Although he didn't go with the album cover that I told him he should go with.
Same.
Remember, he hit us up earlier in the year, and I'm like, guys, pick which album cover, and we all picked. He picked something that none of us picked. So, oh well. It's his album, his band, so he can do what
I
he
love
wants.
that description then, Jeff. It was so like overwhelming, but then underwhelming because it's really, really quite good.
Well,
good dramatic build.
I'm trying to navigate 18 different things at once here. And I'm definitely getting kind of lost in the weeds. Plus, the storm is just raging out here. I'm like wigging out that the power is going to go out, but we'll just keep going. Okay, so we're at Devon.
Dennis, can you show the one?
Oh, sorry.
Show the Dennis.
Hold on.
Yes.
This needs a reissue so badly.
Beautiful.
Oh.
Nice.
Ah, there we go.
I wish the vinyl wasn't $100. That would be nice. But
you're made of money. You could go buy one of them any day. Get out of here.
I know I could, but I don't want it.
Is that your pick?
Yeah, favorite on this one, probably either Kill the Christians, Christ Denied, or When Satan Rules His World.
Yeah.
But this whole album slays.
Title track's great.
What's up on the cross? Before Glenn's vocals kind of annoyed me because the next album his lyrics was super rhymey, which kind of bugs me.
Those next to it, I don't talk about.
But yeah, this
those
album
of
was
which
awesome.
we do not speak.
Yeah, Deicide's always been a tough sell for me. I just never really got into them. I probably need to go back and listen to those. I probably need to listen to those first couple again and sort of reacclimate myself. But I don't know, man. Like, again, being the old, I'll pull the old man card one more time here. When I was out of high school in 84 and some of these albums started trickling out in 86, 87, 88, I remember getting Kerrang because I was getting Kerrang to read about all the other stuff that was going on. And then the death metal thing started to happen. And it was a lot of the magazine was being not overtaken, but there was a good amount of death metal infiltrating Kerrang in those years. And I remember reading about Deicide, and I don't remember how I listened to him. Back in those days, I don't know whether you guys remember this, but way back in the 80s, you could go into a CD store. I'm talking like late 80s, 87, 88, 89. You could walk up and get a CD case off of a rack, walk up, and then the guy would give you an actual CD. You put it in a little Walkman CD player, right? And you check them out, right? This is all way before streaming, kids, okay? That wasn't around. And so, I remember checking out, I think it was Legions. What's the first one called? Is it just Deicide?
Deicide.
Yeah.
I think I remember checking that out and going, man, I don't, again, the vocals thing. I don't know if I can do these vocals. But the other thing I kept thinking was this fucking jerk off burned an upside down cross in his forehead. Like, what kind of a nitwit does that shit? Maybe it was just because of where I was at and already almost done college that I thought that was really kind of goofy. I still do, to be honest with you. It's not something I'd ever do. I wouldn't have a right side cross burned in my forehead either, just saying. But Deicide I've always struggled with them. I'll have to go sort of reacquaint myself with that stuff. I know I should give up my death metal card. I get it.
You're fucking reeking of poser energy here.
Poser douche canoe shit right here.
Paul Balo's gonna come after you.
At least burn the upside down cross on your arm. Come on.
What about my ass cheek? Would that be all right?
Devon, you gonna take care of that?
No, thank you.
You guys want to brand me? All right.
On the,
Okay.
on the island,
Be
we'll
right
eat
back.
that cheek. We'll eat that cheek.
All right. Where are we at? Johnny, we're with Johnny on
Yep.
number 7.
Yep.
Okie doke. So, I was talking to my mate Pig this morning, and I was saying I was doing this stream, and he said, "Surely you're going to show this album."
Hell yeah.
Talking about horrible stuff.
Fuck
So
yeah.
this is your grindy stuff, I'm afraid, Jeff. This is Leaky Putrefaction, an OG, by Carcass. I'm not going to choose it, but I'm just going to read out the hype sticker off the front, because it says, Carcass Leaky Putrefaction, horrible brutality, sick music from the gods of gore, 22 tracks, the ultimate in heaviness and death. So if we're talking death metal, you've just got to have something that says that on it. And it was Earache Records, suggested price £4.99. Anyway, I'm not going to go that. I'm actually going to go this one.
Yeah.
So
Fuck yeah.
obviously this is Necroticism, decanting the Insalubrious by Carcass.
Classic.
Just an absolute banger. I was expecting someone to pick this, so I was going to go back to Leak if no one did, but you've all picked other Carcass albums. Obviously, I knew what Mark was going to pick anyway, so that was off my list. Absolute banger. I've got the dual disc thing of this one as well, with the with the DVD on it, with the interviews.
I got that whole set.
The spine comes up and says Carcass. So
The documentary is awesome.
Yeah.
As I said, they still had enough grindiness for me to like it, because I it was all about the grind. But it obviously they were embracing the death metal, and yeah, it's just fucking great. Love the album. Very good.
Brilliant album.
That's me, Carcass, and Necroticism. Oh, also, hope you like me cup.
Oh, sorry, what's it say?
Necroticism.
Coffee mulch. Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's fucking great.
Oh, I love it.
Nice.
I just played coffin mulch on our
Coffin
show.
mulch dude. So yeah.
Nice. I will say I did not pick Necroticism, but it's a toss up between that and the one I'm going to show, which Nick already showed. But I will say that I think the riff to Corporeal is one of the greatest heavy metal riffs of all fucking time. It's the greatest death metal riff of all time. That, you know, when it kicks in with the drums and then it's a da da da, it's just so fucking killer, man. It's just incredible.
Awesome.
Incarnate Sylvan Abuse. The
and
end
again,
of that song.
And again, that speaks to Bill's ability to write crushingly heavy riffs that still are moving and groovy as fuck. Because that riff is just so goddamn groovy. And you know, the Heartwork riff, he's just a riff god of all gods, you know, just incredible. So all righty, Dennis, number 7.
Number 7. I'm gonna go with this one. Kind of a banger of a record that nobody talks about enough.
Oh
yeah,
hell yeah.
Probably my favorite one by him.
Obviously, Johnny from Nihilist formed this band after. But man, this is a fucking heavy record, and it's super catchy and energetic, and just. But it doesn't have that exact Swedish sound either. It has like its own sound, which was cool at the time to hear a band like this. But just monster crunching riffs on this. Like I said, like songs like Before the Creation of Time, just galloping fucking death metal, man. This is the shit. Definitely this band and this album needs more love. Just a banger of a record.
Yeah, I love
Look at
Unleashed,
that logo, man. Shit.
Yeah,
What-
Unleashed
one of
is
the-
one of those bands too where they're like super consistent. I feel like you know, like Midwinter Blood and what is it? Odelheim, Yggdrasil Trembles. Like I love it. It's just it's consistently good. Like I don't think they've ever really put a record out that was like.
There's a couple around the middle where
I think Hell's Unleashed or something like that.
Oh yeah,
Whatever
okay,
the one with Only the Dead, where he just not so subtly talks about fucking corpses.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about Hell Unleashed, but I was
I
trying
always
to.
thought that Unleashed had a wee tiny bit of Iron Maiden in it.
A little bit.
A little bit.
I thought their guitar work was always like a little bit tighter when you compared it like the other Stockholm bands. Like, you know, everyone's going for kind of that punky, kind of snarly energy, but they kind of like, no, we wanted a little bit catchier, maybe a little bit more melodic.
Yeah.
And actually, I would say pioneers for the whole Viking themes too, because that was not really a huge thing back then, but they were like, no, we're going to consistently keep talking about these guys.
Fantastic band, and that logo's got to be one of the best logos in death metal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Totally.
For sure.
Fuck yeah, show it.
All right, Mark, you're up, man.
Okay, so if I say I'm going to go for another one with a pink cover, what do you reckon it might be? A death metal album from Florida with a pink cover.
Oh, there it is.
Cam Lee makes an appearance.
What a vocalist Cam Lee was. When this came out and I heard his voice, and they were very adamant that there was no effects put on it and all that.
Right.
Just a monster of a death metal album. This,
Yes,
I mean, it's pretty much Leprosy era death with Cam Lee on vocals. But the tone of Rick Ross's guitar on this and Cam Lee's vocals, Terry Butler's just a great solid bass player. But this is again, when I first sort of started playing in bands, we did covers of 2 of the songs off this album. So it became sort of a staple of our set list in the early days. Before we became more of a death doom band, we started off more of a death metal band. So I've got a lot of time for this album, and I think this is one that when it came out was a blueprint again, along with Autopsy. It was kind of a blueprint for death metal of that sort of style, along with Leprosy and those kind of. I mean, I know Leprosy was preceded this, but it was just a staple of Floridian death metal. This album, absolute fucking monster.
Yeah, the riffs on that album are nuts. I mean, just so good, consistently. I mean, song to song to song. That's why when I did my little pee break, I went and grabbed a couple records. That was one of my alternates too. So I was going to show that. I figured that had to be mentioned. It had to be. But one of my bands is actually playing with New Massacre at a festival in Wisconsin in September. So I'm kind of curious to check them out and see how it sounds in 2023. So
brilliant. And I've just got this. With it, this is Dennis. Dennis will appreciate that.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
I've got that.
That's the 7-inch single that came with it. Provoked a Cursor with an alternative Massacre logo.
Yeah.
All right, Dennis, you pull yours out now, babe. Let's go. Boom!
There it is. Not to be outdone.
Yeah.
Dennis, I love it.
Perfect.
Just
I got a party with you, bro.
Massacre is the one that Rick Ross was in, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And Terry Butler and Bill Andrews.
Yeah.
Cam sounds like a fucking monster.
Jeremy Clayton was in there for about 5 minutes, man, and we talked to him on the show, and he did not have very.
Yeah, look at that. Just somehow we tied it in that he could pimp his show again.
I wanted to point out though that he had very unkind things to say about Cam Lee, man. And that
most people do.
I hear he has got a bit of a rep.
Yeah, they do. Yeah.
There's very few people that talk highly of him in the scene. Right. He's not a real easily agreeable guy, from what I understand.
It does sound like that's the case, yeah.
All right, where am I at? It's me, right?
Yeah.
Yes,
all right, I'm gonna. I think we've had a couple of newer ones shown. Johnny did, and does anybody else have anything 2010 and above other than?
I do have a 2010 one.
I have a couple of my honorable mentions.
Okay.
Keeping my crown.
I'm gonna go with this one, man, because maybe some will say, that's not a death metal band. I think they are. I think they're a death doom band, but
I know what you're going for.
They're definitely death metal. And thanks to Devon, I had kind of forgotten about how much I fucking love this album and this band.
Love it.
Yeah.
Every track.
Hooded Menace, Never Cross the Dead. That first song. Oh man! If you love fucking monstrous riffs, man,
they're so good, dude.
Damn, I love all their albums, but this is the one that really sticks out to me the most.
Their most recent one is silly too, man. Good.
Oh, I love that album.
Their most recent one,
the Tritonus Bell.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, Tritonus came out when? Was that 21?
21, I think.
Yeah, I love that record.
That's a band Thralls of Metal turned me on to, by the way. So shout out to you guys.
You are welcome.
Yeah, that fucking album rules, and they have just the right mix for me of super doomy, sludgy fucking riffs, but punishing riffs. As I said, that first track, man, Never Cross the Dead. Oh my God, man. It's just a riff salad of epic proportions. I love it.
That descending harmony that's in there, like it sounds so evil.
And it sounds sick. It sounds like it's like it's diseased or something like that. You know, it's just so badass. And again, every one of their albums is great.
Yep.
It really is. There's not a bad song in there. Now, I kind of like them a little bit when Lassa was singing the earlier stuff, because the new guy, what's his name?
Oh,
Edward?
I don't remember. I'd have to look it up.
I forget his name. I think he's English, right? I think he's from the UK. I don't think he's from Sweden.
Have you heard the first Acid Witch? Because Lassa did vocals on that record.
No, I didn't know that. Did he really? But no, I get, what's his name? Maybe not. Maybe he is Swedish.
Harry,
that's it.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, he never mind. He is Swedish.
Koala.
Yeah, he's fucking killer, man. But I really like Lassa singing, and I'm not sure why. I don't know why he decided not to stop singing. Maybe just live he was having trouble. I don't know. But Hooded Menace, kick ass, fucking newer, but they're not that new, but newer. Death Doom fucking madness. So
Jeff, when we did the Doom Island thing, you fucking forgot all about him.
I did forget all about him. You're right. You know, hey man, when you are as old as me, you will understand.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, you are getting there. That's true. You're not that far behind me. It does happen. It does happen. So we're sitting on the bus with Kelly. Did I say I was on the bus with Kelly on?
I love it. I love it. Yes, sir.
A couple times.
You may have mentioned it.
You can tell me again.
But no, we're actually sitting there, and I started to relay the story to some of his bandmates about how Kelly thought that we, meaning me and Nick and somebody else, we did a deep dive on Atheist, had compared Kelly's voice to Chad Gray from Mudvayne. And that was one of the reasons Kelly didn't want to do my show for a while till he called me and we had to talk about it. And I'm like, dude, none of us ever said that. And he's like, I could have swore. I'm like, dude, I listened to the whole episode. We never talked about that. Well, a little bit later, one of the other dudes came on, or somebody came on from Cynic, and we're talking. And I start telling the same story. And my kid looks at me and goes, Dad, you've already told that story once. Okay, sorry, I'm really old and I do.
So there's no Bobo Dang as an Atheist.
There's no what?
Bobo Dang. You gotta have a Bobo Dang.
Bobo Dang.
No,
that's the Mudvayne song.
No, you
slapping the bass.
Slapping the bass. Anyway, but yeah. So, Jason, we're on number 8, I believe.
Sure, I'm gonna go with the obvious choice, guys. So sorry, I'm stepping on anyone's toes.
What do we do?
Yeah,
it's a great record.
I'm surprised we haven't brought that one up yet, honestly. But yeah, I
only have room for one melodic death metal.
It's like you can only do 10. It's impossible.
Yeah. I mean, love At the Gates. You know, I think that's one of those albums. Obviously, right? It's like kind of a touchstone in the genre for obvious reasons, but I think it holds up. You know, the songwriting's great, the riffs are great. And it's funny, for as many bands, I mean, obviously there's the whole kind of like melodic death metal Gothenburg scene, and there's a lot of other bands, you know, Dark Tranquillity, et cetera, that kind of were around that same time. I feel like so many imitator bands that kind of came after At the Gates that tried to do their thing never quite did their thing like At the Gates could. You know, I feel like yeah. So I don't know. Love that album. It's great. I've seen them live now a handful of times, and it was one of the few times I ever saw a band wear the pit out, like the crowd was like huffing and puffing. I saw them at the House of Blues in Chicago when they first came back with At War with Reality, and they basically played most, if not all, of Slaughter, and then a lot of the new songs too. And like, I think they played like maybe 45-50 minutes, and like 30 minutes in, everyone's like and it was just funny to watch. So, but yeah, killer band, love it.
As soon as I heard that shotgun rack on Suicide Nation, I was like, let's go. Let's fucking go.
All right, rip it up.
All right, Chris, what you got for number 8?
Damn, I didn't think of that one, you know, honestly, because I played that one to death, I think. It's one of those ones where I just played it, and then it went away, and I guess I never went back to it enough. But But again, you can only do 10. It's an impossible mission to do
It really
10,
is.
you know. So
It was very cruel of me.
it really you have to leave stuff out. You just
And
have
I
to.
enjoyed it.
by the nature.
I enjoyed the cruelty.
Right, I'm bleeding. You have me bleeding, Jeff. My number 3, and I'm a little surprised we haven't talked about some of these badasses because I'm going Impaled, Mondo Medical, 2002's release, man. I fucking love this goddamn record. They put out that cool EP with the covers and shit. I even like their stupid cover of the Nirvana thing. I think they brought some grind to the party, and unlike my great friend Jeff here, I love a bit of grind in my coffee. And I love this band for it, man. I've heard people who I don't like, by the way, try to say they're a Carcass ripoff, and to those people I say blow me. But Impaled is the shit to me, man. Especially this album, the lyrics and the theme, all about the gore and the medical mishaps and the fucking. I love how they have that 3-voice attack too, man. They have that death voice, they have that high pitched voice that comes over top of it all the time. I think that works. That doesn't always work. I've heard bands do that to a very, very, detrimental effect, but I think Impaled does it in a way that works. They're badass. This album has killer riffs on it, man. You can just ride on for days. Every song is just about fucking, it has that change up part in it where you can fucking just, you want to get up and fucking throw the couch out the fucking window and light the walls on fire and shit, and that's what I want in my death metal. So the vocal approach on songs like Dead Inside and Operating Theater, which is there's a killer video for it, by the way. Raise the stakes, the worms crawl in, it's infectious, it's slamming. It is insane how catchy this album is, actually, for such a ferociously badass, grindy death metal album, and I recommend it now if you don't already have it. Mondo Medical.
The band's awesome.
First one that picked that, yeah.
For those that don't know, I believe their name is an acronym too. I think it's Immoral Medical Practitioners and Lascivious Evildoers.
No,
so,
really?
I think that's right.
That's some complex thinking right there.
It's savage, it's gross, and it's kind of like it's dark humor too. Yep, there they are.
Oh hell yeah!
I'm not showing the back, so we'll get the video taken down.
Yeah, right. We'll lose it. It'll be gone. You're absolutely right.
Well, that's like Atheist's original band name was Ravage, which stood for Raging Atheists Against God's something or other. I forget now. Sorry, I just forget. But it, just got like who would put that much thought into a band?
Yeah, that's a long acronym.
That's a lot of thought. Yeah. Okay, Roger, what you got for number 8, man?
Yeah. Speaking of the band,
right?
There we go.
Great album.
Yeah, this is just love this. This is an original death metal from Florida with a difference. You better believe it. Says the hype sticker on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I did see the interview you did with Mr. Schaeffer, and they were on tour in Europe with the Candlemass.
Right.
Believe it or not, they played in Norway in December 15, 1990. And I read a review of that show. The guy who was writing that review of the show, he was there to see Candlemass, but he was so blown away about with this band, especially the bass player. Just it was so amazing. So he left after 3 songs with Candlemass because he couldn't sit there and watch Candlemass after watching this. So
a little bit of a difference, yeah.
So then I went straight and bought this album, and I do have the reissue vinyl. I do have the picture disc.
Oh, nice.
I do have the original CD.
Oh my!
I do have the reissued CD as well. So
you're hardcore, my friend.
God damn! Top that, Dennis.
So
I think I'm gonna have to give up my atheist. I'm gonna have to give up my atheist fanboy card, man. I'm gonna do a little dipsy do. I'm gonna jump in here and I'm gonna throw mine in because Nick can show it. We already showed it, and the only reason being is I want to tag on to something that Roger said. So, Atheist definitely one of my favorite death metal bands, and this was my introduction to them. And the interesting thing about the album that Roger just showed, A Piece in Time, is that it came out in 91, but it really should have come out in 88.
Yeah.
It was recorded before that and should have been released in '88, but there was issues with the label, and then they were bought by the label that it was an English label. Can't remember the damn name of it now that put it out initially. Do you remember that, Roger?
No, mine is the Active Records.
Can't remember. Dennis probably has the OG. But
one is Active Records, but
what was it called?
Active Records.
Active. That's it.
Dennis
Yeah, they had
has Kelly
issues
in
with
a
that.
cage in his house there.
It was bought out then by Metal Blade, and so it was just a real complex situation there. Maybe it was Neat. I don't remember what it was them or Active. I think it was Active, I believe. And you know, the thing about this band, that's cool, Nick. I got you. The thing about this band that is mind blowing is that the musicianship was very much on a different level. Rand Berkey, for all of his issues, and I have heard some things. Let's just put it that way. Fucking phenomenal player, and it might be must be noted that he played He played a right-handed guitar, left-handed, and played the strings. Get this, Jason. You've probably seen this before. Top, low E, high E string at the top of the neck, down the low E on the bottom of the neck, which is for us guys that play right-handed and play guitar.
Yeah, that always boggled my mind. I just couldn't. I could get if you played it, lefty and you got it strung normally and like, okay, fine, right? I mean, I'm right-handed.
Trying to make your left hand do the
whatever,
chord,
but upside down.
Exactly. The only other guy
you're doing all upstrokes,
The only other guy that I know that does that is Eric Gales, the blues player.
Yeah,
where he plays it restrung. I mean, even Hendrix, who had a habit of taking righty guitars, playing them lefty, so that the open horn where you would access your higher strings was not on that side. He still strung it normally from low E to high E. So it's just a fucking bizarre sort of thing that, I can't get my mind around at all. But Rand Berkey, crazy good player. Steve Flynn, crazy good drummer. Roger Patterson, quite frankly, man.
Yeah.
Everybody talks about,
Cliff.
Cliff, and rightly so, because Cliff was the most visible and certainly one of the maybe two best. I contend that Roger Patterson may very well have been the best bass player at that time in death metal. He was doing shit that was fucking unbelievably outrageous, and he drove that band to the insanity levels. And I'll tell you, the thing that I came away on Friday night seeing them live is Atheist's first two albums in particular are very thrashy. But what sets them apart and makes them more death metal-y, even though Kelly doesn't really have like a death metal vocal, it's more of a Chuck Rasp sort of thing, right? What sets them apart and kind of gives them that edge in that genre is that the timing is just crazy on their songs. It's just this frenetic energy that start, stop. It's just insane. And seeing them live was just fucking amazing. And the kid that they have playing for him now, Yoav, wow, goddamn good. And Roger Patterson was his hero. And Roger Patterson's hero, does anybody know who that was? Anybody from it? Jason, you're gonna really disappoint me if you don't know this band. I know you will. Watchtower.
Oh yeah, love Watchtower.
The bass player, is it Alan Lanier? Am I right?
I don't remember the bassist name.
I always get his name.
Ron Jarzambek.
Yep.
Well, Jarzambek's a guitar player. Yeah. Somebody look that up and check me on that, Nick, if you would. It's either Alan Lanier or Tecchio. I forget which one's which. One's the singer and one's the bass player. I think it's Alan Lanier or Doug Lanier. One of those two. Anyways, that was Roger's guy.
Doug Kaiser is currently.
Doug Kaiser. That's it. Doug Kaiser. Thank you. Doug Kaiser was Roger's guy, and also Geddy Lee, of course, which makes complete sense. And that's the thing, Roger, in his pick. I struggled between the two, man. I wanted to go with Piece of Time, but I also wanted to go with Unquestionable. And the only reason I wanted to go with Peace was because Roger was on that album. He was not on Unquestionable, but his bass lines were on the demos, which were then played by another fairly decent bass player named Tony Choice. So
Tony Choice is badass.
Yeah.
I saw them live with Tony. on bass.
Crazy good fucking band. Alan Lanier was Blue Oyster Cult. Thank you. Yeah, whatever. Doug Kaiser, thanks. Yeah, I was way off on that one. But yeah, so that's one of my picks. And that, Nate, that was for you. You were asking about did anyone pick Atheist? Yes, Chris did initially, then Roger and I just did. So, okay, Nick.
All right. This one's a little bit deeper, and my only one that's actually in the 2010s or actually out of the 90s or 80s. Misery Index, Heirs to Thievery. It's probably my favorite death grind album ever as it stands. The riffs are flat out vicious. The drumming by Adam Jarvis is absolutely insane. I don't know how a human being can move that fucking fast. Man, just biting political commentary, no fucks given about who their targets are, and I like that energy, but the songs are just propelled and energetic, and they found this great sweet spot between very riffy death metal, like kind of along the lines of more brutal death metal, and flat out like more grindy sections, and it's legit perfect. Like, I can't think of a song I don't like on here. They even brought back their old bud John Gallagher from Dying Fetus on here on, I believe it's Sleeping Giants, or it might be Plague of Objects. Fuck, I can't remember which one, but they even managed to get catchy on here too. The song The Spectator is unbelievably hooky, but every track on here, vicious, violent, still packed with like just enough melody to give it a little bit more depth. But I like this shit because it's primal, and yeah, I just want to rage on this island occasionally, and this is the perfect soundtrack to rage to, and also to give you a nice little dose of U.S. history that they don't teach you in schools because it makes us look shitty, which that's a good chunk of U.S. history, honestly. But yeah, fantastic album.
Yeah, Nick, I love that album, man. That was my introduction to Misery Index. I remember getting that album when it came out, and like same thing too. Like the guitar style is awesome, right? Because obviously it's very deathy, but it's got a lot of grind and almost like kind of punk elements in it as well. They're doing a lot of cool like D beats, and just like Adam's drumming is just insane. How he goes into this double time, and the double kick is just nuts.
Dude,
what was
I got into them with Traders. And I was like, I'm an instant fan. I like this. This is so fucking aggro. Like, just ugh.
So, just a funny little story, because this is one of my like my funny pit stories. It was probably one of the scariest pits I was ever in. Misery Index played at Full Terror Assault. I want to say, was it 2 years ago? It was 2 years ago, I think. And they played on the smaller stage. Because there's a big main stage that's all lit up, and then there's a smaller stage with, let's just say, no lighting. And I was super excited to see Misery Index live, and they put on a hell of a show, but there was no lights at all. So we had this pit going, and the only light you would get in the pit was from the stage lights flickering on and off and off. So it was like the most sketchy thing I've ever been involved in was in that pit. We're running around, but they had such a blast, and they're tight as shit live. Super tight band.
Seen them like 3 times and vicious. I mean, often they open up with goddamn, I can't believe I'm drawing a blank on the song. The Carrion Call.
Yeah, yep.
That opening riff, like you just know you're in for it. Like, well, I better hang back, otherwise I'm gonna fucking come from this show like missing teeth.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was super cool.
Well, here I don't have any more because I took out the ones that everyone else picked, but I'm gonna go grab some honorable mentions.
Yeah, go grab a couple of honorables.
Nick, before you go, did I mention to you that Misery Index was on my show?
Of course.
That is so uncharacteristic.
Chris, when we're done at the end, I'm just going to give you an hour segment to pimp your show, okay? Real quick.
I've been on a show too.
A bunch, and they're some of my favorites, my friend.
Real quick question, guys. We're at 3 hours, so I don't know. What time is it for you, Roger?
Oh, and it's early evening, so no problem.
You're good. Okay.
I'm on sick leave anyway.
Mark, are you pretty good still? Johnny, you're all right, right?
Yeah. It's only 8:30 here, so it's cool.
Okay. Mark, where'd he go? All right. I just want to make sure he's good. So we can dig into some cheating with some honorables if you want to go grab stuff, guys.
Oh, I've been doing that this whole stream.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
I'm actually
my record collection's now downstairs.
I'm switching up one that I would have had that probably was a.
I'm all good.
Mark, are you good for a while?
Yeah.
Okay, probably an hour or so at most. Okay. Where the hell am I? I'm sorry.
Devon.
My turn.
Oh, sorry. I did get lost there for real. Sorry. That's a
Cemetery, Evil Shade of Grey.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
The guitar tone's like haunting almost, and that weird like pick scrapes through the entire thing. I don't know how they do that, but the it's very weird. But another band where each of the first 3 albums sound completely different because they were like a death doom band after this, and then a gothic metal band, oddly, but definitely my favorite. So yeah, very unique for the early 90s. I think this is probably a bootleg because the actual pressing is like $50, and this was like
I can't find a pressing of that anywhere without buying a Russian boot. And we don't want to talk about Russian boots because Roger's on with us.
Devon. Hey, Devon, I really need that one. So would you start looking on eBay for
Devon?
Every time.
Is that Marc's record? Was that Marc's CD that you?
Yeah.
Was that Marc's CD you had, Devon?
I'm sure
that's
it is.
Marc
Chris.
CD. Yeah, that's Marc.
I think it is.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
I pulled it.
No,
of course.
Boom.
And I'm sure it's OG, of course.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Of course it is.
I love this motherfucker.
I have the OG CD.
That is a really good one. I definitely got to get
That's a great rough.
Dennis, you're up, man.
This is the one I have too on CD and cassette.
Oh, you see, Devon's is safe.
Dude,
Devon's
the
is safe now.
behind you is fucking killer too, by the way. Killer.
I'll start this one by saying this is a repress. I had the original.
Boo! Boo! Get out of here, bud. I'm kicking you out. See you, man.
I still have the original cassette and CD, but I don't have the vinyl.
Is it really entombed? Are you getting ready to pull out something that's really entombed?
No. I wanted to do an HM2 release, but I went with Carnage. Dark Record.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
Definitely one of my all-time favorite records. I love this because it's just fucking just heavy as shit. And this is like Dismember, but sounding eviler somehow. And I just love this cover by Swano on here too. Seagrave, I mean. But yeah, man, just the songs on here, the rhythms on this, some of those, like, they just go deep into like this creepy sound that I just never really hear too much. I mean, a lot of death metal bands would do that. I think the Finnish bands, stuff like Depravity and stuff, they would have those kind of tones to it. But this one just has that nasty, heavy HM2 sound to it. That just a banger, heavy as shit. This and Like an Ever-Flowing Stream for me, probably my favorite HM2 records. But I'll go with that one a little bit more than Dismember for me.
Yeah,
that reissue's great.
What year is that one, Dennis?
1990 it came out.
Carnage.
One of the
tracks.
Carnage.
One of the tracks.
Carnage. And it has the demos on it too.
Yeah, I might have to look that one up. That sounds like something I'd be into.
Yeah, if you like Dismember, you're gonna like this.
And one of the tracks actually transfers as a Dismember track as well.
Yeah.
Death Evocation.
Was that one of your choices, Mark?
It was. They feature three of the members from Dismember.
Yeah.
Johnny, who went to stand in with Entomb for a little bit, and Mike Amott, who went on to join
Mike
Cardiff.
Amott's on there. Okay.
Yeah. It's a fantastic.
Never heard that one.
Fantastic album.
I think Hammett was one of the founders of the band. So.
It's a reason to love death metal right there.
Oh, was that? Wait a minute. Was that his post when he left Carcass band?
No, it's before.
It was before. Okay.
That's right.
Is that the one you want to use, Mark, or do you want to throw?
No. I have that as an honorable mention.
All right. Sorry, Johnny, I threw you out. We'll get back on track next.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah,
we're in different order.
Yeah, it's all
right.
It's
my fault.
So the next band, this is another early 90s release band from Germany.
OSD.
Morgoth. Yeah.
Morgoth's, I suppose, first full length, really. Cursed.
Fucking beautiful record.
I was a big fan of Resurrection, Absurd, and The Eternal Fall, and then this album came out, and it's how can I explain? I always say to people, it's like It's like German efficiency. There's something about this album that is just the riffing, the style of the riffing, the rhythms they're playing. It's like they're not wasting anything. Everything's just perfectly in its place. There's melody in there, and there's speed in there, but there's this metronomic sort of. It was the first sort of death metal band that I'd heard that played that tremolo picking style, but slower. You know, digga 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 digga, and it was. It's just a fantastic album. And Marc, I'm not sure how you pronounce his surname, Grue, or Jurgen will tell me off, I'm sure, but he's another great vocalist, a real tortured, anguish sort of style to his vocals. But they don't seem to be a band that I see mentioned a lot in the VC, really. Yeah. And I know they went on to have a bit of an industrial sort of period, before they split up. But this album is a superb slab of death metal, European death metal, and they don't sound like anybody else. I don't think, are they really? Morgoth.
Yeah, it's a good choice.
Yeah, bro.
Unique sounding album.
Yeah.
Okay. Johnny.
I picked that one too. My stack.
Excellent.
Cool.
Jurgen showed that last night with
I honestly thought they sounded like death to me, especially early on. But
yeah,
those first two EPs he sounds a lot like Chuck in his vocals. But
yeah, right. Yeah. That's what Devon said too, right? So,
and the two EPs are a lot rawer, like style, aren't they? When they come to that album, it was like they like I say, it's like that German efficiency. They polished it all up and got it into this finely oiled machine, Right.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you're kind of frozen
it up top there. I'm not.
Your picture's frozen, but we can hear you.
You're really good at.
Yeah, we can hear you. Okay.
You're good at the robot.
See me now?
There you go.
There we go.
Yeah, you're back.
Yep.
Yeah, but you know what, man? This is.
Nope.
In and out.
You're popping and locking.
Hold on.
You still got your storm.
Hold on.
Let's see the Wolfman.
Bear with me a minute. Something's going on with my.
Is it storm still raging out there?
Well, I don't know. I'm wondering if my. Fuck me, man. It looks like my.
I think his doll's deflated.
That's your nuts. Why are we looking at your
nuts,
bro?
I'm gonna go too low, Jeff.
Hey,
oh,
dude. I don't mean to be.
This
I got shorts on, you bunch of thirsty.
I don't mean to be you psychiatrist.
Stop with the thirst, all right? I got shorts on, you bunch of bitches.
That's for his OnlyFans account.
Yeah, right.
Hold on, man. Here. Oh, fuck, what the fuck?
That's premium content.
My HD cam went out. What the hell?
Holy shit.
Okay.
Extra shot of Jeff's nuts for free.
Nut shot.
The next one you gotta pay for, bitches.
Get your nut. All right, Johnny, you're glad you get to follow that up, don't you?
Yep. Cool. Thanks for that.
I'll follow your nuts anywhere.
No, hold on.
I may not be John Holmes, but I'm not far off of it.
Hey, Johnny Mac is about to be Johnny.
It was out and no one could see it. It was out and no one can see it. What can I say? Like, can I just, following on from one of my honorable mentions, was this Morgoth. This is my introduction. Odium. So that was an honourable, just following on from it, so I don't have to fucking mention that now. Like, Morbid Angel. We've got to go back to him. My pick would have been that, because that was my introduction. One of my, along with Death, this album was one of the first death metal albums that I really latched onto and just thought was fucking awesome. I just really love this album. But since someone else has taken it, I thought, well, I might as well. I do like the first four. So I'm actually like them in order. So that's my second.
Yeah.
I'm going Blessed. I know some people like it, some don't. But yeah, I like the first four in order. So if I can't have alters, I'm going to go with this. Didn't like it when it first came out, if I'll be brutally honest. But as time's gone on, I had a copy of it. And each time I listened to it, I thought, that's not bad. And it got better than better. And now I really fucking enjoy it. This is the issue, obviously. This is one of the... You're on about the mix stuff. This is the FDR, the mix. It's horrible sperm-coloured vinyl. Not nice. But there you go. Yep. What can you do? Whatever's available. I think it's one of those just favourites after Black, but I'm not sure. But yeah, Blessed of the Sick by Morbid Angel. I'm having that one.
I'm glad you're bringing it to the island, brother. You're a good man.
There you go.
I love Richard Brunel's guitar, his acoustic guitar playing on that album. It's just fantastic.
I like the doomier sections too. Like that really did kind of change their vibe a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely.
Great album. Great album.
God damn it! This island is gonna be so badass with music, sir. I got to.
Yeah. When are we going?
Yeah, just imagine.
Yeah, right. I'm ready.
We can borrow about like 65 or 70 albums, and we can all have sex with the same sex style. It's gonna be great, man.
Yeah, let's do it,
We're gonna wash it out, right?
Hey,
Get a little seawater in there. That'll kind of cleanse it.
I got Astroglide in my pocket. Okay, anyway,
just like being in college.
As long as you don't get any sand in those pockets.
It gets everywhere.
Oh.
Bring the whole
a little bit of breaded chicken going on.
That's I think that's a death metal song waiting to be written right there.
No, that's slurping
Clean it
sound
with
you
salt
hear
water
because
is not
Marc
good
got
English.
some fish for it.
I mean, you get some sand in there, it's going to make some pearls of some kind.
Here's the thing. If I know Chris, the rest of us are never going to get a crack at that thing anyway. So.
No hoarding. Well, actually, you know what? You can hoard it. I'm fine.
Hey.
I'm all right if you want to hoard it, Chris.
She's got 3 holes and I share. I'm just saying.
I know this stream is going to get taken down. All
right, well, they have to watch for 3 hours to get that one.
All right.
Yeah.
They're going to have to get deep into it. Get what I mean there?
They're going to have to dentist deep dive into this fucker to get that joke.
All right. Fuck. Oh, it's me, right? It's me, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, shit. There you go.
So, we talked about it there a little bit earlier that while I honestly think I like Surgical the most of all the Carcass albums in terms of just recency bias, probably because the riffs are so incredible and just the production is so amazing. This is the album that always just reaches out and pulls me back in my Carcass. I love all the other albums. I love, except for Putrefaction, I'm just not a big fan. I love, Symphonies. I love it. I love Necroticism. But this one, man, it just, every song on this album, no skippers for me. Even the ones like No Love Lost and, Carnal Forge on here. What a ripping riff. The artwork, the song itself, god damn, man. Just the riffage on that song is just so good. And the interplay between Mike Ammett and Bill Steer on that album in particular is just perfection. It's just perfection. And so I love that album. But again, it's like one of those things. It's like choosing your favorite death album. It's difficult. It's never an easy thing. So, but yeah, so that's where I come down on pick number, was that 9 or 8?
8. Right. That ends 8.
I think we're starting 9 now.
We're starting 9. Well, then, Devon,
Jeff,
your math's off.
Have you heard the Ultimate edition of Heartwork with the demos on it?
With the what?
It's got another disc. It's a double disc, and it's got demos on it.
Well, I've got
which is very nice.
I've got the demos on the CD package.
Right. Okay. Cool. But I'd say that it's just quite a nice. Gatefold.
In fact, if I'm not wrong, Carcass is a 3 CD version, I believe, because it's.
Is it a fat? Is it heavy? Is that heavy?
Yeah, very. Yeah,
but I think that when they did those Earache reissues with the DVDs and all that stuff, I'm pretty sure that most of them were. Am I wrong about this, Nick? You have them there.
I have the entire. Most of them were 2 discs, but that
2
one was
discs, right? One's a DVD, and then they have all the other shit on the CD. But I'm pretty sure that the Heartwork one is 3 discs.
No, it's got 3.
What's that?
It's got 3.
Yeah, 3. That's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other disc is tucked in.
It's something like the
Baker. It's in here.
What is it called? The Baker Street demos or something?
Hold on here. Nope, that's the DVD. Hold on.
DVD. That is called
the pre-Heartwork Par Street demos.
Par
February
Street, that's it. Yeah,
1993.
Par Recording Studios. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, that's in Liverpool.
Yeah, I have all those too, Johnny, like you, and they're great, man. They're killer.
Yeah.
I don't, unlike all you vinyl guys that have to be like with your edgy with all your vinyl extras and stuff, man. I don't chase every single I don't have the big incomes all you guys have probably.
Interesting fact for you, Jeff, because I know you're a big prog fan, but Par Street Studios in Liverpool, it used to be partly owned by Genesis.
Yeah, that's right.
Ooh.
Yep.
Well, that's
and I love my Genesis. I definitely love my Genesis, no doubt.
Yeah, if you do the prog panning, you have me back on, man. We can talk for hours about that.
Dude, we can nerd out for hours.
Easily.
I'll talk to you. We'll get together, man. We'll do something. And here's the weird thing. We won't have Chris on to pimp every single guest. Never come
Chris
on
is like,
show.
I had Genesis on.
Hey,
Phil Collins was in there.
Phil Collins came on, and he told me no.
He probably had the original drummer on that they fired after the first album. So, all right, man.
He told me it was against all odds or something like that.
All right, man. Where we at, Jason? Number 9.
Yeah, so my number 9 pick is one of my favorite bands, just in general. They just happen to be a death metal band, so I could honestly pick any one of their albums because they're all up there for me, including the album they just released this year, which is also one of my favorite album releases of this year so far. That is Gorod with Process of a New Decline.
Oh, dude, that's the one I got hooked on too.
Yeah, that was my well. So it was interesting because my entry point was actually Leading Vision, and that was it was really cool because they play with so many different genres, like all the musicians in that band, and they've kind of had a few come and go. You know, there's different drummer in the band now than was at that record or those records, but just monster musicians. I saw them live recently. They played in Chicago earlier this year and just note perfect. I mean, but the cool thing is they're the type of band where they're up there playing all this really technical, crazy shit, and they're having a total blast. Like all smiles, they're having fun. Really tight band. But I really like that record a lot just because it's a concept album, but it's told really well. And it doesn't really matter if you pay attention to the concept or not. But they break into a lot of cool styles. There's a lot of like Latin music, Latin influence. There's a lot of kind of like funk stuff in there as well. And they kind of play fast and loose with it. You know, it's not like you never get the vibe, at least for me, that they're taking themselves too seriously with it, which I think sometimes can kill a lot of the more technical death metal stuff. But I just absolutely love them. I love everything they've ever done. And that record to me is just a masterpiece.
That's where I jumped on them.
Good pick.
It's a great fucking. As soon as I heard that tapping bridge on "Disavow Your God," yeah, like that was just kind of like a watershed moment. It's like I'm thinking I'm gonna love this band, and yeah.
They just, and that's the thing too. Like, I think we talked about it with some other bands. Like they play around with a lot of cool dynamics and time signatures and everything, but they don't do it in a way where it's like clinical. It's not. It's like, oh hey, look at us, we're playing in 13/8 or whatever just because we can. It's like they do it in a really musical way, and I love that.
It's fun. Yeah. Like that it's fun, it's melodic, it's catchy, and yeah, like you can kind of look past it like, yeah, it's wank, but it's like fun. And it stays loose. And again, their energy live, they kind of just like, yeah, do you feel that? It's like, yeah, it's got good grooves to it. Like this isn't so rigid.
Yeah, I was kind of between that and then Perfect Absolution too, because I love that record as well. But Process was my
I'll have to check them out, yeah.
Yeah,
they're
cool band.
They're fucking fun, dude.
Yep. A lot of like the one guitarist, I think he's like kind of the main guy in the band, like does a lot of like swing jazz stuff too. So there's like little acoustic interludes and he's doing like Django Reinhardt, like swing jazz stuff.
Oh, nice.
Just really cool mix of influences.
Cool.
So yeah, really like that band a lot.
Eric, nobody's mentioned the Chasm yet. Maybe it'll be on somebody's honorable mentions or in their final choices. Great band. I don't own any. That's why I didn't.
I own a lot. I did not run down and grab that, unfortunately, because I didn't want to overload it. But yeah, all Chasm.
Great band.
Killer stuff, yeah.
Procession is a ridiculous fucking album.
Okay. And Nate said it's not a show. Where'd it go there? It's not a gas mask and hand grenade show unless I'm showing my boxers or we're talking about Rush. Now, I already mentioned Rush once. I think I mentioned Geddy Lee. I don't think I talked about Rush. Did I say anything about Rush?
You just
did.
did.
I say the word Rush at all?
You inhaled some Rush. I think.
Let me just say, if I haven't spoken about Rush, great.
Oh, Jesus
Okay, and they are not, by the way, they are fucking short.
Oh my
God! Kiss my ass.
I don't know, man. They didn't look like shorts there for a second.
You're just riding high
Whoa.
on my muscular legs. That's all.
That looked like that looked
My
like
shorts are always up in my nutsack. You know what I mean? I don't know about
I think everyone almost, uncircumscribed from this.
I'm waiting. That's gonna
By
be
the way,
moment. That's gonna be the moment my wife walks in to see what I'm doing.
You're like, what kind of stream are you on?
Jason's pulling at his nuts to show it to us. Like, yeah.
By the way, Nate, it's also not a Gas Mask and Hand Grenades episode that Chris is on if we don't talk about his nutsack. So
I think maybe you should rename the channel Gas Masks and Boxer Shorts. But to be honest, Jeff, when he stood up there, it looked like 2 boiled eggs in a silk scarf.
Very classic.
I thought you would at least say 2 bowling balls. Thanks a lot.
How long were you sitting on them?
Okay, moving on. We're moving on.
Good shit, man. I love it.
We're talking about my fucking genitalia. Anyway.
Hey, your genitalia. We're talking desert island. You know what I mean? We're starting to get funky as we get deep into the show.
It could get saucy.
It sounds like
it could get even worse. Hey, I could mention that all you cats didn't get your round mouths from eating square meals, and then we could go from there. But we'll do something different. Let's talk about my second to last choice, and I've been telegraphing it to you through the whole show because I'm wearing it on my chest. Malevolent Creation, the 10 Commandments, 1991, a band that moved from Buffalo to Florida to join the death metal movement, much the way all the thrash bands were going to the Bay Area just a few short years before that, which I find interesting. Another band that had that less is more approach. It's funny, we all talk about the German band embracing the American approach or whatever. What you're really saying is they took a more strapped down approach, a more direct approach, I think is what we're saying when we say it's an American approach, right? Like it's just a less is more approach often, I find. But this album keeps bringing what is we now believe that OSDM, that straightforward classics like Premature Burial, Deserving Monsters like Multiple Stab Wounds, Unpaled Existence, Sacrificial Annihilation, the title track of the band, Malevolent Creation, the title of the band itself, they're fucking awesome. And I do have to point out, and I swear this is not a name drop, I'm not doing it this time. It's relevant to what I'm saying, but we had Ryan Taylor on our show a few months ago, he came on to be announced as the new singer for Malevolent Creation.
Okay.
If you know Ryan Taylor, he was in Condition Critical, he was in Solstice Atomic. He is very much a crossover thrash metal vocalist. So it was weird to us because they're a death metal band. He is not at all a death metal singer. So he came on our show a few months ago to literally announce himself as the new singer of Malevolent Creation. And I got to get him back on the show to find out what happened because I see there's now a new singer for Malevolent Creation that is not Ryan Taylor.
Wow.
So, and they never put out a release with him. And my understanding when we had him on was that they were working on a release together to put out. So I don't know what happened there. But something obviously happened that Ryan Taylor's no longer in the band and they've replaced him with somebody else. But
Darren Miller from CKY.
Right, exactly. And honestly, another odd choice in my opinion.
Yeah,
very weird.
You know, for what they are and for what they represent. And especially if you think of this album, back to this album, you know. There's some hardcore shit in here, but you don't really expect them to bring that crossover vocalist type of guy. But I was curious to see what they were going to create, and I guess we'll wait longer. But either way, nothing will ever replace the great Brett Hoffman.
No.
Who was simply at his best on 10 Commandments. He's flawless on this fucking record. I know again they're going through singers. I do hope they come out with another record, but when it comes to Brett Hoffman, let me say fuck cancer if I may for yet another time. But just a great record, man. I love the fuck out of this record. I still listen to it on a very, very regular basis, and I still point people to it when I'm trying to get them into death metal. So
Fantastic record. Multiple stab wounds. What a song that is.
Just ridiculous jam, man. It's part. I want to play it at my funeral. You know what I mean? It might be the cause of my funeral.
And between like Deicide and Vader and Malevolent Creation, those guys are like the kings of the thrashy death metal.
Right, for sure.
And it sounds to me like this time next week, Jeff could be the vocalist for them.
Yes, right, exactly. Hey, Jeff, come on when you do. Come on my show, and that way next time we talk, I'll be like, hey, did you guys know that Jeff was on my show?
I'm gonna come on your show and I'm gonna just talk about my asshole the whole time. Why not? Because why not? Right?
If you pull out your notes again, I might come on my show. Anyway,
whoa! In that
you
case,
walked into it.
I'm busy for the next 30 years. But anyway,
when you say you're talking about your asshole, is that the chasm?
That's the only
that
chasm
would be
he
the
owns.
crevasse leading to. But anyway,
we are fans of Jeff's chasm for sure.
Yes, sir. Well, and you're not the only ones, but we'll just.
It's popular. It's popular.
Okay, we're moving on. Poor Roger's like, man, I am never coming on with these fucking clowns again.
No, this is good fun.
What you got?
This next
number
one,
9.
I talked about my favorite album, Swedish, but this is an EP, strictly not allowed. But I will not go on an island without this one, and that's At the Gates.
Oh,
dude.
Good pick.
This is the OG Dolores record. Again, I have a CD. I have another CD with the
Grotesque.
the demos, grotesque demos.
That's the one
I also have the reissued 10-inch. But here's riff for at least 2 albums on this one. It's just heavy.
Yeah.
His best vocal performance, in my opinion, because he's really down deep on this one, and I just love the chaotic riffs change on this release. I also prefer the first full length as well, way above Slaughter of Souls, actually. So, but yeah, this is just a must-have for me.
Yeah.
That's a good pick. I don't think anyone else was probably going to jump on that one.
That's their heaviest album.
Yeah, I was going to say I love that variation of their logo too.
It's quality.
Actually, when you first pulled that up, I thought it was Alcest. I'm like, is that an Alcest album? I've never seen, because it's got that kind of weird scroll.
And we talk about Martin Van Drunen having tortured vocals, but Tomper on the first 2 At the Gates, fucking hell.
Yeah.
Insane.
All right, Dennis, are we keeping you awake, man?
Yeah.
What you got?
I'm going to get this one. This is a fucking banger. Sinister.
Yeah. I was wondering.
Nice.
Yeah, man.
I'm surprised Devon hasn't gone Sinister yet. Maybe he was planning on doing that.
I have one of my honorable mentions.
Okay.
But look at these guys, and they're all black turtlenecks. Yeah, man, this album, especially the song "Cross the Sticks," it's just this album
that's a killer track.
pummels your fucking face in. If like you want to hear just like super nasty, fast, extreme death metal, that guitar sound on this is insane too, man. This album just crushes. I saw them on this tour, and they were fucking amazing, man. Just a fucking great set and great band live too. But this album and I don't remember the one after, but that one's
Diabolical Summoning.
Yeah, both those albums are fucking sick. But yeah, man, this one, Netherlands, beast of a record, needs more attention as well. But fucking banger.
Yeah,
Dutch answer to Suffocation.
It's crazy. It took till round 9 for someone to pull a Sinister album.
Right.
I mean, I could have pulled the entire box set that I have that you don't.
Yes, that's true. Oh yeah, that's one of the few box sets one of the few box sets you have that I don't have. True.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you skipped me and Nick. It's next.
Oh, I'm just down to honorable mentions.
Yeah, I did. Oh wait, you are down to an honorable.
I got a stack of honorable mentions, so you can pivot back to me whenever.
All right. So, well, how
did
that
your
happen?
10 already? How'd you?
Because a couple of mine were taken, so I omitted them.
See yeah, but the weird thing is, I thought I was on 9 or the last one, and Devon's anyway. Whatever. Can't count.
I only have one left.
I got one left.
Okay, well, that's what I thought. I only had one left, but go ahead, Devon.
Surprised nobody mentioned this band yet.
Hypocrisy.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Fourth Dimension. Yeah. When they got their own sound, because the first two were very much like malevolent creation worship, but
Yeah.
and this is the first one. Yep. And this is the first one when Peter did vocals too, so definitely when they got their own sound. Favorites on this probably Mind Corruption, Path to Babylon, and Orgy and Blood. But this whole record's awesome. So yep, 93. But it's called the Fourth Dimension, but it's their third record, which kind of all annoys me. But I know they had the Pleasures of Molestation EP too.
And they changed the logo as well for that album.
Yep.
Didn't they?
Oh yeah, true.
I do like that old Hypocrisy logo, but I mean the straight block letters with a little bit of chiseling on it, it's still effective.
Yeah. Good, great album that though.
I usually go to like the fifth chapter though, or the final chapter. My bad.
What a fantastic fucking list.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck, that's
Kick ass, brother.
Great fucking album.
All right, so just checking here. Just checking, doing a heat check here. How many you have left, Johnny? Just of regular.
It's more.
I thought I had two, but I could have. I can.
Where are you at, Mark?
I think you do.
Where are you at, Mark?
I've got two, but
And Dennis has two. Dennis has two left too, right? Mark, Dennis, and Johnny all have two left.
Well, same with me too. That's what I thought. Okay, all right.
And
so
you, Jeff, you have two left.
Okay, all right. Then that makes sense because I'm last. All right. So, Mark, what do you got, man, for number 9?
Okay, so I'm going to show this. This again is an EP, so I suppose technically it should be included, and it's the only one I'm going to show that was released recently. It's one of the newer bands, and I went to see him play last night with John in Manchester.
Oh, good man!
And this is a band from Glasgow in Scotland, Coffin Mulch.
Fuck yes.
Gross and grimy.
Yes, I love it. I just played them, man. They're fucking great.
That album
is sick.
I mean, even the aesthetics. They're a band that one of those few bands and modern bands that really sort of excite me, and I feel like I want to pre-order everything. Even, I mean, it's even got that sort of old school Napalm look about it, hasn't it?
Fuck yeah.
But the sound of the band, I can best describe it as it's the HM2 buzzsaw sound, but they incorporate a bit of autopsy in there and almost maybe a little bit of sort of crusty punkiness to it. It's got attitude, just it drips with attitude, but it's heavy, but it's doomy as well. They're one of my favourite newer bands from the UK, and because they're from Scotland, I like to coin them as deep fried death metal.
Yeah, right.
Because the Scottish, if you don't know, the Scottish deep fry everything. If you go into a chippy in Scotland and you ask for a pie, they throw it in the deep fat fryer to warm it up. If you go into the chippy with a Mars bar, they will deep fry your Mars bar for you. They'll cover it in batter and fry it. So these boys
deep fried pizzas, Mark. They do deep fried pizzas, mate, as well, which apparently are supposed to be fucking awesome. Deep fried pizza slice, yeah.
Look at that artwork as well.
It's amazing.
Jeff, never pull your nuts out there, bro.
Deep fried eggs.
Deep fried eggs, man. Deep fried eggs, bro.
A bit of Coffin Mulch.
How is this stream evolved into talking about my nuts every fucking?
Because you almost showed them.
Yeah, you put them on the stream, man. You can't put them on the stream and blame us for talking about it, damn it. I mean,
okay, all right.
Have you heard the new album?
I've got
the new one. Is so good, brother. It's so good.
I have got their new album, Devon. Yeah, I've only listened to it a couple of times, so it hasn't properly sunk in yet. But it sounds a little bit more aggressive than that EP. There seems to be less doomy sections in it, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Lots of left-hand path worship, which is
there you go.
totally fine with me.
Yeah.
Okay, Johnny, what you got, man?
Well, I thought this is not what I was going to talk about, but because we went to see Coffin Mulch last night, I picked up the exclusive gig-only version, which has got like loads of pus and fluid inside it.
Oh,
which I know.
It's literally got It has literally got coffin mulch
Yeah.
in the bag.
What
It
a
is.
cool
It's
fucking
lovely.
ass.
So, yeah.
Goddamn, that's amazing.
And there's like a slip mat in here. There's a limited edition 7-inch single and various other shit. It's fucking awesome. So I just thought I'd show
What
that.
label
Anyway,
are they on?
How are they pulling that off?
Memento Mori.
Yes.
The vinyl version is put out by the vocalist's own label at War with False Noise.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The CD's
And
been put out by Memento Mori, and the cassette has been put out by Gurgling Gore.
Gurgling, okay.
And Dry Cough as well in the UK, isn't it? Dry Cough in the UK.
Just out of curiosity, what they tap you for that for?
That was 40 quid. So what's that about? $45. But the normal albums, the normal album's only like 16 quid, just so you can pick up a black copy of that. Right. I'm going Napalm Death, by the way, and I'm going the album that has the cover that looks exactly the same as the coffin mulch one, funnily enough.
Yeah,
That's why the coffin mulch obviously got a film. This is From Enslavement to Obliteration, which, if I'm right, is the second album.
Yep.
I hope I'm fucking right. I love this album.
I'm sure Coffin Moss did that on purpose. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh God, yeah, definitely. So this is still obviously hardcore because there's about 450 million songs on the fucker. But no, it's in 1988. Just an absolute beast. At least this has the same vocalist on all the songs, unlike the first one, obviously.
Yep.
But no, this is great. I would have loved to show. This is my original Scum.
Ooh,
Scum's an absolute classic, but it is too grindy, I think, for our island anyway. And I don't want to hurt Jeff Sears, bless him. So I'm going to go this one.
No, if you don't say that's the island with you, John, you're not coming.
Okay then, I'll take them both. We'll go in this.
Can you only imagine? Johnny, shut that volume down.
By the way, talking of Scum, I picked up this just recently, just because Mark likes his pink album covers. This is the pink version.
Yeah.
Why the fuck they brought out a pink one? There you go.
Nice.
There you go. That's the pink version of Scum. It's an FDR one as well, so it sounds still sounds grindy. Let's face it. What's the point in doing it? It's like fucking doing an FDR version of the first Carcass album. It's like why? But there you go. Anyway, so yeah, that's the FDR one. So that's my second to last pick.
There's so many different colors.
Let me just interrupt real fast, Eric. If you didn't leave, dude, or if you did before you leave, you got to talk to me about Bowie, man. So get in touch with me because I got to figure out what we're doing there. So check in with me, Eric. Thanks for hanging out all show. Sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
I was just going to say there's been a lot of different color variants of the cover of Scum, hasn't there, over the years?
I think mine's green.
I've seen them in a lot of colors.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. Can I just say, look what I've got.
Ah,
yeah.
Dude, I have them too.
Oh, I like it. Yeah, look at that. Fuck
Bought the figure.
I love it.
I actually did a video about this. I bought this pissed. I honestly didn't fucking remember buying it. It was like 2 a.m. I was drinking 2 a.m. and an email popped up from fucking Earache. And I went, oh, the action figure. I'll buy that. And then you wake up in the morning, you forget all about it. And a week later, this fucking thing turned up. I thought, what the hell have I done that? So I've actually done a video on my channel about this. So it's, yeah. There you go. What the fuck I'm going to do with it, I don't know.
Oh, look. That's awesome.
Yay.
Johnny,
it's got to be done.
Oh, cool.
You know that bat figure
nice.
right there? That bat figure, the action figure, I had him on my show.
I wonder.
Can't beat it.
I believe that. I was just going to say, Johnny and Nick low-key becoming Rick on one of my streams. Because Rick comes on and it's like, we're doing top 10. And then 40 albums later, Rick showed everything he's got in the last month. So
I love it. All
right.
I'm going to go with this one. You're awesome for watching the show, Psychic. Thanks for hanging out.
Hey, John, is that not mine?
Yes.
Is
Fuck
that
off.
my figure?
It is.
No, it's not.
I'm going to go this one. For some reason, I cannot. Oh, fuck, man. There we go.
Right. Johnny's got Mark's faction figure, damn it.
Okay, so I took this one out because Yeah, I kind of think that a lot of modern death metal would not be here without this particular album. Now, you may argue and say, it's not really death metal, and you probably would have a decent argument. However, it was either this or one of the adjacent bands that this begat would create very shortly after this, that without these demos and this band's demos, I don't think we have modern death metal.
Yeah.
Hellhammer.
And these are the Hellhammer Demon Entrails. So you got Triumph of Death, Death Fiend demos, and then you got the Satanic Rites demos. And you say what you will. I think you could also maybe point to Morbid Tales and certainly to Megatherion as early death metal albums or in that vein. The early Celtic had a lot of thrash and speed in them, but it also was a very, I think, set a template for, like Venom did for black metal and death metal to an extent. It was kind of that melding of styles. Everything was kind of coming together at that nexus of 1982, 1983, 1984. You've got, Metallica and the thrash stuff, and then you've got the black metal that starts to be created with, Venom and Merciful Fate, and then you got the death metal that kind of swings off of that. And I think without this, do we have modern death metal? I don't know. It's hard to say, but I mean, it definitely was an influence, and I'm sure that guys like Jeff and Chuck and all those early pioneers of that sound had to have known about these demos if they didn't even have. I'm sure they had them.
Obituary worship those.
Yeah.
Right.
So
I mean, that explains kind of the tone too.
Yeah, exactly. That tone, exactly. So there you go. That's Hellhammer.
I saw Thomas Giuardi doing the Hellhammer stuff last year at UK Death Fest. He headlined the Saturday or the Sunday night.
I saw him doing that.
Sound fucking great, yeah.
Yeah, Hell's Heroes in March down in Houston.
Well, they did that and Triptychon, right?
Yeah, Triptychon did the early Celtic Frost stuff as they were
and then I think Nick, you
headliner.
saw him at MDF. You saw Triumph of Death, right?
Yeah, dude. We only caught like part of Triptychon set, which I mean, I think the second song in was Procreation of the Wicked. Was like, I have to stay for this.
Oh yeah,
but we were trying to make it over to see another band, but we watched all of Hellhammer's set the next day, and fucking awesome, dude. It's just gritty and filthy, just as it should be. Yeah. And Tom looked like he was having a ball up there.
Oh yeah, he was having a blast, and sounded killer, man.
I saw him headline Decibel Fest in 19. I want to say, I think it was 19, and they did a Triumph of Death set in there. So they did Triptychon stuff, but they did Celtic. And then they did a few Triumph of Death songs. So, he's still one of the OGs, no doubt. Okay. Jason,
as well.
Our last one, and then we'll do a quick round of swings for honorable mentions.
Yeah, sounds good. So I have a bunch that I could list here. I got a massive list on the other screen you can't see. But this band hasn't been mentioned, and this is one of my favorites from the early 2000s, so I'll bring it up. Organic Hallucinosis by Decapitated.
Yes.
Decapitated, right.
I love that record. I think Vogue is one of the best, if not the best, rhythm guitarist in death metal. I mean, his right hand is absolutely insane. I know I saw it was like a YouTube video of them doing some like prep for one of the more recent tours. I don't know if they were doing like an anniversary or something, and it was him and their current drummer. And just insane. I mean, just the level of like tightness that he has, and he's totally just locked in. And, those early records, I love them all. And it's kind of hard to pick, but I just think, obviously that was a pivotal record because it was kind of the last of that initial lineup. And obviously, tragically, Vitek died after that. And he was just such an amazing drummer too. There's some just crazy playing there. The band is lockstep, just rhythmically perfect. And it's almost like mechanical, but not in a way where it sounds like cold necessarily. To me, it's like it's mechanical, but in a way where it kind of really pushes kind of what those bands can do. I think there's a few, like along with some of that early Meshuggah stuff where they really had that lockstep in, rhythmically that just was so cool. So I love that record to death, and it was gone for a long time. It's a really hard one to find. I do not have a physical of that, but I'm constantly looking for one that's not $300. So At some point, maybe I'll have one. But
killer album, dude. Post organic, man. There's some of that breakdown there, but yeah, it's almost like Meshuggah's Nun with blast beats. Like it has that sort of like just that crunchy, vicious fucking sound.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, just really rhythmic and tight, and they're doing all sorts of cool like polyrhythms and shit, and it's just
they were still super young.
Yeah, it's crazy, crazy what they were able to accomplish. And I don't know, I haven't, the stuff in the second generation of the band when they reformed hasn't really struck me the same way as those early albums, but yeah, just really great band.
Yeah, great album that.
Good choice. I probably the only person who's going to pick that one. It shows your interest in tech death. Again, another one. All right, Chris, what you got, dude?
My last one and my number one, actually, and honestly, Dennis stole my thunder a little bit on it earlier, but I'm going to mention it anyway. It's Obituaries, Slowly We Rot, 1989. Some may choose 90s Calls of Death over Slowly We Rot, but to those people, I say Suffocation or Gates to Hell. Hardy nearly vomits up the signature style vocals that we know and love him for in this album. When I think of old school death metal, in particular Florida old school death metal, I think of this fucking album. I think of this album cover. I used to have how you used to take like grocery bags and put them on your books and shit. I used to put this shit on this artwork on my covers and shit. This just is a great fucking album. It's the United States version of death metal staple, especially early. I think they were the masters of just like keep it simple and pummel you with fucking killer, just riff after riff, punch you in the face death metal. I love it, man. It didn't focus on atmosphere or any bells and whistles or any of that shit. It just came right at your ass, and I was captivated by this record immediately on my first listen. So
yeah,
it might be one of my favorite death metal records of all fucking time, in fact. So there you go.
And that one of my favorite riffs of all time is that one that's kind of late, a bit not quite in the middle, but a bit later on in Intoxicated.
Yeah. Dude, that song is fucking in my DNA. That's just literally, it's interwoven in my DNA as a human being. So
yeah,
love it.
I saw him do at Decibel Fest, that same one that Triptychon was at. Man, that was a loaded, stacked lineup. I saw Enslaved do Frost. Obituary did Slowly We Rot. And then Triptychon did the whole mixed bag of Celtic and Triptychon and Triumph of Death. That was a pretty fucking ripping fest.
Sure, yeah.
All right, Roger, number 10.
Yeah, last but not least, as we say, all our videos, my favorite death metal band or metal band ever. It's
there you go. Boom. Yeah, man. I have that shit.
Very surprised when this came out how kind of refreshed they were. I felt they were kind of flattening out a little bit, but this album is just back on top, and so many killer songs on this one, and I actually love the cover. I did see some guys that did a ranking for metal. There were some guys that said that they didn't like the cover.
I did shit on the cover. I still don't like it. But everything else about it is perfect.
Yeah. It's just it's become my favorite immolation album. So yeah, just a killer album.
I mean, there's like 5 number ones in that entire discography for me. I fucking picking them was like fucking. I'd rather pull teeth.
Nick and Devon know this. It's another one of my pull is metal card things. I don't know Immolation like I should. It's not to say I've never listened to them. I'm just saying I don't know them like I should, and I don't own any, so I couldn't pull any. But as a guitar player, Bob Vigna's playing is just fucking out there. It's so insane. I don't even know how he plays like he plays, but the riffs he writes are so dark and evil and twisted.
It's violent and wild.
Yeah. Okay, so we're moving on from you, Nick, to Devon.
Yep.
Huh?
Nice.
Yep, that's
Yes.
mine. That's the one I want. That's an honorable mention.
Hell yeah.
Fucking beautiful.
So if there's one band I could go back in time and see, they would be my choice. I'm pissed I never got to see them, but yeah. Favorite song on here is the whole record, but if I had to actually choose one, probably the title track or Silent Demise. But yeah,
lest we
both
forget.
albums. That too, but this whole record slays.
Yeah, that's my favorite of their groovier era.
Yeah, that's my pick. That's a HM for me there.
I've got to admit, I didn't like it when it came out. I listened to that and I went, I don't get it. And I honestly didn't bother with it.
We'll talk to him later. All right. See you, Johnny.
I just didn't get. Don't get me wrong. I go back to it now, and I really like it. It's probably my third favorite. But back then, I just didn't get it. It's like, it just doesn't seem as heavy. I don't know. It just.
You must have
It's a
been
little groovier, I think. Just a little
Right.
bit.
It's less pummeling, I guess, but it is.
Yeah.
It's a good record though. It grows on you.
You must have been.
Yeah, it does. I said I love it now.
You must have been
What's
going
that,
through
mate?
You must have been going through your Hanoi Rocks phase, John.
I think I probably was there, mate. Yeah.
The Michael Monroe sax thing. Yeah.
I had my cowboy boots on at the time, probably. So yeah, what can I say?
Fuck yeah.
Okay, Dennis, what you got for number 10?
Oh shit, 10 already? All right, I'm gonna go with this
Well,
one.
if you have other, just do 10, and then we're gonna do a swing by, and if you got a stack there, we got to make it quick. But we'll
do it quick. I gotta get to work anyway.
Yeah,
but
right.
This one I think deserves to be mentioned. Fucking heavy. It's just a straight up death metal fucking band.
Dude,
hell yeah.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I love that cover. I love it.
This is
always
bad.
have.
Also, this is a sealed copy.
Nice.
Of course it is.
I love it. I fucking
man.
love you, Dennis. You're the man, brother.
It is. I mean,
Pretty
yeah,
sure that's Mark's sealed copy.
Yeah. Do you have Mark's record?
I'm pretty sure.
But this one, it sounds like the cover. Like it
Yep.
sounds like fucking nasty death metal, New York style. Not overly. I wouldn't say overly. It's not technical at all, but it's just straightforward New York death metal. Just a fucking banger. Again, they had a 7-inch that I had before this and a demo as well. But this one for me, I always jam this. When this came out, I always just think it's a real like earworm of a record. It's just never gets old.
Brutal.
So you've got multiple copies of that then, Dennis, obviously.
Yeah, I got like 3 copies.
Nice. That you're right though. It does sound like the cover. It sounds like a load of zombies that have risen out the earth and strapped on guitars and just they're just meandering down the road playing.
Yeah. That's death metal, baby, right there. Fuck yeah.
Yeah.
I love it.
Well, now we lost John. Okay, we're all switched around. We're almost done here. Johnny, what you got for last one?
Well, my last one I've been mentioned multiple times. This is the double from the vault thing with Slowly We Rot and Cause of Death. I can't really pick between them. That's my original low lacer version of Cause of Death. But I'd just like to mention, does anybody else pick up this?
Yeah.
Oh,
the Slowly We Rot, the live one that came out, I don't know, was it last year?
During COVID.
Which is, during COVID, it was kind of live, but not. I didn't bother with the Cause. Yeah, I didn't bother with the Cause of Death one, but I always love the. I don't own Slowly We Rot on vinyl, you see, so I thought, well, if I can get this, and eventually I'll pick it up. But also, I just wanted to show Roger that. Oh,
I know what.
Fuck yeah, man.
But yeah, so a Slowly We Rot or Cause of Death by Obituary. I've got to mention them. I know everybody else has, and I know they've done other albums, but what can I say? It's got to be one of these two if you're on a fucking island. So yeah, that's my choices.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, Mark, what you got?
Vomit up the vocals, baby.
So, to be honest, I didn't initially pick this because I honestly thought someone else would show this, but because no one has up to now, I can't not include it. And we've kind of touched on it with Entombed and Carnage, but like
there we go.
Yeah, I can't believe no
thank
one
you.
chose that.
It was an honorable mention. I had one
that was gonna be
HMG
mine
covered.
one of the greatest band
I have
photos
that one,
ever.
too.
Yep.
Yep.
But yeah, this is this for me at the time when it first came out, it scratched all those HM2 itches that I needed, but I liked it because they were a little bit different to Entombed. They seemed a bit more aggressive and a little bit darker. They still in sort of encompassing that melodic Swedish style. Yep. But you know, Grave, Dismember, Entombed, any of those would have come with me because I love them all, and they're all what you would call your OSDM, you know. But they were all a little bit different. They all had the aggression, but there was something a little bit darker about this band. And again, Seagrave artwork.
Yeah, amazing cover.
Love that cover.
Amazing. Yeah, it's just such a great record from beginning to end. I mean, that's one of those bands where what I really appreciate about Dismember is they knew that like the changes, they always hit the changes perfectly. Like from, you know, one section to another. It was just exactly like when you're like, yeah, this should change here, and they had it figured out, man. Love that record.
So has anybody else got the box set like me and Mark?
That's the
there you go. There you go, Dennis.
The box set.
Yeah.
Oh,
look at me.
Nuclear Blast.
Nice.
Yeah, that's nice. That's a badass record.
Okay, my last one is.
There we go. Look. Oh shit, moves out. Boom, son. Oh, might even be an even better band photo, son. Oh shit, Dennis.
Guns out, buns
God
out. My last one is. Oh shit! What did I do?
Yeah.
Left-hand path.
Yeah, we gotta go left-hand path. Because, as I said, I bought it way back when.
It should be on every list.
Along with Coroner's Mental Vortex, which was an early,
great album,
early thrash death, you know, technical thrash metal.
Yeah,
and for some reason I just could not get into this album initially because I was struggling with vocal stuff, and now, man, it's one of my favorites. And you know, LG, RIP,
peace,
LG,
bro.
That HM2, which Nick literally, like, he doesn't listen to, like, a lot of people when they go to bed at night, they listen to things like maybe dark ambient or gentle Enya type music. Nick just fucking cranks an amp in the basement and kicks the HM2 pedal on, hits an E chord, and then walks away and lets it, you know, just put him to sleep.
Absorb your soul.
I have to change my underwear after that.
Hey, Nick, just don't show it to us on the goddamn camera. Jesus.
There's something
just
magical
stop
about
now.
that
You
song.
know it's the highlight of your day. You know it's the highlight of your day. Just stop. But yeah, man, I mean, that album, again, like, I go back to the one big thing about Left Hand Path. There's just hooks all over that album. The songs are hooky, and you just can't not fucking headbang when you're driving, man. And it's just a rifter killer.
The riff face.
The riff face. Exactly, that O face. So
nasty riff face.
I'll tell you what, since I was going last,
their ability to mix melody and violence and, you know, epic coming at your ass is unparalleled, man.
Yeah.
Great record.
So I'm gonna go first on the honorable mentions, just quick, because Dennis does have to get out of here. So if you got to roll, Dennis, do you want to go first, or can you go 20 more minutes?
I could just show some stuff real quick.
I'll let you go first.
I'll just show them real quick. Just honorable mentions. The Pungent Stench, For God Your Soul.
Brilliant.
Brilliant.
That's on my honorable mention right there.
This one, Epitaph.
I don't know that one.
And then
more HM2 Snarl.
I'll just do Excruciate. Another badass Swedish Beyond the Circle, fucking banger. Womb Bath. Eternal Caustic Torment.
Yeah, that's a newer one, right?
Can we not just take Dennis's basement to this island with us?
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. We'll be in great shape.
Here's a badass one I always loved. Son of Hypnos by Morpheus. Another Swedish death metal band.
I don't even know that one.
Heard of
Unanimated. Force of the Dreaming Dead.
Yeah.
Fucking banger. We didn't even mention this one, but Grave Into the Grave.
Yeah. I love Grave.
There's another cool one that probably won't be on many people's list, but Deteriorate Rotting in Hell.
Wait, is that the same? That's not the Repulsion cover, is it? It almost looks like the Repulsion album cover there.
There's a cool one that most people don't consider death metal, but it is. Marduk and Dark Endless.
Yeah.
I've seen that. Yeah.
Badass. Furball, Those Shredded Dreams.
Don't know
Swedish
Yeah.
death metal.
Furball, what a name for the band that is.
Last but not least,
that sounds like.
Oh, yes. Comic-Con.
That's what I got.
Dennis, real quick before you go, man. Big four of death metal.
Big four?
Big four of death metal.
Old school? Because I'll just go Death, Necrophagia, Possessed, and Morbid Angel.
Boom. Nice.
Nicely
done.
Real quick, Dennis, what you got going on the channel?
So I'm going to have some live streams. You kind of know about that coming up. It's going to be more like top, kind of like this, top 20, top 10. So if you guys are interested, I can have you on. But I'll get started. I just got some ideas right now, and I'll get with you guys on some subjects and see who wants to join.
I think you said top 20 metal songs is the one we're doing,
top
right?
20 heavy metal songs.
Metal songs. Man, and you think this top 10 death metal album thing was hard? Try picking 20 fucking songs, man.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah, right on.
But all right, brother. Appreciate it, man. I appreciate you coming on.
Good talking to you guys.
You rock, Dennis.
Oh, yeah, man.
Hey, Dennis.
Hey, Dennis.
Brother.
See you, buddy.
Good
Peace,
dude.
brother.
Good dude.
Take care, Dennis. Good to meet you, mate.
There we go. All right. I'm going to go next just simply because I waited till the end and everybody stole my shit. So I'm going to go. Surprisingly, no one said this, and it was close for me. Although this is the full package of everything. I guess I can show it this way, but
Nespith.
Yep. I'm going to go Demolish Nespith. But this is actually the whole everything, all the demos and everything. It's called 20th Anniversary of Emptiness. It's got all the demos and the remastered version of Nespith. You know, when I first heard Nespith, man, I just didn't think it was real. Like, I'm like, how is, like, it's just like, what the fuck is that? That guy sounds like a bullfrog croaking. But now it's one of my favorites. Jason, I don't know if you know that album well, but Nespith with, I'm sure you do, but Annie Bowman, the fucking guitar savagery on there is ridiculous. Just that technical all over the place, crazy ass fucking playing and all the flurries and fills and all that shit. This one probably might be a push for everyone as far as whether this even is death metal. I guess you could call it mellow death maybe, or melodic black death perhaps. So maybe this one doesn't work for everyone, but as much as I don't like the guy who wrote all this music, this is a masterpiece. Dissections, Storm of the Lights Pain. It's just, and maybe it knows a little bit more of the black metal. So maybe this is kind of a tweener and doesn't necessarily belong here, but this album is just fucking stunning. Here's one that a lot of people don't talk about a lot, but I love this album. Gorman, The Ending Quest.
Yeah, fantastic.
Fucking killer album, man. Great.
Bloodbath stole their logo.
What's that?
Bloodbath stole their logo design from the Gorman logo.
Did they?
Yeah. Well, look at the Bloodbath logo and then look at Gorman's.
Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Well, I mean, they've all kind of stolen from each other, but and then a couple more newer, I would call them newer bands that, and nobody's going to be like, oh my God, I've never heard of these guys. But this is probably one of my favorite new UK death metal, proggy death metal. And Jason, if you don't know these guys, you probably do. You should. Cryptic Shift. Greetings from Enceladus.
Oh, nice.
I have heard of them. I haven't really given that record the time.
Dude, you got to listen to it.
Yeah,
You're going to
I'll have to
fucking
check
love
it out.
it, man. Great riffage. It's kind of like a mixture of Voivod, Gorguts, and maybe Morbid Angel and a little bit of Death all combined. And with, like I said, it's kind of like a really Death-inspired Voivod album with death metal vocals.
It's like
These guys are really good young players.
If Morbid Angel wrote a Voivod record.
Yeah,
Oh,
kind
wow.
of.
Yeah, I'll have to dive into that.
Speaking of Morbid Angel, a lot of people shit on this band, including Devon, so fuck you. And everyone's like, oh, these guys are hipster metal. They're hipster death metal. Well, I think they're fucking awesome.
Oh, no.
Blood Incantation, Starspawn, I think it's a fucking killer album. You know, whether the guys are pretentious or not, or you think they are, whatever, who cares? I think they're actually pretty cool dudes from what I can gather. Although they won't come do my show. They've probably been on Chris's show like dozens of times.
Damn it! Last Tuesday, you know.
But yeah, I've reached out to Paul and spoken to him a couple times, and initially he said, no, we don't do YouTube stuff. And like 4 weeks later, they're doing YouTube stuff. So it was kind of odd. I'd never quite understood that.
They probably saw you in your underwear.
That's probably what it was. Yeah. Starspawn, kick ass. I think I like it a little better than Hidden History, although I like that one a lot too. And also in keeping with that is their, and you know, it's definitely death, but it's definitely super doom, claustrophobic, cavernous doom death. And that would be Spectral Voice, which is his other band. And I fucking love this album. It's so creepy and dripping with fucking ooze and gnarly. And Eli's vocals on here, I think, fit this music better than probably Paul's would, quite frankly. Paul's the better cosmic death guy. Eli is savage on this.
It sounds like it was recorded in a dungeon.
What's that?
It sounds like it was recorded in a dungeon. It's just about perfect.
Yeah, and what's the name of what's the name of that band that Morris and Eli are in? That's
Black Curse.
Black Curse, yeah, Black Curse. Should check that one out too.
That album is disturbingly heavy.
It's very disturbing. Last but not least, the boys from Tomb Mold. I just had Derek on not too long ago. Great fucking guy, really killer songwriter. I love Tomb Mold. I think they're one of the better, brighter bands from that cavernous death metal thing. Is it new? Is it super, unique? Maybe not, but I think they're going different places with that band with the next set of things.
Fantastic band, yeah. Love them. Yep.
So those are my honorable mentions. I could keep going. The only thing I will say is that, as I mentioned, Immolation, Suffocation. Let's see real quick. I did have Possessed Seven Churches on here. Did I skip that one? If not, that's an honorable mention, even though it's one of the originals. Pestilence, Convulse, and Deicide. So those are all honorable mentions.
I have a new one you really like that you didn't pick that I'm surprised for honorable mentions.
Oh, dude, Gorphelia, dude.
Oh,
that's Morbid Angel worship.
That's a good pick. Yeah, that last
all their albums.
Yeah. Okay. Jason, what do you got for honorable mentions? Quick?
Yeah, so a lot of the honorable mentions I had were already picked, by everyone as we kind of went around, but obviously seen a theme in all my picks. I'm very much into kind of progressive death and technical death metal. So a few of them. Well, here's one no one said, and I know this might be kind of marginal, but I think it's a great record. It's kind of where I jump off with this band. But Behemoth the Satanist.
That's the one Behemoth I like.
Yeah, I love that album. I think it's great, just from beginning to end, and obviously a lot of Blackened sort of sound in that.
A little bit more black than
death,
but yeah.
But I love that record. Obscura, Omnivium. I'm a huge Obscura fan. Love that band a ton. That record, I think they were kind of firing on all cylinders. That was the last record, I believe, with Hannes Grossman playing drums. Okay. So I know he's an Alkaloid, and he's also
Alkaloid's killer, man.
I love Alkaloid. Their new song is fucking awesome.
Yes.
Oh, they have a new one?
Oh, dude, it's coming out next month.
Yeah, they're putting a new record out.
Oh shit, I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
I forget what that's. Clusterfuck is the new one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Song's sick, super great. But so that was the last Obscure record with Hannes Grossman, and I actually want to mention Hannes Grossman's, I think it's his second solo record. It's called The Crypts of Sleep. Is like the best Obscura record that no one's ever heard. I mean, he did a lot of writing in his time in Obscura, but that album is awesome. It's progressive, really cool drum chops just in general. Like, he's an amazing drummer. I actually worked with him. He did some session stuff for me. And just an awesome drummer, and that record is great, kind of underrated. I have the physicals of that, and just like cool artwork too. Just overall great package, really good songwriting. one of the kind of the lesser, and this might be a hot take, but I'm a big fan of this Cannibal Corpse record, Skeletal Domain.
Dude, underrated.
I think very underrated. I really like the tone on it. It's just a very energetic record. I know it kind of like got some shit when it came out. I wouldn't say it's my favorite Cannibal Corpse record, but I think it is just one I like kind of turning people onto if they really never give it a chance, or maybe just say, hey, listen to it again. I got Psychroptic, Scepter of the Ancients. I love that record. Joel Haley is an amazing guitar player. He definitely is one of those guitarists that like has a sound all his own. I don't know how the hell he comes up with the shit he comes up with. Kind of similar to like we were talking with Gorguts and Luke. Like I don't even know how you write that type of stuff.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
their sound has kind of changed over the years too. A lot more groove in the more recent albums. I'd say like the last 4 or 5. But the early stuff is just straight tech death. Really, really cool. Spawn of Possession in Curso.
Wow.
I love that record. I love all the Spawn of Possession records, but I thought Incurso was a hell of a way to go out. I think Christian Munzner was doing leads on that record, but just the composition is just insane. I mean, I don't know how I love, like, I'm the guy who I love to like do a tech death project, but I don't even know where to begin. I like technical music. I like progressive music, but some of that shit, it's just like, how do you even keep that stuff straight, you know? And then a few new ones I threw in just because these are records that are kind of, I'd say within the last 5 or 6 years or so. Well, one of them is, another one's early 2010s, but I totally missed it. So Revocation of Unworldly Origin. I love that album. Nether Heaven was great too, I think. But yeah, really, really enjoyed Unworldly Origin. Just all those songs are great. And Dave Davidson's a motherfucker of a guitar player. And then finally, this is a band I really liked a lot of their early stuff, and then I kind of fell off them in the 20-aughts, I guess. And then I totally missed this record when it came out in 2013, and then revisited it a few years ago. But Arsis, Unwelcome. I really like that record a lot as well. Kind of mellow death-ish, but they they were very much kind of in the early days, kind of carcassy, I guess you could say, on their first records. Then they went really tech death. I'm trying to remember the album. They had Diamonds for Disease. There's a few other ones they did. But yeah, basically Unwelcome was kind of cool because it came out of nowhere, and it's just this really heavy, grindy sort of just really solid track list, really great playing. The drummer they got, I'm trying to remember his name now. Of course I can't in a minute. Just nuts, really, really tight, really solid album overall. So that was kind of a cool surprise because it totally slipped under my radar, and I listened to it like 5 years after it came out. So, but
they covered Corey Hart too.
Yeah, they do Sunglasses at Night. That's on that record, which is funny as hell.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool. Chris, what you got?
Awesome. Shit, we covered a lot of them, man. A lot of my honorable mentions are new stuff, honestly. Like, I love that I think we had some Incantation earlier in the list, but stuff like Immolation, maybe we didn't get a lot of. Cryptopsy. I really, really, really love Dying Fetus a lot. I mean, of course, they're local to me, but I love them. I think that Wrong One to Fuck With is a ridiculously badass album. Skeletal Remains is one that I love. Nun Slaughter, a little bit of Nun Slaughter you can't go wrong with. How about some Goat Horror? We didn't cover any of that tonight, which I'm a little surprised by. A band, Anger Rot, man. If you guys aren't listening to Anger Rot, you really need to. They're a great fucking death metal band. They got 3 or 4 great releases out right now. And I guess you stole my thunder a little bit, maybe with the last one you mentioned, and now my mind is a blank. But how about some Necrot, man? Necrot, man. Those guys are fucking ridiculous and badass. I enjoy the fuck out of them as well.
Great live.
Well, I won't say it yet till we see if anyone mentions it. But there's one band that hasn't been mentioned. I'm kind of shocked about, but
I'm going to throw you real quick. My big 4 of death metal, if I may, is Death, Obituary, Morbid Angel, and Cannibal Corpse. There you go.
Okay.
List.
Yeah, sorry I didn't address that. I'll tie in at the end. I'm not sure I want to do that, but there you go, Roger. Nice.
It's a tough one.
Yeah, and also I had this as honorable mention, Grave.
Right.
Who
was that?
Fire Petrol.
No, dude.
There you
go. Original.
I think they're mine, Roger.
Nice, cool.
Vader.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
Needs to be there.
Yeah, finally, right.
Brutality.
Oh, dude, that debut was so fucking good.
Yeah. Great albums. My favorite Asphyx album that goes under the name Soulburn.
Yeah.
Feeding on Angels. This was started off when Asphyx had a break back in the 90s. Came out in 96. One of my favorite new death metal-ish album is Dark Millennium, Acid River.
Oh, okay, never heard of that.
This is very varied. It's a lot of styles, but it's kind of based on death metal. But if you like to be challenged, go and listen to this. This was my favorite album last year. Also, of course, pulled out B-side, and the last is kind of a there's a black metal feeling to it. This is Abyssal Anticathesis, came out in 15, I think. This is just very doomy, into the depths of hell, dark, evil sounding and twisted. It's kind of death doom and death metal, but played in a black metal way. You know? But this album is fucking killer.
Yeah, save your black metal stuff for the black metal stream that we'll do soon.
Yeah, but it's not black metal. It's definitely deep growls and it's heavy guitars, but it's kind of the feeling of it. It's a little.
Who was the band again? What was the band name?
Abyssal.
Oh, Abyssal. Okay, yep. Know that name.
Saw them at MDF in 2019. Fucking incredible live.
Yeah.
Where are they from?
They're from the UK, I think. Or at least the band.
UK.
That it?
Yeah, that's it.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. You chose some off the beaten path stuff there. Nick, what you got?
I went with some maybe slightly more off the beaten path stuff because I figured some of the other ones probably get covered by other guys, and I've been right so far. But I'm going to double down on Tomb Old, Manor of Infinite Forms. Absolutely fantastic album. Blood Mirror. God, man. Every fucking riff on that song, especially. Everything on this album is awesome.
Abyss Walker, that fucking riff on there is killer too.
Go with another newer band, Witch Vomit, Buried Deep in a Bottomless Grave. You love Autopsy especially, and I don't know, just the grimiest, filthiest sounding death metal. Like the vocals are absolutely putrid on here. The riffs are surprisingly catchy. Like one of my buddies who's not really a big death metal fan jammed this, was like, dude, I can't help but to like just headbang to this. I'm not a big death metal fan, but like the riffs on here are fantastic. Yeah. They almost made it, but Diabolical Conquest.
Yeah, I was waiting for somebody. I mean, I would put Onward to Golgotha on there for sure.
That was the other one that I thought about, but this is still my favorite. I mean, I also get to say Daniel Corchado. You know, he did the vocals and bass on here, and I don't think anyone had the Chasm either, so it's kind of a drop for that one. But yeah, this is one of my favorite fucking actually no, this is my favorite Incantation album still. Like I come back to it, it's just epically evil and still raw and gross and dark as hell. And yeah, I love Incantation. Like that's no secret. In terms of finished stuff that no one brought up, Sentenced.
Damn it, I forgot that.
I love that album.
Dude. This is some of the finest finished death metal there is. Underrated as hell. Like I feel like this gets overlooked mainly because they stylistically shift.
Well, they shifted so hard after that. Yeah.
So does Amorphous, but I mean, I almost got Corellian Isthmus too because
that was one of mine. I forgot to mention that one. Yep.
But this one I think is even better than Corellian Isthmus. Like the songs are a little bit more dynamic. Riffs for fucking days on here. And this is super fucking catchy too.
10,000 Lakes on Amorphous too. That's up there too.
That's
more
damn
black
good
metal,
too.
but a little bit more black metal-y than but
that's
that's
more folky touches on that one. This is just raw, pure, and ugly. And again,
that Sentence album rules.
Chris, this one goes out to you. Destroy the Opposition, Dying Fetus. One of the most brutal, hateful, fucking just in your face fucking albums. Riffs for fucking days. John Gallagher, his formula is pretty much always been like play as brutal as you can, but make sure it's got a hook. Make sure you got riffs. And that formula has carried on throughout their entire career. I can't wait for the fucking new one because the single's been great. But yeah, this was my big gateway into them right here. And also got Jason Netherton from Misery Index on here. Just fucking amazing album.
Yeah, I love Dying Fetus.
It took all stream, but Robert finally came through. He finally came through. Someone passed away that we talked about. I'm stunned.
Oh God.
That's it.
And I left off Bloodbath because I already had Entombed. Same reason I left off Dismember, but I knew someone else would bring them up. But Bloodbath, Fathomless Mastery, absolutely incredible album, start to finish. Mock the Cross is one of the best.
Guitar tone on that album is like 10,000 tons.
Oh,
I still favor Resurrection Through Carnage, though, man.
I love that album too. I mean, honestly, I love pretty much all Bloodbath's albums. But man, there's something about this one. Like, what the hell is the title?
Mock the Cross is killer. Mock the
it's whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, that song that's just absolutely pummeling syncopated riffs on it, just disgusting. And Slaughtering the Will to Live. This album can do it.
I'm still annoyed they canceled MDF though.
They're back this next year.
Next year.
And I already got my tickets. And I'm stoked. That and My Dying Bride.
It's Skinless.
Yeah, well,
none of us mentioned Skinless.
Temper your enthusiasm till the day or two before for My Dying Bride. They've been known to jump ship really out of nowhere. Yeah. And I was talking to Kelly. You know, Atheist is doing the pre-fest, right? And so they're just below Sodom.
Yep.
And I said, we were talking about it, and I said, yeah, if I'm gonna come down, if I'm here, I'll try to come down for that. And he's like, you better be here. And I said, you know, you may be headlining that show because Sodom does a lot of canceling. So I said, you might be. He's like, fuck yeah, man, we'll headline. That's cool with me. So
I missed out on my opportunity to get tickets sold out too quick.
Oh, is it sold out?
For the pre-show? Yeah, pre-show is fucking sold out.
Well, you better hope I'm around because I can get you in then.
Well, just send them an email now.
We'll see. We'll see. That's
one more little bump. Aborted, the Necrotic Manifesto. I love Aborted.
Yeah, we didn't give Aborted enough love. Yeah.
Over the top, sort of like horror lyrics and kind of like, again, dark humor, gore humor, but they know how to pack in fucking riffs and insane fucking blast beats and turnovers. They are an absolute fucking blast to watch live too. And this has been one of my favorite go-to albums. There's nice little bits of carcass worship on here as well. But yeah, in terms of like more modern death metal / I guess gore grind, yeah, one of my favorites.
Dude, Retro Gore is such a sick record. That's one of my favorite covers too, like modern death metal covers. It's just the whole concept behind that. It's so cool.
Global Flatline, Fecal Forgery.
Fecal Forgery, for real?
Fecal Forgery.
Wow.
Hell yeah, you gotta like that.
Dude, when Ken Badine came in on drums for them, like they just exploded to a whole new level of fucking viciousness again.
All right, Kevin's turn.
All right, I'll be quick. Dawn of the Apocalypse, Vital Remains.
Ooh.
Yeah, god damn it. Good shit.
Centinex, Melis, Maleficarum.
Ah, there you go.
All right.
Desolatory Bitterness.
Great.
Yeah.
Edge of Sanity.
Oh, I'm glad you pulled that one. That would be one of mine for
Spectral
sure.
Sorrows. Inverted, there can only be one. Decapitated Winds of Creation.
Yeah.
Across the Crown, Engraved in Black.
Yeah, I don't even know what that
I don't
is.
know that one.
Yeah, I haven't heard that one.
Oh, underrated.
Agreed. Sarcophago, Laws of Scourge.
More black and thrash, though.
Macabre.
Yeah.
Macabre, the first mention of
Nice.
Macabre all night. I'm surprised by that, honestly.
Dawn of Possession.
Yeah,
Great.
that record is silly right there.
Disgrace, Great Misery.
Oh.
Interesting album.
That album cover reminds me of that White Word record.
Yeah, actually, it does. You're right.
Yeah.
Diabolical Summoning. Vader,
Oh.
Deep Within
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
Close.
I told you Vader came on my show, right?
Yep.
Hell yeah. Yep.
Oh, that's
My favorite At the Gates record.
That's a great record.
Do I have time to go cook a hamburger and come back?
I'm almost done.
Oh, I thought about pulling that one.
Nice.
Oh, that's another great one. Yeah.
Logan was asking for this one.
Dude, anything by that band is amazing.
I'm sick of waiting for a new record. And then my last kind of deep cut.
Ooh, Our Penance.
Yeah. Hour of Penance.
Italian brutal death metal.
So if you like early Nile, like the first 2 records, this is a good record to check out.
Yeah, I haven't listened to an Hour of Penance in a long time.
Original member anymore, I think.
I gotta throw Nile in his in their darkened shrines, which was my first of those.
Yeah,
that was my first one too.
For my because it's close between that and Annihilation, and also the one those the gods
detest.
Yeah.
Whom
Those 3 are kind of 1 and 1/8, but I always tend to go to Darken for some reason because it was the first one I got. So, all right, Johnny, what you got, man? Johnny's got like 8,000 to show.
I'm going to whiz through.
Yeah,
Now,
give it to me, baby.
I'll be quick, brother. Most people have done quite a few of these, oddly. You did this one, Jeff.
Yes, I did, yeah.
Demolic album.
Yep,
It's
love
just
it.
so cool to get on vinyl finally. The first Gore-Guts.
Nice.
To the death.
Yeah,
I
that's
just love
my
it.
favorite. I love that Gorgon.
Yeah, until you,
It's-
I was the only guy that talked about Gorguts as a choice.
Yeah, I thought about to get it in there. Nick just showed that. My favourite Incantation, Diabolical Conquest, in a weird blue vinyl. Also, I think you mentioned this as well, Nick. My favourite, Immolation.
Oh,
great one.
God, I love that album.
Yeah, great.
It's a banger, isn't it? Fucking brilliant. Right, you just mentioned Nile, Black Seas of Vengeance.
Yeah.
Nice.
Killer.
So I really like
Great record.
Vader,
Yeah.
Dave Fundus.
I gotta get that. I gotta get that album. That's yeah.
It's a great record. That's a
good
great
one.
record.
I know a lot of people don't like it, but Bleeding the Spawn by Suffocation.
I just don't like the production. There's nothing wrong with the song.
Right, right. It's just in a fucking aluminum can.
Dude, Marital Decimation.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just some. I just like the. I don't know. It must be the grindcore in me. I just like the tinniness of it. I know this has just been shown, but I'm going to show it as well.
I love the macabre. If you're a grindcore, nobody mentioned Pig Destroyer. Are there any Pig Destroyer fans here?
Oh, I love Pig Destroyer.
I do love them. Yeah.
I've got this. I've got a couple, a few that haven't been mentioned. So we got the new Frozen Soul, which is very cool.
That's pretty good. We got to hear that.
Yeah, bit of ghost.
Down in
Glacial
Philly,
Domination. Yeah.
Silly.
No one's mentioned these.
That's
Now
like
these are kind of.
Junior is Frozen Soul.
Yeah, yeah.
Frozen Soul's been on my show.
Of course they have.
Up, Chris. You self-promotion machine.
Ooh. What is that?
Dark Heresy. Dark Heresy. They're almost like Black and Death.
Don't know that.
Yeah,
see that one
familiar.
there.
Oh, that's a good record.
UK band.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just,
Yeah, I'm not familiar with them.
this has just been the issue by Spark Records. Last year, was it, Mark?
Yeah,
I wasn't aware of them.
It's quite unusual death metal.
Yes, yeah. If you like something slightly bit weird, I can never say this band, but I'm going to show it anyway. Ace Phenolix, are they?
Ace Felix, yeah.
That's it, yeah.
Out
on $20 spin. This is a fucking beast of an album.
Grimy DB.
So heavy.
I've not heard that.
Artwork is awesome. Yeah, and the last one I'm going, you'll be glad to know, I'm going for some HM2 just for the boys.
Yes.
Bring me the
Lick.
chainsaw.
That is amazing.
Yeah,
I love
yeah,
that album.
Yeah, I love
Female
that.
Fatal to the Flesh.
They're great. That's a great.
It's just excellent. I saw these last year, and you know they even had the Lydica on the side of this when they were playing in this shitty little basement, and it was fucking awesome. Really cool. So that's my last one, Lick. So there you go.
Yeah, they're
All right,
fucking guitar. She's the new lead guitarist
Outstanding.
from Bloodbath.
Roger.
I would just say that it's pronounced leak.
Leak.
No, sorry, mate. Leak.
Okay, there you go.
It's Swedish.
My Swedish isn't brilliant.
Same
Sorry.
as Norwegian, so.
Neither's your English.
No, yeah.
He's got a point, Johnny. He's got a point.
Hey,
Yeah, I know.
All right,
Sorry.
Mark. It's your
Leak
turn
my
for
butt.
honorable mention, sir.
Yeah, I've got a few. I've got some oldies, and then I'll show a couple of newies.
good.
The debut from Cannibal Corpse.
Yeah.
I love that album. I find early Cannibal Corpse a little bit more interesting than modern day Cannibal Corpse.
Same here. I don't really like
Someone else has showed it. Vader's debut, Ultimate Incantation, just a a beast of an album. Incantation, Onwards to Golgotha.
There you go.
Yep.
Yep.
I could have quite easily picked the one that you guys picked, but just fantastic. This is another one that, at the time when I heard this, was probably the heaviest album I'd ever heard.
Oh,
Godflesh.
Street Cleaner, yeah.
I don't know if it's death metal, but it was at the time for me.
Kind of a
when I
little
heard
bit of
it.
everything. It's certainly got death in it. It's got tons of industrial and fucking
Bit of grind. Yeah.
grind.
Like Rats is worth it.
The debut from Benediction.
Benediction, that's a good man. You're the first person
shit.
to pick them, yeah.
Good old Barney on vocals.
Although, which one is that? That's not Rubicon, right?
Oh, Transcend the Rubicon would have been the one I picked.
That
but
would have
that's
been the
still
one
awesome.
I picked, yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I've got
good, though.
I was going to show this. Gorguts, their debut, considered dead.
Considered, yep. Mm-hmm.
I-
Hard to
I
see.
can-
It's dark. It's dark on your end, pretty dark. So
I consider it. Let me see if I can put the light on. I consider
Put
it.
big light on, mate.
Big light. There we go.
Put big
There
lights
we go.
on. There we
it
go.
won't be much longer. Not much longer.
Oh shit!
There we go.
Turn
Yeah,
it
I love
off.
that
Turn it
artwork.
off.
Oh shit!
I'm an
Turn that light off. No, just
I'm an ugly bastard.
Yeah, that's good shit.
That's going to go with us.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it.
Sure.
And I'll finish off with a few newies. So, band from Sweden called Carnal Savagery.
Yep.
Never heard of
They're
it.
Nice.
aggressive. HM2 on 12, not 11.
Nice. Okay.
Superb band.
That's the one I have.
Another one that I've been enjoying, the band Necrot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
I think they deserve a mention. They're playing that old school style well.
Yeah,
Definitely.
they do.
And the last of the bunch is Dippigus.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I have that one. Bushmeat.
Yeah, it's the audio equivalent of a snuff movie.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely fantastic, scary, heavy, just evil. And the vocalist is a female,
Yeah.
Clarissa, and she puts a lot of men to shame. There's no doubt about
Dude.
it.
I was shocked when I first listened to that, like looking at the lineup, like, wait a minute.
Yes,
Really?
Whoa.
They're gross. They're like gurgled and vomited and just wretched.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, guys,
check that out. Yeah.
we got through it, man. In 4.5 hours, we did probably about 280 albums. I think it feels like.
That's
So,
not bad.
Yeah.
let me start with Jason to fade out here. Jason, what do you got going on with Wraith and Idle Throne and whatever else you have happening?
Yeah, so it's my two bands. Wraith right now, we just finished writing the new record, so we're gonna get in the studio pretty soon, put that out. So we got a bunch of shows coming up in the US in summer, fall, some stuff we haven't announced yet. That'll be pretty cool. Idle Throne's kind of my like power thrash prog band. We're recording the second album right now, so I got one more song left to do rhythm guitars on, and hopefully that'll be out early next year too. We're playing a couple festivals in the U.S. Blades of Steel, that's the one in Madison, Wisconsin, with like Artillery and Flotsam and Jetsam and a bunch of bands. So that'll be cool. But yeah, just staying busy, man. Playing shows and traveling, and it's all what we live for. So good
Are
stuff.
you gonna be hitting the East Coast at all?
So yeah, I haven't been to the East Coast with any of the bands. The furthest east we've been is like Pittsburgh. So we're hoping that next year, definitely with Wraith, we'll try to do like a little run out on the East Coast because we're overdue, and I'd like to get out there for some other festivals and stuff with Idle Throne, hopefully. So
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
And I just for anyone that's interested in Wraith or Idle Throne, although I kept calling it IDLE, and I'm like, why can't I find this band? And then
IDOL.
Idol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
But yeah, your links for I think I got your two Bandcamp links there, and then I've got the Facebook for Wraith, I think.
Yeah, we're on all of them, Instagram, Facebook, anything so people find us, hopefully check it out. And appreciate the support, but looking forward to playing a lot of shows here, and the albums that I'm working on right now, I'm really proud of. So I can't wait for people to
Cool.
hear.
Well, thanks for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
You can blame Chris for all this. Don't blame me.
No, it's nice meeting all you guys.
You and I will have to get together then. We'll have to talk
for
some stuff because I got a lot of cool prog metal, prog weirdness we can we can nerd out on. I'd love to have you on some more panels.
Chris,
I would love to ask you what you're doing, but you've been telling us every 3 minutes. So
I love Jason, by the way. I love both of your bands. And I love all you cats, man. It's been an honor to hang out with you guys today, man. I mean,
do you have anything pressing that you haven't told us about yet?
I have Forbidden, the new singer. I have Gorgus, thanks to you. I have Creeping Death coming on next week. I have all of you guys. I'm going to hit out you guys and have all of you can fucking do.
Should I hold my breath on that?
But no, seriously, no, I appreciate it, Jeff. Gorgus is coming on literally thanks to you, and I appreciate that, brother.
When you say Gorgus, you have Kevin, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Talking to Kevin. Yes, sir.
Awesome. He just opened the Cynic and Atheist show in New York Thursday night, which was super cool because here he is in front of this kind of quasi nerdy, proggy death metal crowd, and he did an all acoustic set, which is pretty ballsy. Some really cool stuff. Guy's a great guitar player.
Yeah, he's a badass.
And I'll tell you, Devon's gonna get me some guitar lessons. I'll tell you how good he is then. So, thanks, Devon. I appreciate that.
But thanks for having me, sir. I appreciate it.
For sure, buddy. For sure. And I was just busting your balls.
No, I would. Yeah, I wouldn't want it any other way, sir.
Roger, how about you, man? What do you got coming up? Anything big?
No, not. It's the normal collection updates and diving into the crypt as usual.
Now, Marty reached out to me looking for your email address.
See that?
Okay.
A little bit with him yesterday, so.
Okay, because I just wanted to let you know I sent your email to him. I probably should have checked with you, but I figured it'd be cool. So.
It's totally cool.
Yeah. Nick, what you got going on?
Still collection updates. Yeah, I kind of purchased a lot of music on those trips in April. But we hit our 15,000 subscriber mark, so a giveaway coming up soon.
Awesome.
Yeah, thank you to
15,000. Fucking hell.
Why? I still don't know why people would watch us. I only watch us because I have to edit the fucking videos.
Well deserved, man. I love you guys.
But
that's
shows coming up too. I guess we kind of ended up promoting some shows that are coming down to like Bowling Green, Ohio, which is just south of us, and Narcotic Wasteland. Speaking of Dallas Toller Wade, and we're talking about Nile, that's his like death thrash. I don't know. It's more straightforward death metal, but a lot of thrashy riffs. It's fucking awesome. They're playing down there.
Yeah.
We've got some irons in the fire, and it should be fun, and there'll definitely be dick jokes.
And one of these days, Nick might actually invite me onto his show. I doubt it, but he might. It might happen.
We haven't done a live stream on my channel in fucking.
You'll have to
might happen.
Doing other shit.
Just so you know, though, Jeff. Nick only invites people who wear the trousers.
Yeah, you gotta work.
I think Nick's afraid I'll come on Thralls and bear it all, and that'll be the end.
What I want to know.
We'll just link your OnlyFans finally. All right.
Please do. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Balls of metal.
Are those really Mark's trousers?
What's that, Chris?
Balls of metal.
Oh, did Chris freeze?
Oh, nope. Yep, he froze.
I think I was going to say Chris froze. He's finally quiet today.
I'll say, are those Mark's trousers you're wearing? I think you're wearing Mark's trousers.
I do. I have Mark's trousers on. You're right. Correct. Devon, what you got? What you got going on, Devon?
Nothing planned at the moment. Just showing more crap that I have behind me, I guess.
All right.
I'm a fan of you guys, Devon. I'm a fan of you, brother.
Johnny, what you got going on?
Well, it sounded quite impressive before, but since Nick's hit 15,000 subscribers, I have hit 500, which I'm well fucking chuffed with. So I'm quite pleased with that. I do have a CD here, which is yours, Mark, which I forgot to bring last night. This is
Grave Rape.
Grave Rape and Others of Life Eternal. I am doing a live stream next weekend with Josh Keach and Trevor Hickey's going to be on it. I think Cody from Metal-O-Mania will be on as well. Metal Marty Matt's going to be on. Should be quite cool. And I haven't done any fucking notes, so I can't even tell you what time it is or anything like that. But, everybody will subscribe and find out anyway. I'll put it on the socials anyway. I've done a a weird. I'll be doing collection updates, but I've got an unboxing of a black metal. There's a UK channel, a distro called Death Blare Records that do a lot of black metal stuff, and they did a 50 quid, £50 box of guaranteed 3 vinyl and other media, and I've got an unboxing of one of them which I've filmed, which I'll be showing in the next week or so. So yeah, some cool bits and bobs. Anyway,
Mark, what you got happening? You always have some stuff in the can, I guess, right?
Well, firstly, thanks for having me on, Jeff, and it's been a pleasure to hang out with you guys as well. It's nice to meet you all, like, properly, not just watching people's videos, getting to chat and that, which is great. So thank you very much for that.
You bet, man.
My chat, there'll be a few CD updates coming up and vinyl updates. I've been picking up a few cassette tapes really recently, so I should start making a few cassette updates for those analog addicts out there. And I've got an idea for a bit of a series. I did a series a while ago, which was my favourite albums from my favourite labels, and it seemed to go down quite well. So I'd quite like to do another series of something where you get a bit more involved in your collection, showing the stuff you've had for a while more than the newer stuff, But it's nice to hang out with you guys. I've really enjoyed tonight.
Are you going to do a live review type thingamy of the Coffin Milch and Slime Lord gig, mate?
In fact, good call, John. Me and John with a few other friends went to see Slime Lord, Coffin Mulch, Gorgon, Vomit, Mutagenic Host, which are all bands from the UK, as they call it, the new wave of British death metal. I'm going to upload that tonight after we finish this stream, actually. It's only a short video, but it's showing you four live performances of some of the upcoming UK bands.
Nice one.
Okay. Awesome, man. Well, look, first of all, I want to thank all you guys for being here, for giving up almost 5 hours. I think we did a hell of a job. I think
we did.
Pretty focused and moved pretty quick, and we actually slowed down a little bit. I think if I had kept at the pace I was going, well, Chris would have still promoted for about an hour of the show, but we probably would have been done in about 2.5 hours.
I took 3 days off work thinking it might carry on.
Yeah, right. Hey,
You've been locked in a conversation with Jeff.
I'm not coming in.
Jeff, in my defense, I'm nowhere near 15,000 subscribers, brother.
No, neither am I. In fact, I am 9 away from 700, which
nice. I'm
not gonna lie, I should be much higher, and I don't understand why I'm not. Whatever.
But Jeff, if you wore trousers, you'd be on 17,000.
Oh yeah, easily.
You might be right. You might be right about that.
Just put everything away.
Or completely disrobe, man. Make a decision and go with it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you got to go one or the other, man.
Go all in or go home, right? Yeah. Nobody wants to see shriveled old man bits anymore. So here's a couple things I got going on. Tuesday night, tentatively, because my daughter always kind of gets a hold of me at the last second and goes, but I think Tuesday night, my daughter Maddie and I are going to do. See, as you guys know, I'm not always all death metal and metal, so we're going way away from that. My daughter and I are going to do the 5-album catalog of British, I don't even know what you call them, post-rock band, Talk. Mark Hollis and Talk. Love that fucking band. It's just a brilliant band.
I'm a big fan of them. Great band.
Yeah.
What's that?
Good band.
Yeah, amazing band.
I got their albums. Good
we're
band.
We're gonna do that. Thursday night, my friend Melinda and I and a buddy of mine, Gordon, who is a newbie to the channel, are going to be doing the first 9 albums of Hawkwind plus Space Ritual, the one live album. That's kind of consequence because they've got like 8,000 live albums. And they've got about 8,000 albums, actually, seriously. But we're just doing the 1970 and then 1980 period. That's Thursday night. Then on the 21st, let me just get my thoughts together here. On the 21st, Tom Draper from Spirit Adrift is coming back on with me with his buddy Jeff. And we are going to do the Thin Lizzy catalog. And ironically, the way this came about weirdly was Tom and I have been talking about who we could do for a while, and I kind of forgot that Marty was going to be doing something with, I think, Pat on the Thin Lizzy catalog. It just happened that way. It's a band that Tom, I tried for a bunch of other different things. He's like, how about Thin Lizzy? I'm like, yeah, let's do it then. So that's the 21st, which I don't know what day that is. I think that's a Friday, and it would be weird if Heavy Metallurgy is doing the same catalog that night, but they'll get most of the eyes. But and then Anathema is in the work. I've got a deep dive coming up on Anathema probably end of the month. And then as far as interviews go, gonna be a killer post tour wrap up with Kelly Schaefer and Paul Masvidal. We're gonna be doing. I don't want to give a drop dead date on that, but it's a done deal. We all discussed it on Friday night, and so that's definitely happening. There may be a Mike Scheidt interview coming up. I'm crossing my fingers. I think we're getting there. And there's somebody else I'm forgetting. Devon, who am I forgetting? There's another interview I've got coming.
Oh, maybe.
Ed Archer. Ed Archer is going to do a solo interview. Ed is one of the original founding members of Fifth Angel, and you guys know I love fucking Fifth Angel. They were just on not too long ago. And Jason, if you see Flotsam, say hi to Ken Mary for me. He's the drummer for Flotsam and Jetsam. He was also in Fifth Angel. So those are the things that are in the works. I think there's one or two things I'm forgetting about, but we're gonna try to keep plowing ahead. Everybody knows, or most of you know, my health is not very good, and it's not getting any better, unfortunately. So I'm trying to do as much as I can, but I am feeling a lot of slowdown in what I'm able to cognitively do and stay on top of energy wise and stuff like that. So we'll see. It could all just suddenly just stop. But I'm going to try to keep persevering. And before I leave, real quick, if you guys can give me 3 minutes yet, are you good with that?
Yeah.
I am going to I have to gloat a little bit here, okay?
Great art.
Yeah.
Because I might have mentioned that on Friday night I was hanging out with Kelly Schaefer and the guys from Atheist, and man, just an amazing bunch of guys. There's Paul and my daughter Lauren. And there we are hanging out on the bus. There we are backstage. There we are on the bus. There we are on the. But did I say we were hanging out? Yeah, I think we did. Anyway, and there they are live. There's a bunch of other shots here. Let me see if I can pull a couple things up. No, that's some audio. Where's the? Oh no, there they are. Very different set. If you look at the stage when Seneca's playing. They're all playing through Kempers. So there really was just a drum set. There was no bass amps. There was no amps, no backline. It was kind of weird.
Yeah.
I'm used to seeing, this kind of stuff. All the amps are covered by these backdrop things or whatever for Atheist set. And got some good shots right up front. My ears are still paying for it. I'm still doing a little bit of ringing. And so it was a killer time. And just want to thank Kelly and Paul for their hospitality and just great fucking dudes. If they do this tour again, do not miss it, Jason. Just do not. Do whatever you got to do.
Yeah, still kicking
Sell a
myself for that
kidney,
one, man.
cut your leg off, whatever.
Yeah.
If they get over to Europe, guys, don't fuck around. Go see that show. I'm telling you right now, Atheist is fucking savage live.
Yeah,
I've seen them quite
goddamn hot in there, but it was
And Nick,
worth it.
you saw him, man. This current incarnation just
Saw them and met them too. Like they're fucking solid dudes, super
No.
fucking nice dudes. But yeah, the
amazing.
live shows, fuck, dude. Oh,
Atheist is just start to finish nonstop. It is just pummeling in your face, thrashy death metal, high energy, man. The energy level is just insane. So, anybody got anything they want to tie up with at the end here?
No, I just want to say it's really cool to meet you all.
Yeah,
I didn't fucking say
Back
that.
at
you guys.
Yeah,
all
really cool to meet you.
All you.
Yeah,
Just to say
Roger and
thanks.
Jason, thanks for being newbies and hanging in there for the duration here. We appreciate it. And
Thanks for all the viewers. Thanks for sticking with us, watching us nearly 5 hours of death metal talk.
fuck yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We had
Fuck yeah.
42 people at one point in time, which is really cool.
Wow.
And
Cool.
thanks to everybody like James and Eric and Pieface. I think that's Simon, right? I believe.
Yeah.
Let me just run through quick here. Nate from Euboric, Slick Nick, don't know you, sorry.
Big Bad
Thanks
James,
for
my
being
man James out there. That's my brother out there.
Logan, Alakazam, dude. I forget your fucking name. I always forget your name. Alex, maybe. Yeah. So Robert Sparling's here.
Robert, no baloney.
No baloney, Anzalone. Phil was here earlier. Yeah.
Well,
So
he's
all
here
you people that
earlier.
stopped by, really appreciate
Thank
it.
you, guys. Yeah.
Go subscribe to all these guys' channels. They are down in the description.
Every last one of them.
Yeah, everything. Everybody hang on one sec. Just hang on. I'm going to end it there, okay?